Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Good morning and welcome back to Pembrey Circuit, sunny South Wales, where we've got another day of beautiful weather and fantastic racing ahead of us. We didn't need these guys yesterday and hopefully we won't need them today as well, but they're of course always on site just in case. Of course, with what we saw on track yesterday from the British Truck Racing Championship, anything could happen. So join us now as we go racing again at Pembrey Circuit. So just before first race of the day here, Sunday, Pembrey, South Wales, we had a chance to speak to a couple of drivers down in the paddock. And there we go. Good morning, Adam. How the devil are we?
Yeah, good. Nice and relaxed. Nice sunny weather, which is a bit strange for Wales, but it's hopefully another nice day.
Now, we had some fantastic results from you yesterday. More of the same today?
Definitely, we need to make a gap at the start and try and then manage your tyres, because in this temperature it's all about maintaining everything in the right temperatures to keep it on the track.
Yeah, because of course with tyres people always think, oh, you get them hot, they get more sticky, but then you can get them too hot, can't you?
Yeah, and these tyres do have quite a steep cliff when it comes to temperature. In this track where it's so green at this time of year, it's very abrasive, so it almost brings that cliff even steeper.
So you've really got to manage what you're doing out there. Do you think that we'll be mid-pack Division 1 again today, or are you going to try and stick with your own crowd?
No, we'll always aim to improve, you know, and it's good to race with other people, and it just proved that yes, there's a big difference in the trucks, but there's no difference between the drivers.
No, indeed, that is. We were talking to someone yesterday, and it's a lot to do with the driver and not always to do with the trucks. So, Division 2 looking good for you this year. Obviously, we're collecting those trophies up quite nice as the seasons go on. How long have you been racing the British trucks now?
This is my 13th year now.
Wow.
So the trophies at home are starting to overtake the house, my mum and dad's house. Yeah, they're everywhere at the moment.
So trophy cabinet this year I think will be more of an extension than a trophy cabinet.
Yeah, I think we're going to make it into the side of the truck so they all just stay here with us.
That'd be cool, actually. Yeah, you can just do an extra few inches on the side and then just store them. Everyone will take pictures of it. I think that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, well, we was even thinking about doing like a raffle for charity or something, and raffling some of them off, you know, just to fans that come all the time and stuff like that.
Everybody loves a trophy, especially the spectators that come along for the events themselves.
Yeah, and again, there's only so many trophies you can take home, and when you finish racing, what do you do with them all?
Exactly. Throw them at people.
Well, you might as well let other people enjoy them. And
You should take some out on the circuit with you and just drop them out the window as you're going round.
yeah, we're not quite James Bond, not putting stuff out. I know there's people put oil in diesel out behind.
Don't know what you're
us.
talking about, Adam. Don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure that's all accidental anyway.
Oh yes, nothing's on purpose.
Right then, well, fantastic news there, and good luck in your first race Sunday here at Pembrey. Thanks very much for talking to us. Adam Bint, Division 2 in the Volvo White. That's black, but yeah.
I might be moving to get a better shot. Bear with me.
Yeah, Keys, good to go. He's not moving the pace truck until we're set up.
It's alright. I'm not over.
Got to stay there.
I'm not. Yeah.
You're not live.
Tim Bennett has opted to go to the back of the grid, although he could be on pole. So Jim will, we can still pick up the points for pole. However, pole position now is to Craig Evans, number 10, with John Powell alongside him. There's 4 units, 22, and Adam Bint on the outside of those 2 units. Volvo, number 5, and then of course
Am I clear? Clear to move?
Seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
He's found his voice again, and let's see who he's found to talk to.
You join me down here just outside of Parc Fermé. All the drivers have been scrutineered for the first race here on Pembrey Circuit on Sunday. It's a beautiful day still, the weather is looking fantastic. As you can see behind me, all the teams now rushing across to the infield with all their mechanics gear. We've got Brad Smith there making his way through, young Bradley, and followed by Steve Thomas. Trucks have all had a bit of work done on them last night. Of course, let's talk about Tom O'Rourke, who was up, and well, Tom O'Rourke's team was up until about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock last night or this morning, working on the rear axle and rebuilding the diff, which of course is not a small feat at all. Dave Jenkins as well, sustaining a bit of rear tyre damage yesterday, back out. All the trucks looking absolutely fantastic to what is going to be a wonderful day here at Pembrey again. Spectators already lining the circuit. Stuart Oliver just making sure you get the whole truck in nice and slowly. We've still got a few trucks down in the paddock that haven't quite got the memo yet by the looks of it. Ryan Smith's still got his door open. He might be just have one last cup of tea before he gets out there and shows them all how it's done, quite possibly. But no, we spring into life the 92 Simon Faulkner as well, followed by Michael Oliver, the 86 of Tom O'Rourke. John Bowler having some serious clutch issues yesterday. Serious clutch slip. They were also working on that late into the night yesterday. Ricky Collett follows behind John Bowler, and then on to Division 2 with Craig Evans taking his first podium of the weekend yesterday. John Powell with that fantastic GD Plus sponsor, Paul Rivette, Adam Binns, and of course a firm favourite with all of the returning truck racing fans, Mr. Jim Bennett. Let's head over now to the infield and we'll get ready to go racing here at Pembrey Race Circuit. Back to Dave in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Pointy. Sorry to hear you're struggling a bit with your voice down there. We'll hear from Pointy hopefully after the race to talk to our race winners as the trucks make their way around. If you've not seen truck racing before, you have a real treat coming up here on BARC TV today. 5-ton race trucks developing almost 1,000 brake horsepower each. We're on board with the 7 times British champion, flying Ryan Smith. See all the amount of technology that goes into a race truck. The driver cocooned in his cab inside this heavy steel roll cage. He's starting back in 8th on the grid, having won race 1 yesterday. It's an all-Reed front row as the GT Tyres MAN pace truck leads them round. The Reed brothers were 7th and 8th in yesterday's race, Simon and Craig in their Iveco Stralis machines. Impossible to tell them apart from a distance. And on the second row, Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith. Now, Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman, racing to raise money for this year for the My Name's Doddy campaign. Of course, Scottish rugby star Doddy Weir chronicled his struggle against motor neurone disease and has been raising awareness, sadly passed away fairly recently. And a young supporter of truck racing, Holly, has been following the series around the UK. And this year, Holly is cycling a lap of each circuit that the British Truck Racing Championship visited. Holly did her lap of the circuit, I can tell you, yesterday evening here at Pembrey. So well done to her. Wearing the colours of Jock Borthwick's truck, the colours of the My Name's Doddy campaign. If you want to make a donation to Holly, you can do so at Holly's Cycle for Doddy and MND via Facebook. Go on the Facebook page and you can find where to donate. So full credit to Holly for her efforts. A bit easier than Brands Hatch, the opening round, because it is flat here at Pembrey instead of going up and down the hills. So the Martin Oliver Transport MAN pulls into position. Let's have a look at the grid then. It is the Reed Brothers on the front row of the grid. Simon on pole, Craig alongside the two Reed Freight Ivecos. Second row is Jock Borthwick in his MAN alongside Bradley Smith, the youngest man in the championship, in truck number 46. Row 3, number 69, David Jenkins. Bit of contact rather hobbled him in race 2 yesterday, but the MAN is repaired alongside Stephen Powell, the former Division 2 champion, in number 3. A pair of third places for him so far this weekend. Then the two men with 17 championships between them. Stuart Oliver in the Volvo, Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner. They start on row 4. They won't stay back there for long. Row 5 is number 92, Simon Faulkner with his Iveco, and we should have Simon Cole in his MAN. He missed race 2 yesterday, so I'll make sure that he is there. Row 6, number 86, another Scotsman, Tom O'Rourke with his MV Commercials MAN. Although Michael Oliver is lined up there on the inside, I can see, with the GT Tyres MAN number 12, so we might be missing Tom O'Rourke, unfortunately. We'll check that. Ricky Collins there, though, number 95 with his MAN. Great to see Ricky's back out after blowing his engine up in spectacular fashion at Brands Hatch last time out on Easter weekend. And he starts alongside number 14, John Bowler. As we heard from Pointy, a lot of clutch problems with his MAN this weekend. He failed to start race 1 yesterday, retired from race 2, so hopefully he's going to last the distance this time. Then there's a gap, and then we've got the less powerful Division 2 trucks. Slightly less modification allowed in Division 2. Craig Evans with his MAN will lead them off alongside John Powell, number 6, in his DAF, one of the oldest trucks out there in the series. Paul Rivette, the former saloon car racing star in the Napa Auto Parts MAN, will start alongside double winner in Division 2 yesterday, Adam Bint, in his Volvo White Aerodyne. Maybe called a Volvo White after the American company that had the partnership with Volvo, but it's in a very menacing black livery. And at the back of the grid, Jim Bennett with his venerable Seddon Atkinson. So everyone in position then for our next truck race of the weekend, the first of 3 to date, the third of the weekend. It'll be a 15-minute race. It's the Reed Brothers on the front row of the grid. Now, previously, those two Ivecos had different coloured mirrors, and I could tell them apart, but they both got black mirrors this week. From a distance, it's very difficult to tell those two apart. So apologies in advance if I miscall either of the Reeds. Jock Borthwick on row 2 was in Division 2 last season, his first full season of truck racing. Liveried a bit like the old Stewart Grand Prix cars, isn't it? That's MAN, the white with the tartan stripes. Don't think you could see Sir Jackie Stewart racing trucks. Bradley Smith alongside his father Tony, former competitor in a Finnish-built Sisu truck a few years ago. Bradley, only in his early 20s, the youngest man on the grid. Had some good results yesterday with his MAN, had 1 podium last season. Look out for David Jenkins, was 4th in the first race yesterday. Couldn't quite get past Stephen Powell for 3rd place, but then in race 2 he was hit by Simon Reed as they were battling it out for 4th place, and suffered some damage to the rear axle and a puncture as well. He did manage to finish, but only down in 9th place. Repairs made to Simon Reed's truck after that. Ryan Smith waiting patiently on the grid. You can see the drivers from the onboards. They steer the truck with one hand. Most of them going round the Pembrey Circuit, the other hand operating the gear change. Really is an absolute art form, driving a race truck. I've just been told that Simon Cole will not be racing today. Problems for him yesterday. He'll be back out at Thruxton at the next round in Hampshire for Convoy on the Plain, down in the flatlands of the south of England. Brian Davis says good luck to Ryan Smith and Stephen Powell. Thank you, Sam Morse, for the update on Simon Cole. We've lost the number 41 machine, unfortunately. Right to Soul 68's OU1. I think I pronounced that properly. As this is different for me, normally Speedway for me. Brian Davis also says good luck, Paul Rivette. And yes, you're right, one of our New Zealand viewers, yes, Denny Hulme raced trucks later in his career. You're absolutely right. Well, Denny Hulme raced everything. The 1967 Formula One world champion. Quite a few celebrity names have had a go at truck racing. Of course, the great motorcycle racers Barry Sheene and Steve Parish. Steve Parish went on to be European truck racing champion in his famous BP Mercedes. Martin Brundle's had a go at truck racing. The Grimer brothers of hot rod racing fame on the short ovals. Many more great names as well. John Creech, motorsport photographer, says it'd be fun to see drivers from other series have a go at truck racing. I asked Anthony Reid about having a go once the touring car race. Said that'd be good, seeing some of the names in the British Touring Car Championship having a go at truck racing. I reckon Jason Plato and Matt Neal would go well in a couple of these trucks. We're almost ready to get underway then. Once the circuit is clear, the marshal's just clearing up some fluids from the junior saloon cars, we're told at the moment, so just making sure that the circuit isn't too slippery. Okay, here we go then, we're off and rolling. Looks like we got us a convoy here in South Wales. As I said yesterday, I'm not going to sing the song, don't worry. Two Ivicos, identical at the front of the field. Simon Reed's had a few wins over the years in Division 1. He's been successful in Division 2 as well. Craig Reed, Division 2 champion a couple of years ago. Had his first Division 1 win at Brands Hatch on Bonfire Weekend last year. On board with Ryan Smith. This is where we saw the incident in the junior saloon cars coming out towards Spitfires. There'll be some powder down there on the fluids that have been dropped. Will we see a win for the Reed Ivicos? Could have a team race together, couldn't they, at the front of the field like that? Jock Borthwick looking for his first win in Division 1. As is Bradley Smith. Stephen Powell with one Division 1 win to his name at Thruxton last season, and his team celebrated like they just won the championship. The Reed brothers from Stoke run a haulage business. Jock Borthwick all the way from St Boswells near Glasgow. Very long journey to South Wales. Craig Evans leads Division 2. There's Jim Bennett at the back in the Seddon Atkinson Strato. Fantastic to have Jim back, the man from Suffolk. Now in his 70s and still going strong. Electing to start at the back, as we mentioned earlier. That's his truck, he admits he's not the quickest out there. But he's out there to enjoy himself. Motorsport should be fun. And we're about to have some fun with the British Truck Racing Championship here at Pembrey over the next 15 minutes. Can Ryan Smith make it a hat-trick? Can Adam Bint make it a hat-trick in Division 2? Smith with work to do from 8th on the grid. Bint starts 4th in Division 2. Revs beginning to rise. Looks like Tom O'Rourke not out there as well in the 86 MV Commercials truck. He had problems in race 2 yesterday, so a slightly reduced field, missing a couple of Division 1 trucks. Pace truck is in pit lane. And here we go, the Reed brothers lead them up towards the red lights. When they go out, the power will come on. And we'll be underway. Here we go then. With race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. It's the identical Iveco pairing that lead the way. Craig Reed's going to go round the outside of his brother Simon to take the lead into the first corner. Bradley Smith sends it down the outside, so does David Jenkins. They make their way through the hairpin. Tom O'Rourke is there, my apologies. I missed the 86 truck there on the green flag lap, but Tom and his team have made it back out. That's great to see. Craig Evans already being shuffled back in Division 2. Adam Bint with a flying start in the number 5 Volvo. Stuart Oliver up with David Jenkins, goes a bit wide through the crossing. Stephen Powell is on his tail. You won't fit side by side through there. Ryan Smith in behind them, just ahead of O'Rourke and John Bowler. The leaders head out onto the back of the circuit. The Reeds lead the way. Bradley Smith in third. Jock Borthwick, David Jenkins, Stuart Oliver, Stephen Powell. There's O'Rourke, the white and red MV Commercials truck. We're on board with Ryan Smith in the number 1, giving chase to Stephen Powell, the man from Kent, in number 3. Ryan Smith based in Nottinghamshire. His truck recently displayed at the showroom of his sponsors, Northside Truck and Van. David Jenkins, the champion back in 2011, under fire from the 10 times champion Stuart Oliver. Jenkins from Stafford, Oliver from Northumberland. It's the two Ivecos that lead the way. Craig Reed leads his brother Simon across the line for the first time. Somebody running wide there onto the grass. I think that was Simon Faulkner in the 92 that's gone wide. Yes, it was. He rejoins at the tail end. Leaders heading through the first part of the second lap. Out of the right at Spitfires, the left at Debeni. David Jenkins coming under fire from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell, then Ryan Smith, who's still back in 8th place. Tricky circuit to pass on is Pembrey. Not the widest in truck racing. They make 2 visits a year here to South Wales. There's Ryan Smith on the tail of the number 3 of Powell. There's O'Rourke, John Bowler having a better run in this one. Michael Oliver, son of Stewart's, and then Ricky Collett. Now Ryan Smith's got a run on the inside. If there's one driver who can pass at Pembrey, it's Ryan Smith, and he goes through past Stephen Powell up into 7th position. His next targets are Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins. Jock Borthwick, though, has dropped back there. He ran wide at Brooklands, lost a couple of places in the number 32 MAN. Ryan Smith may well get alongside the Scotsman down the front straights. Reed's lead over the line. Craig still ahead of Simon. David Jenkins does the fastest lap. No, he doesn't. That's usurped by Ryan Smith in 7th place. 1:11.673, and he's up the inside of Jock Borthwick into the hairpin. 7 times champion passes the Scotsman. And he making a hat-trick. There's a little bit of smoke there from the number 1, so we'll keep an eye on that. Well, that's a problem for Ryan Smith, I'm not sure. Trying to chase down his arch rival this season, Stuart Oliver. They divided the wins between them at Brands Hatch. Ryan Smith won 3 races, Stuart Oliver won 2. Ryan Smith a double winner so far this weekend. Borthwick dropping back into the clutches of Stephen Powell. Next in the order is O'Rourke, Bowler, Michael Oliver, Ricky Collett in the yellow, number 95, the heavy haulage company boss from Yorkshire. Collett's haulage handling some of the biggest and heaviest loads seen on Britain's roads. John Bowler, number 14, his first season in Division 1. Just hoping to complete the distance this time in the Rochdale LGV driver training, sponsored at number 14. Michael Oliver in the GT Tyres MAN, the younger Oliver on his tail. Had a crash-filled season last year. Surprisingly, Ryan Smith, the new fastest lap of the race, 1:10.991. He's on the tail of Stuart Oliver, 4th, 5th and 6th. Jenkins, Oliver and Smith. 18 titles between those 3. Craig Reed still leads, though, half a second ahead of his brother Simon. They, I think, are working together to get away from the rest of the field, build up a gap before the quicker runners, i.e. these 3, come through. Bradley Smith is still in 3rd place in his MAN. Stuart Oliver, a bit of a slide there. Was there a tap from Ryan Smith? I'm not sure. Stuart Oliver tries to hold the inside, but Ryan goes through and up into 5th position. There are the Reeds. Bradley Smith, David Jenkins is Ryan Smith's next target. Here come the brothers, and Jock Borthwick's wide on the grass again in the background. So was Stephen Powell sliding wide there. Now, are the Reeds working together, or are they going to start fighting each other? A family tie is going to be ditched here between the 2 Iveco pilots. They are exactly alike, these 2 trucks, aren't they? In every detail. I think Simon's going to try and go for the lead as they come down the straight. Simon failed to finish race 2 yesterday, so he needs to make up some points, and he's going for it into the hairpin. Passes Craig to take the lead. We haven't forgotten Division 2 either. We caught a glimpse there of Adam Bintz, the Division 2 leader. He's ahead of John Powell in the number 6, but only just. Paul Rivette in 3rd place ahead of Craig Evans. Simon Reed has taken up the lead then, looking for his first win of the season. There's the battle in Division 2, and John Powell's got through on the hairpin. John Powell takes the lead from Adam Bintz in Division 2. They were very close as they crossed the line. It's John Powell in the DAF, one of the older trucks in the series, that leads the way. Bint's looking for a hat-trick, but he's lost the lead after that flying start for the Volvo. He's having a look back again as they go through Senna. Paul Rivette in the Taco Sys and Napa Auto Parts MAN in third position. Multiple Renault Clio Cup champion. He's had a go in the BTCC as well. There's Craig Evans behind. Simon Faulkner recovering after an off earlier on at Honda Curve. Jim Bennett at the tail of the field. Reeds continue to lead the way. Jenkins is now up into third place. Bradley Smith down to fifth because Ryan Smith has come through as well. Stuart Oliver now having a go at Bradley Smith in the 46. No relation to Ryan, incidentally. I mentioned earlier Bradley's father Tony used to race the number 46 Sisu JU250. David Jenkins catching up. They're already lapping Jim Bennett, and Ryan Smith is now catching Jenkins for third place. They are deadly rivals, these two. Have been for several seasons now. Ryan Smith looms large in the mirrors of the Digraph Transport Morris Lubricants MAN. 2011 champion David Jenkins. Where is Ryan Smith going to try and make his move? Is it going to be on Speedway Straights coming out of Brooklands up to Carter's Curve? On board with Ryan Smith. He's trying to line up David Jenkins. Moving to the inside. Jenkins giving him room. Side by side towards Carter's Curve. He's going through. Ryan Smith up into third place. Good driving by Jenkins there. Just gave his rival room to get through on the inside. And now down to the business of trying to catch the two Ivecos. It's coming up to half distance in this first race of the day, third of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. David Jenkins trying to fight back. Goes to the outside into the hairpin, lifts a wheel on the inside. Behind them Stuart Oliver, then Bradley Smith. So Oliver up into fifth place now. Bradley Smith starting to drop back. Jock Borthwick still going well in seventh, ahead of Stephen Powell, who slipped to eighth. Then ninth is Tom O'Rourke. Michael Oliver rounds out the top 10. Here's the battle in Division 2. John Powell increasing his lead. Adam Bint under fire from Paul Rivette for second place in the Napa Racing MAN. Napa Auto Parts very much expanding into British motorsports over the last few years. We've seen them in NASCAR in previous seasons in America, now sponsoring British touring cars, Formula One stock cars, truck racing, the Mini Challenge and lots more. Adam Bint's Volvo doesn't seem to be handling too well here. He's got Paul Rivette behind him. There's Craig Evans and recovering Simon Faulkner after going onto the grass at Honda Corner earlier on. Jim Bennett gets the blue flag from the marshals to warn him that there's quicker trucks behind him. Jim, a very courteous racer, known as Gentleman Jim. He moves aside, lets the quicker runners through. Meanwhile, Ryan Smith at the inside is going for second place. On the inside of Craig Reed into the hairpin, he goes through. Can anyone stop Ryan Smith this weekend? Let's see if Simon Reed can. His lead gap was 1.7 seconds at the line that time through. Ryan Smith has got the fastest lap of the race, 1:10.9. The only driver to have lapped under 1:11 in this race. It's under 6 minutes now. He's got to catch Simon Reed. And catch Simon Reed, I'm sure he will. Craig Reed in third place. David Jenkins looking on from fourth. These four right away ahead of Stuart Oliver in fifth, who throws it sideways there. Change for second place in Division 2. Paul Rivette has got through. Adam Bint is struggling a bit in this one. Down to third in class, fourth. It is Craig Evans. Came within half a lap or so of his first class win in Division 2 at Brands Hatch, but ran wide through the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend and dropped back. Powell and Adam Bint divided the wins between them at Brands Hatch in the opening round. Bint, who had the championship lead narrowly, extended that with 2 wins yesterday. Seems to be struggling a bit here. Simon Reed still had the lead as they crossed the line to complete 8 laps by 1.2 seconds over Ryan Smith. Smith closed by 0.8 of a second. Across the line go Division 2, plus Simon Faulkner. Replay of Paul Rivette's move on Adam Bint, and well, that might be why Adam Bint's handling's a bit off. Rubbing's racing, as they say, and they were certainly rubbing there with Paul Rivette. Whether that's damaged Adam Bint's truck, I'm not too sure. The older Volvo. Meanwhile, here are our leaders, and now Ryan Smith is right with Simon Reed. I knew it wouldn't be long. He's on his tail as they come up to Carter's, and now Simon Reed is working to defend. We're on board with the 7 times champion Flying Ryan. Now where is he going to make his move? They're coming up through Honda Curve and into the Cowell Straight past the pits. Here he comes. He's on the inside. Surely Simon Reed's going to have to cede to the champion here. He gives him room into the hairpin, and through goes Ryan Smith into the lead for the 3rd time this weekend. And now watch this Daimler Freightliner rocket away at the front. Well, with just under 4 minutes to go, it was Flying Ryan into the lead at the hairpin. Simon Reed powerless to resist, and look at the gap he's building already. There is no stopping Ryan Smith. Could he win all 5 this weekend? Daimler Freightliner from the TUI Vicos. Are we going to see an MAN free podium? I wonder. Doesn't happen very often. Something's happened to Stuart Oliver though, we missed that. He must have been into the pits. Yes, he has, because he's almost a lap down. So I'm not sure what the problem was there for Stuart Oliver. We were watching the battle in Division 2 while that was going on. Stuart Oliver has had to make a pit stop. So we'll try and find out what the problem was there. Speaking of Division 2, here they are. John Powell still leading the way in the DAF. Paul Rivets and Adam Binns. Simon Faulkner's got ahead of Craig Evans in the overall order further back there. Simon Faulkner up to 15th now. So we'll find out after the race what the problem was there for Stuart Oliver. Had to make a quick pit stop. And that'll harm his starting position for race 5 later on, because the grid for race 5 is set by the finishing order in race 3, as here's a move from Ricky Collins on John Bowler in the number 14. There's a little bit of damage on the back of Bowler's car. You can see the wheel arch is dislodged. And Ricky Collins up into 10th place. And now Craig Reed being caught for 3rd by David Jenkins. There's 2 minutes of the race to go. See how much time is left when Ryan Smith crosses the line, whether they'll get 1 or 2 more laps out of that. Here's Bradley Smith in 5th place, still running well. Jock Borthwick in behind him, so he's 6th with Stuart Oliver having dropped back. 7th is Stephen Powell, and Michael Oliver is 8th. Now if he stays there, that will give him pole position for race 5. So the top 8 will be flipped around in Division 1. Bradley Smith has had a good, consistent weekend so far. I'd say one of his best in the championship. David Jenkins trying to get the MAN onto the podium. He knows he needs to make up ground. He's never going to get those stopped in time there, is he? Slides it round the hairpin. He's done it. I can't remember seeing an overtake round the outside of the hairpin in cars, never mind in a truck. That's incredible from David Jenkins. How's he done that? Well, maybe it's David Jenkins who's going to be driving in the truck drifting display, the way he threw it round there. Meanwhile, Ricky Collins now having a go at Tom O'Rourke, but that's the move of the season so far from David Jenkins. I wouldn't have believed that possible, getting a truck round the outside on Hatchett's hairpin. How has he done that? The MAN up into 3rd place, and that's what you call full send in truck racing. So coming into the closing stages now. Tom O'Rourke still holding off Ricky Collins. It's the battle for 9th place. Still in Division 2, it's John Powell who's got the lead, but Ryan Smith heading for victory. Across the line to start his final lap with about 30 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a 13-lap race. O'Rourke in the MV Commercial MAN pulls away a little bit from Ricky Collins. He's done well to be here as well, Tom O'Rourke, after a big smash at Brands Hatch at the season opener. Ended up in the barriers at Paddock Hill Bend. Here's our leader, Ryan Smith ahead of Stuart Oliver. Now we've seen these two battling so far this weekend, but this time Stuart Oliver a lap down after a pit visit. Ryan Smith now nearly 4 seconds clear of Simon Reed in 2nd place. Who can stop Flying Ryan this weekend? I can see him winning all 5. Paul Rivets defending now from Adam Binns, who's back on the pace in Division 2 in the Volvo. John Powell's been able to pull away, though. He's going to take his first class win of the weekend and end Adam Binns' hope of a hat-trick. Simon Faulkner in behind them in Division 1, in the Division 1 Iveco. It's one of the Reed family's old trucks, but the clock is counted down to 0, and here comes Ryan Smith. Such is his pace, he's going to lap Jim Bennett a second time. No stopping Flying Ryan Smith here at Pembrey this weekend. He takes the checkered flag. Stuart Oliver a lap down, so Simon Reed will come over in second. David Jenkins, with the move of the season so far, takes third. Still the battle going on for second in Division 2. Paul Rivett and Adam Bint together. Fourth goes to Craig Reed. Fifth is Brad Smith, then Jock Borthwick, Stephen Powell, Michael Oliver. That'll give him pole position for race 5. Tom O'Rourke holds off Ricky Collett for 9th place. John Bowler will get his first finish of the weekend in 11th. And Division 2 is going to be won by John Powell in the DAF number 6. Here he comes over the line. John Powell wins Division 2. Paul Rivett will just hold off Adam Bint for 2nd place. Craig Evans is 4th in behind Simon Faulkner there, who's 12th in Division 1. Stuart Oliver finishes a lap down, as does Jim Bennett. Who can stop flying Ryan Smith? On evidence so far, nobody. Total dominance from Ryan Smith. It took him some 11 minutes of the 15 to get through from 8th on the grid to the front of the field. And from there on he made it look easy. He built the lead gap to 4.5 seconds. And the highlight of that race, that move by David Jenkins. I thought there was no way he was going to get the truck stopped as he went around the outside of Craig Reed into the hairpin. Not only he managed it, he threw it through on the exit and got the place. Incredible. Ryan Smith with the win from 8th on the grid, fastest lap as well. 2nd place for Simon Reed, some 4.5 seconds in arrears, and David Jenkins completing the podium. Craig Reed in 4th, ahead of Bradley Smith. Good result for Jock Borthwick up there in 6th in his MAN, ahead of Stephen Powell, Michael Oliver. Tom O'Rourke had to settle for 9th, ahead of Ricky Collett. Good battle between those two. John Bowler gets his first finish of the weekend in 11th. Division 2 won by John Powell in 12th place, ahead of Paul Rivett, who just held off Adam Bint at the line for 2nd in class. Behind them were Simon Faulkner, Craig Evans, Stuart Oliver after his pit visit finished down in 17th place, last of the Division 1 runners. He'll start at the back of the Division 1 grid for race 5, and Jim Bennett completing the finishes. All 18 trucks going the distance in that one. 13 laps completed by Ryan Smith. Can he make it 5 out of 5? Well, let's head down to Pointy, who's hopefully got a bit more voice back and can talk to our race winners.
Well, absolutely fantastic race there, and a clean start to Sunday racing here at Brands Hatch. No, that was last time, wasn't it? We're at Pembrey in South Wales, completely opposite side of the country. But if we look over to your left now, as always, we've got the winner, Mr. Ryan Smith, number 1, reigning champion, 7-time British champion, in his Freightliner from Daimler. Fantastic effort. Didn't take long to get him out ahead of the pack, did it? But of course, we must speak to Mr. Simon Reed. His first trophy of the weekend, with massive amounts of damage last night. They spent a long time fixing that truck up, and hopefully we'll get a moment to come and see him in his cab. Fantastic effort, Simon. You've got to be happy with that result.
No, after obviously yesterday's performances, yeah, I'm well chuffed with that, to be fair. Just get back in the swing of things a bit.
Yeah, we spent a long time last night fixing up the truck, didn't we? So, yeah, we had brother Craig. Did you two make a decision who was going to get ahead in that race, or did you just show him who was boss?
I'll be honest with you, he's having a few boost problems with it, and they are intermittent. And the unfortunate thing, it happens when I got down the side of him, he lost that power. I knew he was off boost, so obviously it was for the taking, really.
Well, congratulations on the 2nd place. We'll give you a trophy very soon. Let's head over now and speak to Dave Jenkins, and we'll see if we can't get some Division 2 drivers in as well. Oh, circuit commentators beating us to it this time. Let's go and see if we can find the manoeuvre. Yes, I will, definitely. Thank you. They're waiting in a queue. No damage this time to Dave Jenkins. Clean sailing all the way through. Can't believe we're having to wait for the circuit commentator. But you can see this is the kind of time where all the teams run out to the trucks and see what's leaking, see what's got damage during the race, just as they're getting ready to send them back to Parc Fermé, which of course will be waiting in for about 15 minutes before they release the trucks into the garages. Right, now we can have Dave Jenkins. Dave, fantastic job, well done, sir. Yeah, back this way, back this way. Got to make sure we get all the sponsors in that we spoke to you about yesterday. So that was some interesting racing. Fantastic result for you though.
Yeah, great result for my boys that stuck with me yesterday. We had a difficult day, trying different things. Ultimately, we ended up not fast enough yesterday afternoon. That got us in that unfortunate battle that got the damage. And the boys really dug in last night. And I did promise one or two of them beer, but they didn't get hardly any till 10 o'clock last night. So no, they worked really hard. And from morning warm-up this morning, we knew we got a better truck underneath us, and now I can race it. So I'm really happy.
That is fantastic. It obviously goes to the team as well. Really good effort from them. We're going to talk about that manoeuvre, getting past Bradley Smith. He did hold you off for quite a while, didn't he? He's a growing talent, really, you must say.
Bradley Smith is ace. Not as good as his dad, though, Tone.
Oh.
Big up for Tone. No, Bradley's a good driver, great family-run team. Credit to our sport, up-and-coming talent. And, you know, when I knew from warm-up there was only a couple of tenths between us, and I didn't actually know where I was going to do him. Just got the drive on the back straight, and it was a bit ruthless what I did to him, but, you know, he's going to have to learn, isn't he?
That's racing, baby. Well, Dave, thank you very much for talking to us. Massive congratulations again. Dave Jenkins taking his first trophy of the weekend, and a lot of smiles around the paddock. And this is the joy of having that reverse grid that a lot of people understand in British truck racing. It gives a lot of drivers opportunity to get up there in the pack, and it really mixes up the skills and the speeds and those lap times to make racing more interesting for the spectators as well as the drivers. I think we're all going to head back over to the paddock now, so let's have a look at some replays from that last race, if we've got any queued up, that is, of course. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks much indeed, Pointy. Well done to our truck racers down there. Just cooling off after that first race today. Another two coming up later on. Well, next up on track here at Pembrey is a qualifying session for our 2CV and Mini Endurance race. The race at the end of the programme over 1 hour 40 minutes with a couple of mandatory pit stops. Some of the cars being shared by 2 or 3 drivers. We'll do our best to bring you the starting drivers later on if we can as well. But so with the qualifying session coming up fairly shortly, we're going to take a short break for now. Thanks again to all your comments coming in during our last few races. Let us know if you're watching today. We'll be back underway fairly shortly with our qualifying session for the 2 CVs and 1 or 2 minis out there in the guest class as well. There is a class for minis at the 2 CV 24-hour race as well, so this is effectively a warm-up event for Snetterton in August. After that, we'll resume racing with the Track Attack Race Club with their mix of saloon cars. So we're going to take a very short break while the qualifying session takes place. We'll pick that up in a few minutes' time. We'll be back underway with Convoy Cymru here at the Pembrey Circuit.
Seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Because the grid reads as follows. The front row for race 1, Ryan Smith in number 1 and number 7, Stuart Oliver. 2 men with 17 British titles between them. Second row, the 2 MANs at number 69, David Jenkins, and 3 of Steve Powell. The third row, the youngest man on the grid, Bradley Smith in the 46, alongside Simon Reed in his Iveco.
Right then, welcome to Parc Fermé. The magic of television means that we just teleported across the track, and here we are again with Dave Jenkins just pulling in behind me. Have a look at these lovely spectators we've got over here. Oh yes, so don't all run away. We're live on TV now, girls. No, the camera's this way, camera's this way. What's your name, where'd you come from?
Katie in Wales.
Katie in Wales. Nice to meet you, Katie. Is the first time truck racing?
No, second time.
Second time? And when was the first time?
Like last year.
Last year, so it's a returning favourite for you then?
Yeah.
What is it that brought you to the truck racing today then? What do you like about it the most?
I don't know, I just like how they go really fast.
They do go really fast, yeah, and they're very big, aren't they?
Yeah, they are quite big.
Yeah, well that's it. Well, thank you very much for coming back, Katie. Katie's thoroughly embarrassed there, but she did very well for her first time on TV. And who are we?
Mike.
Hi, Mike, and who are you?
I'm Katie's dad.
Ah, Katie's dad. There we go. So is it Katie's dad that wanted to come truck racing again today, or was it Katie?
Yeah, it's my birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday. There we go. How old are we? 21 again?
40 today.
What they're putting in the water down here in Wales. I hope I look like you when I'm 14.
Oh,
my
you reckon?
goodness.
Yeah, good.
That's awesome. So you've just caught the 1 day's racing so
Yeah,
far?
1 day today, yeah. We come down last year, brought the truck.
Oh, really? So you with some of the show truck drivers?
Yeah, from Blandford Commercials.
Ah, they've got a good plug in there as well. Fantastic. And you'll be staying the whole day, will you?
Yeah, all day.
That's good. And we're looking forward to the truck drifting later on,
Yeah.
aren't we?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, right then. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Mike. Fantastic. Let's go and head in to the pack now and see if we can't find some Division 2 drivers that did very well in that last race. Simon and Craig doing very well. Another chat to Simon whilst we got him actually, and Craig. Well, let's get no conferring here. I asked Simon just at the end of that race there whether you two decided which one was going to get ahead. Did you lose the coin flip?
No, I said to Simon, we race and that's what we do, and I said if I go, I'm going. So if yeah, there was no brotherly love there.
That's good. That's good. There's no brotherly hatred either, though. Of course, wouldn't have to. Would have been a sore subject back in the pits if we had to fix each other's trucks.
No, we're not that bad, but we do race. That's the main thing is we race. But no, it was a good. It was. I enjoyed it. I've got a power problem plaguing me from Brands, and we're getting there, but halfway through the race, I'm just losing power coming onto the main straight, which is why the other boys. There's no much point fighting like so.
Well, either the notes are matching or they're telling the truth. I think they're just telling the truth.
Yeah, that's it, mate.
We do honesty and truth, to be fair. We don't got the,
No, that's a good point. Always expect that sportsmanship from the Reed family. And of course, if you want to follow them on Instagram, Reed Truck Sports, where you want to go, right?
That's it, mate. That's it.
Yeah, get all the behind the scenes. I love following the guys on Instagram because you just get to see what they're doing during the week, which is brilliant.
Obviously, Airside Media do a lot for us, obviously in-cab footage, which sort of brings it, from Joe Public into the cab with you. And obviously you can see all that on the Instagram and Facebook that they put on for us. And to be fair, from Brands Hatch, it's opened up a lot. Really, like I say, bringing Joe Public into the cab, onto the chassis to see what's going on and the flick and changes. And obviously, what we all like is obviously the engine sound.
Of course, this is it. Do we think we've seen a growing number of spectators coming to see it live over the years?
Yeah. No, it has. It's growing, and the weather's great for it. Pembrey, it's awesome, to be honest with you. And it started last year, and it's just getting busier and busier.
That's it. We've got some more of the top three over here having a good old chinwag about who did what and when. Dave and Ryan, if you just throw that. That was a good race for you. We saw you come up quite quickly. What's the secret, man?
What?
You're talking about. Let's move swiftly on from that subject then. So obviously starting further back with the reverse grid that we had today. Where did you see those gaps that got you so far up the paddock so quickly?
I think it's just working with the track conditions. Dave's a 10.4 man round here, 1 minute 10.4. Lap times are off. Working to the conditions, where you place the truck. It's always easier attacking than it is defending because you go slower when you're defending. But it's just concentrating on exits more. If when Dave was attacking, I think Dave did a move on Craig Reed that was a worldy move all the way around the outside. What the team's telling me. So different parts happen in different places, and it's just good. It's a good feeling to go out there with the crowd here, sunshine, race with your competitors who are all fast. There's nobody slow. You know, Dave had a good battle with Bradley Smith, and then our snuck in there. So you take some good, you take some bad. You've got to get round turn one, but no, delighted with that. It was a good drive.
Fantastic. And Dave, of course, we already spoke to you in the pit lane as well. But yeah, lots of admiration for the team that were working on your truck last night. And seeing that first trophy of the weekend in such great conditions as well, you've got to be happy.
Yeah, no, I am really pleased. You know, we've got some difficult starting positions today now, but I've got a truck that we can race. And it was great racing with everybody then. You know, obviously me and Ryan, it didn't last long. I was concentrating on positioning myself with Craig, and Ryan just got his nose up the inside, and I just had to yield a little bit when we got to the kink. But turn one was clean then, and it was just great racing from everybody. So fair play to all the drivers.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic atmosphere in the paddock now at lunchtime, because obviously we haven't got to rebuild half of the grid, have we? This is the bonus.
It's just actually nice to go racing with, you know, from a reverse grid perspective, not get all the damage. Everybody was fair. Everybody showed room, so you know it was good to be part of.
Fantastic. Well, good racing, guys. We'll hand some trophies out very shortly. Of course, me being the one that sends the memo out to all the teams, come and get your trophies half an hour or you're not having them. That's what I do. That's how I do it. Right, let's have a walk down now. Again, at Pembrey, there's a certain special opportunity where Parc Fermé is open to the crowds, really, and people get to mix with the drivers. We get to do autographs. We get to see a mixture of divisions. All the people hanging out. If you saw this yesterday, you'll hopefully get a feel, but you really can't appreciate the smell and the heat that is coming off all of these vehicles fresh from the track. I can feel it on my face. The heat from these water-cooled brakes are absolutely incredible, and you know, the heat on these tyres, they're tacky to the touch. GT Tyres doing a fantastic job of keeping these trucks on the track, not to mention, of course, the driver's doing rather a good job. Speaking of which, have we got any other drivers? Hello, how are we? Ricky Collett, look, all in yellow.
Yes, yeah, that was better.
It was?
Yeah, we kept running and...
all the bits of engine still intact?
Intact, and yeah, we managed to have a close race with some other competitors, so all good.
It's nice to see a mix of the pack. I mean, if people are new to truck racing, they'll obviously not quite understand the whole reverse grid. What are your views on that process?
Yeah, well, I like the reverse grid because we're also very closely matched, really. It gives you somebody down the pack chance to get at the front, really. As you'll see, I don't even know when I was so far behind.
Yeah.
But
So we had Ryan Smith, of course, eventually got to the front of the pack. Then, of course, Simon Reed keeping a very good position throughout the entire race. And then Dave Jenkins managed to just pit Bradley in the last couple of laps to make him into third place as well. So,
all right, yeah. So again, exciting racing. So yeah,
lots of overtaking, lots of mixed up drivers, and it really does force you to get through some different competitors.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
that's it. Yeah.
Well, lovely. Well, thanks for joining us, Ricky. We'll go and have a fine.
Yeah.
Well, I did promise John Powell that we'd have a chat to him, but of course he's MIA. I don't know where he's gone. Oh, here he is, wandering about. Are you okay, sir? Do you need directions?
Oh, I don't know, actually. I think someone said the next time we go out, we've got to turn right out the gate. I don't know if that's quite right or not.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. Yeah, we'll do a public vote if we turn right out the gate.
Yeah, I don't.
You certainly get to the finish line fast. There's only 2 corners to get right.
I'll still get done for a jump.
Yeah, I know, you'll get done for everything. Poor John Powell, I tell you. So great result for you then.
Yeah,
You got first place the weekend.
I was ecstatic with it, to be fair. The team worked really well last night on it. We've had problems with the turbo, bits and bobs, so we decided, unfortunately, we've got to weld it on so it doesn't fall off.
Yeah, you don't want turbo. I'm no mechanic. I mean, I thought, prop shafts had bearings yesterday. Jock Borthwick, royally took the mick out of me. But I do know turbos are supposed to stay where you put them.
Yeah, definitely. They tend to, they don't perform very well when they're not on there, so they rely on a bit of pressure out of the engine.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Lose the pressure,
rely on
lose
being
the
on the
power.
engine.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's all fixed up then. Obviously, we saw the results there.
Yeah, it's amazing, really, because the lack of power that it had yesterday was like driving the old truck.
Right.
You try to overdrive it into the corner and it eats the tyres up. So now you've got power, you can drive it out on the back wheels. So it made a big difference. So.
Oh, fantastic. So that'll hopefully work on tyre wear as well.
Oh, it has,
last a little bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So much to do at lunch now, or we're just going to give it a clean and swap some wheels around?
Yeah, I think we'll just swap some wheels around and fill it up with diesel and get on.
That's it, fantastic. For those of the at home that don't get that, what we've just said about swapping some wheels round, obviously there are a lot of new tyres that go on these trucks each weekend, but you change over sides because of all the different cornering to get even wear, don't you?
Yeah, well, we'll start with a new set of tyres on the back inside, and we'll give them a couple of heat cycles. Then we'll put them to the front, and on this circuit here, they get a lot of pounding on the left-hand side. So then we'll rotate those tyres, and that'll just keep the longevity of the tyres in place. But the tyres are brilliant, to be honest with you. Credit to GT, they're really good. Yeah.
Fantastic, and that's good to hear as well. We've got lots of good reviews from GT with the compound that they're using. Of course, race-tuned tyres, not just road-going tyres on the trucks. Although there's a lot of road-going stuff still used on these beasts, isn't there?
Well, I think we're pretty much one of the last of the kind of road-going trucks, really. So, which is quite nice because we're competitive. So, but yeah, there is, you know, in our class there is lots of road-going stuff. So, you know, we have a strengthened sub-chassis and adjustable shocks, but for the main part, it's everything that you would get on a normal truck.
Just a lot quicker.
Just a lot quicker, yeah.
I'd like to see, I wonder what Bark would say about having real fifth wheels fitted on these and then seeing if we can't tow some trailers around one year.
Oh, do you know what? That would be quite good fun. And I was watching something last night on...
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if that might have been a dream, actually.
Well, it might be a dream that you can see happening. That'd be fantastic. If
yeah,
that
it was
comes
quite
to
vivid,
fruition.
actually.
Yeah. You'd be amazed what you can find on YouTube, along with the British Truck Racing Championships YouTube channel, where all of this action is, of course, streamable anywhere around the world whenever you feel like it. So if you've missed something, you can watch it back on there.
Yeah, well, I'll probably be watching it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, I remember when I did that.
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
Thanks very much,
Lovely,
John.
thank you.
Fantastic job. He had a lid in his hand. It wasn't awkward. It's fine. Right, let's have a walk down, see who else we can find. Hi there. Hey.
Give us a wave! Pointy, give us a wave!
Oh, that's the best 20 quid I've ever spent, that was. Lots of spectators here today, which is wonderful to see, and you can feel the atmosphere that you bring down here in South Wales. They're a different calibre of people. They're all up for a laugh. They're all happy to see you and all want to have a good chinwag as well, which is just fantastic. I can't see any more drivers, so I'm going to go and get the trophies ready to hand out. So if you're still here for that, we look forward to sharing it with you. But don't forget to go and check out our British Truck Racing Championship official BTRC over on Instagram, and of course make sure you're subscribed to our channel on YouTube as well, and give us a follow on Facebook at official BTRC. We'll be right back with some trophies.
Seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Pre-record. We did a decent one with them at Brands Hatch.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
then, as you can hear, spirits are high down here in the paddock, but of course I've had a moment to catch up with Paul Rivette. Now, Paul, you're driving for the very well advertised and liveried Napa racing team. Now, before we get into what you're all about, tell us a little bit about what Napa's all about, because we've been seeing this design all over British racing recently, haven't we?
Yeah, so Napa have had a massive impact on British racing. You know, last year, this year, with the British touring cars, they're racing at Snetterton this weekend, and so far all going really well for them. They're leading the teams championship, the drivers championship. They won the team championships last year. Wow. And it's just amazing to be part of that whole Napa family. So Napa, for anybody that don't know, do car and truck parts.
Right, that's the connection. I was just like, who are they? Who are they? Now you know.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say who are they, because
who are they? They know Napa, yeah, well, the Napa family, obviously.
So yeah, it's just amazing to be part of all this. You know, as well as myself in the truck, they've got the 4 touring cars, 2 JCW minis, 2 mini trophy cars, and a Porsche as well. So there's 10 of us in total, and then also you've got Jack in the stock car actually as well. So
crikey.
So that, yeah, Napa. I mean, for anyone that watches American racing, you'll have seen Napa all over IndyCar, all over NASCAR. Yeah. You know, it's absolutely massive.
That's a good point. Yeah, you certainly notice the colour scheme in NASCAR, don't you?
Yeah, it stands out really well. And you know, I went to media day for the British touring cars because it was just after the first round of the trucks, and I just went to go and pick up a motorhome that I borrowed from there. And the queue to get in was full of mostly people wearing Napa gear, and it was really nice to see.
I bet it was, the sea of blue and yellow. I mean, we saw that at Brands Hatch when I was handing out some trophies to you at the last weekend, and the amount of people that were wearing Napa stuff and the amount of team that we had there. Again, we had the mini challenge with us at Brands Hatch, didn't we? Along with the touring car on display next to your tent. Now, let's just quickly head back to you now and the issues you had at Brands Hatch. What exactly, you know, for those that might have missed it, what actually happened? Let's start Thursday, you get to Brands Hatch, and it all went wrong from there, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. You know, there was the truck was still being prepared, and it was going to be a bit sort of last minute to getting it to Brands for the test day on the Friday. But then there was unfortunately a big accident on the M20, and the truck stood still for hours and hours and hours, which caused us to miss the first test session. Second test session, we went out. We had an issue with the gearbox that was in the truck, and we couldn't achieve maximum speed. We could only achieve about, I think it was about 145 kilometres an hour at that point.
Which is, for miles per hour, is about 70, 80?
It's probably getting closer to 90, but...
Oh, so I'm not good with maths, so don't quote me.
But yeah, for any of you that, you know, that I mean, obviously 10 mile an hour is a massive drop in speed in a straight line, so... and for any of you that don't know, you know, we're limited to 100 miles an hour top speed. So it was a big drop. So we knew that we needed to do something to change that to be in with a chance over the weekend. So we had another gearbox that came with the truck. The guys worked till about 3 in the morning putting that in the truck overnight. And we can't fire the truck up at night because of noise regulations. So
of course, yeah.
Couldn't fire it up and test it.
Well, not if you read the rules anyway. Yeah.
we do. Yeah,
you do, I know. Not everybody in the paddock at Brands Hatch read the rules, but Napa behaved, that's the main thing.
Yeah, and so anyway, we fired it up the next morning and it wouldn't select gears properly, and that was a gearbox that came with the truck that was meant to have been rebuilt. So we got a little bit unlucky really there. So anyway, we then put the third gearbox of the weekend in, missed qualifying on the first race. But we knew that we had an issue with that one from the word go, because that was the one we used at Donington last year when we raced the Napa truck there. So we were missing the high split. So we were limited to about 152k down the straight then. So we were on the back foot a little bit for the weekend. But, you know, it was great to be back out, and we still brought home some silverware.
I was going to say, you still brought home some trophies, didn't you?
Yeah, we had a second and a third. So, you know, that was really, really good with what we had. And, you know, this weekend now we're moving forward. The gearbox in the truck has all been rebuilt. We've been working on some other bits with it and just generally progressing and making the truck better and better.
That's awesome. So the second race that will obviously be starting soon, where are we in position for the start of that one?
We're starting 4th in that one, so we didn't have the best of qualifying this morning. I think we've qualified 4th for both the 2 races today, but from 4th early we raced through to 2nd. And seem to have the pace no problem for 2nd. I think we've got the pace race Binty for the wins as well. And
I was
you
going
know,
to say, pace consistency is a lot to be spoken for in British truck racing. That consistency is important. Even if you start further back, you can soon start to climb those places back. I mean, we saw the Division 2 trucks racing alongside some Division 1s at the nearer the end of that race earlier on. How does that feel? Does that feel strange that you're among a different division? Are you going faster or are they going slow? You're allowed to be honest.
I don't know whether I don't think that we're going any faster than we've necessarily been before, but you know, it just shows that it's good that we are all in that same race together, and it's good that they start us all together on the grid. You know, we have a gap of 3 grid spaces back to us in Division 2, just to give us a little bit of the room to the Division 1 trucks, just so we've still got space to have our own start, if you like. But by the time we get to the first corner, we're always in the mix. And
yeah, or in the pile-up, as it might be called as well.
yeah, but then that's part of racing, and for us as drivers, you know, we've got to deal with that and find our way around it, and you know, be reserved when we need to, and then push when we need to at other times. So that's all part and parcel of racing. And you know, with only 5 of us in Division 2, I think it's really important that we stick with that Division 1 crowd for the start of the race, and because it just makes it that much more exciting. And as we've shown, we're more than capable of getting stuck in at the back end of that Division 1.
Yeah, indeed. Speaking about that kind of decision-making process and racing and knowing what to do and when to do it, this isn't obviously the first time you've been racing, so tell us where Paul Rivette comes from. What did you start off? What got you into that high-octane world of racing?
So I started racing myself. Well, the original thing that started, I was 9 years old. We were on holiday in Wales, and there was a little go-kart track at the holiday place we were staying, and
always dangerous.
yeah, and I was out in the kids' karts, but they were really slow, and my dad kept saying to the guy about letting me on the adults' karts, and the guy kept saying no, and anyway, one day it was soaking wet, no one else was on them, and the guy thought, it's a wet track, they're on slick tyres, you know, he'll be all right, he can't hurt himself too much.
Yeah.
And I don't really remember this, but apparently I was just power sliding the thing around and you know, doing well, and then so he let me out with the adults the next day, and then I was beating those. So my dad has always been into mechanics, you know, he used to be a mechanic himself. He was a great builder of Mazda RX-7 engines, and it just sort of led on from there. We hired a kart, got into racing, did my first race a day after I turned 10 years old, and never really looked back from there. So, you know, karting, cadets, we were racing against Jenson Button, Dan Weldon and Anthony Davidson. It was sort of the 3 of us going for the British Championship that first year of doing it. Week before the last round, unfortunately, rolled the kart, somebody spun on the inside of me. Over I went, broke my collarbone, so I couldn't do the last round. And we moved up to Junior Britons the next year, and we never really quite had the budget to be, you know, we'd sort of compete at the back end of the top 10 in the British Championships, but we weren't quite racing for the front in that, just mainly for budget restrictions.
Yeah,
but
there is a lot to do with budget in all motorsport, though, isn't there?
Yeah, so absolutely loved it. And then did a Formula Vauxhall Junior race at Brands Hatch a day or 2 after I turned 16. And then budget restrictions just meant that I couldn't do any more for it. It was about 4 years. Came back, did the Jim Russell Race School when that was around, for anyone that remembers that. Amazing race school. And then into the Fiestas on the Toka package in '99. So I've been on the Toka package for 20 years.
Crikey, that's a claim to fame, isn't it?
Yeah, more than 20 years. So, you know, racing in the Clio Cup there, which obviously I'm sort of known best for, it was raced against 3 generations of the Edwards family in that. So yeah, I was around for a while there, and my career, at the end of my Clio Cup career, I was racing against guys that weren't even born when I started my Clio Cup career. So,
wow. You were still beating them?
Yeah, still beating them. Yeah, we managed to still win the championship in the last year as well. So, but you know, I've always absolutely loved that. But when I first drove a truck, it was actually Steve Powell's truck was the first one I ever drove in a test session at Brands Hatch. Probably this actual truck.
Might well be, actually, yeah.
And I absolutely loved it. And then I got out and had a go racing Wayne Easton's truck in 2016, I think that was, at Snetterton.
I believe, just quickly, Wayne Easton's son is one of the mini drivers that race under the Napa family as well.
He is indeed, yeah. So, yeah. So yeah, raced Wayne's truck Snetterton and just loved it, and it was just a good natural progression, you know, from you know, moving on from the Clio. So just loved this so much, and it was just another way of going racing. You know, WDE recruitments and logistics have been fantastic in always supporting me, along with Tacosys as well, which has been one of my main sponsors for many years as well. And so with both of those, it just fitted well into the truck world, and now to be part of the Napa family on top of all that as well, it's just absolutely amazing. And unfortunately, when COVID hit, it meant we couldn't go racing for a couple of years. We wanted to come last year, but the grid was full up. But we're here, we're back this year, and I'm absolutely loving being here.
That's fantastic. Well, it sounds like an awesome progression for Paul Rivett through racing history, and of course, what a heritage. Napa now, Wales today, and of course, I believe we're getting waves from the distance that we're about to go out racing again. So, good luck for your next race of the weekend here at sunny South Wales, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you on the podium if you get another trophy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pointy. Fingers crossed for another podium. We just need the one with the number 1 on it if we can get it.
We do. We'll sort one out. I'll just you give me a 5. We'll meet you around the back later. Paul Rivett, Napa Racing. Back to you in the studio.
Seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Time for some more Convoy Cymru action now. We're down here with the Clive Shaw Trucking Group and they're here with the Big Rig Experience. Kev, I believe is your name. We're here with Pete the Peterbilt.
That's it, that's what we call him.
And what kind of engine size for those guys out there we're looking at?
They are.
I can hear you.
It's got a 14 litre straight in it, 500 horsepower.
500 horsepower, my God. And how many gears has this thing got?
15.
15 gears with lots of knobs and switches. And we've also got a driver today doing a driving experience. Come on in, driver. What's your name? Where'd you come from?
Phil, and I'm from Clanethy.
Clanethy, ah, right, just up the road then.
I am, yeah.
Have you been to Pembrey before?
Yeah, we come every year. We get some free tickets from work, so we like to bring the kids down. And
it's a great experience.
It is, it's brilliant, it's fantastic.
Right then, and you're going to drive this now, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to give it a go.
Right, well, let's zoom into inside then, and we'll see you behind the wheel. So here we are on board Pete, the Peterbilt big rig truck, and we're about to go for a little drive round. Now, obviously, the driver's had his briefing, just getting his last run through the health and safety.
Brake and throttle's all in, obviously, the same place. Yep. Gear changes, basically the same as your car.
Yep.
It's H-box, so you can go, start off in third,
yep,
up into fourth, then back to fifth, flick the button up, and then that puts it into high and go into sixth.
Yeah, third,
all right?
fourth, fifth.
Yeah, third, fourth, fifth.
Yep.
All right? So turn the key on, mate.
So all the switches are just superficial. They don't really need to do anything with them. It's just like a car, just a really, really, really big car. So all those people out there that always wondered how many gears these things have got, it's just a gear stick. Don't be scared. Jump in a big rig next time you get the opportunity. Come down to Convoy and have a go in one of the Clive Shaw Truck Experience big rigs. And there we are. We're off. So if you are at one of the Convoy events, of course we've got more coming this year at Convoy on the Park in Donington and Convoy on the Plain at Thruxton. These guys will be there, so if you want a chance to drive a massive American big rig, then head down to one of those Convoy events. Or of course this weekend here at Convoy Cymru at Pembrey, South Wales. Right, come on dude, let's do it. Good morning, you join me down here at the main stage at Pembrey Circuit, South Wales, where I'm joined for the first time, I believe, by Phil Davies, Circuit Manager, Ben Taylor from Bark, and of course Steve Thomas from Trucksport and the BTRC. It's a pleasure to have you all here, guys. Thank you for joining me. So first of all, to Phil, Circuit Manager, obviously you've been here many years now, haven't you, Phil?
Yeah, 33 actually.
My goodness me.
Yeah, and obviously I think we've been doing trucks for 25. So we got a long heritage with the truck racing.
Indeed, and speaking of that, a lot of the drivers we've spoken to this weekend actually remember their very first truck race being at Pembrey Circuit. So there's a lot of good memories here over the years.
Yeah, definitely. And be honest with you, we have got a good sort of relationship with the truckers. To be honest with you, I certainly have, whether they be naughty or not.
I definitely know that you remember that kind of stuff. And not long ago we saw Top Gear filming here with some of the guys as well from the British Truck Racing Championship. Was that a bit of an experience for you?
Well, it was an experience, but it was in the middle of one of them big storms that we had coming through. So it was all held up for hours and hours. But yeah, it sort of weather pulled back and we got on with it, and it came out really well on the TV.
And then Ben, to you, being obviously part of the organisation that watches over the British Truck Racing Championship, among other amazing series in the country, was it enjoyable for you to see that kind of promotion of the sport on such a show like Top Gear?
It was really important actually back in, what was it, 22, wasn't it? It aired just before the Thruxton one. And the phones were red hot on the Monday after it got out on the Sunday evening. And it just actually goes to show that promotion, when you get the exposure like that, you're showing something that is really amazing. I mean, it's a bit mad, this whole truck racing thing. And when you put that on mainstream TV, everyone goes, what the hell's that? And the telephones for Thruxton went absolutely off the scale. And I think, I don't want to give him too much praise, but Steve and Stuart and Ellen and Trucksport, they're doing such a good job of raising the profile of truck racing that we're all seeing the benefit of that, with the extra attention, the greater visibility. Obviously the weather's helping as well this weekend, but people are coming because they're seeing more of it. If they don't know about it, they don't see it, they can't possibly want to come up.
No, it's very, very true, and a lot of people that come to see British Truck Racing for the first time are instantly hooked. We don't do a season ticket just yet, but I'm sure that is something we can look to in the future with massive growth in the sport. Now, Steve, of course, you were kind of one of the brainchildren of this whole venture to grow the sport. Once being a driver yourself, what made you take that jump from being a driver to an organiser?
I just think it's like, I just think the sport needed to be, as we all said, put on a higher plateau than where it is, than where it was, because it is fantastic. It's a great sport. People love it, and when it started in 1984, we was having crowds of 100,000 people, and we're not going to get back to that, but we were down to very little, crowds coming to watch truck racing, and now the sport's getting bigger and bigger, and with these guys helping us as a partnership, we're all working together and putting on shows like we are today. With Convoy the Park, the Convoy we've got here at Thruxton, they're all growing every year, and
with the weather we've got here, the circuit's fantastic. It's a great circuit. I know people say it's a long way away, but there's still a lot of people around here, local people, who still love to come and watch it. And people do come from far and wide to come here, and people will come more because the event's great. It's a good event.
Yeah, it certainly is. And on that subject, of course, the Convoy events, the Convoy Cymru events, have you seen a bigger number of local spectators coming along to these things now?
Yeah, yesterday, for instance, was probably the biggest Saturday crowd since Bridgewell cars came in. So, I would say I don't think we'd double it from last year, but we'll put at least half again on for what we did last year. And we're also going to put in, like, we've got motorcycle displays on as well to try to bring different types of people in. And then once they see the racing, because it's not only racing, it's entertainment.
Oh, definitely.
And that's the difference. What we're trying to do is promote an entertaining weekend, an entertainment weekend between us.
No, this is it. I mean, we've had live music, we've had motocross, we've got monster truck rides, big rig rides, which I think you saw me and Keys take part in yesterday. That was very exciting. Very quickly to finish off then with regards to obviously all those people watching at home. Ben, do you think it was a great idea, during the COVID times when we first came out of lockdown, to get the sport from Bath out to the viewers that obviously weren't allowed to visit the circuits at the time?
People keep asking me about things to do with COVID. I can't remember. It's like I've blanked it out of my mind. What did we do? Well, we ran the races behind effectively closed doors, 24/7, and the live stream TV helped us to get out to an audience. I think this is it's great that we're streaming it live to people. The audiences are great for that. But if you haven't got the product at the venue that creates the atmosphere with the entertainment and the stuff on the circuit, then there's nothing for people to watch, whether it's online or in person. And if we can get people watching it online and then they come and see it for themselves in person, they'll see it's actually even much better than they're seeing on YouTube.
Indeed, absolutely fantastic. And that is, of course, a taster of what you can expect from all of the BTRC events throughout the year. We'll, of course, be back down at Pembrey later on for the second to last meeting of the year, just before our finale in Brands Hatch, of course. So to keep up with all of the action, head over to Bark Live on YouTube. Of course, we've got the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube, and of course btrc.co. And you can even follow Pembrey Circuit on Instagram and Facebook for all of the latest updates and what else is running down here at this great circuit. Thanks very much for joining us.
In this trailer, if you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Good morning, you join me down here at the main stage at Pembrey Circuit, South Wales, where I'm joined for the first time, I believe, by Phil Davies, Circuit Manager, Ben Taylor from Bark, and of course Steve Thomas from Trucksport and the BTRC. It's a pleasure to have you all here, guys. Thank you for joining me. So first of all, to Phil, Circuit Manager, obviously, because I swear so much myself, I don't correct them on it. Just sounds like normal sentences to me. I'm like, did he swear? Yeah, 3 times. Oh, well, I didn't notice that. Well, I'll tell him not to do it again. The what? Yeah. Oh, can't do that again. Right. Are we ready on camera? We're going to go when we're ready on camera. If somebody wants to go and get Simon Reed, that'd be very nice. For real, someone go and get Simon Reed. And Ryan Smith needs a rush. No, he's not. He's here. He showed up. He's waiting in the wings. I can see him. Come on, Simon. Don't let me down. Right then. Keys. Far off.
I'm waiting for the go.
Mark, Huey. Ben, can you hear me, Ben? Oh, he's got me now. Oh, here we go. Right. Crowds are waiting. There you go. You getting a countdown or shall I just start talking?
You start.
Right then, you all know the drill. So, welcome to the first trophy presentation of the Sunday morning here at sunny South Wales. First of all, a massive thank you to, of course, all the spectators that have come down already. It's a great start to the day, no damage first race. So it's time to hand out some trophies. Perfect, like we rehearsed it, but we didn't rehearse it. Right then, as tradition dictates, we're going to go straight into the Division 2 results for race 1. And, cool, feeling the pinch, ladies and gentlemen, in third place. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll get it back. Put your hands together for Adam Bint, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, had to make sure I'd written the results down the right way around then, Adam. What's going on? Well, it's true. It's nice getting it around. There we go, round of applause for Adam Bint. Sorry mate, I was swapping hands with the microphone. Where are the hats? Don't get any hats. Oh my goodness, we failed you miserably. I'll get you a hat. You should have worn your BTRC hat. Oh, and in second place, you're making a habit of this. Paul Levette, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Paul Levette. Let me swear on microphone, Adam. No sappy yet. Congratulations, Paul. Well done. Which means taking his first place trophy of the weekend. Make some noise for John Powell, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic, well done John, well done. There we go, get your photo ops in there. Lots of videos, don't forget to tag Official Bush's Truck Racing on YouTube, Facebook and Instagram. Right then, round of applause for your top 3 in Division 2, but before we let them go, it's our one-word wonder. This is where we ask them to think for their money. One word, how'd the race go for you? Slippy. Slippy, okay, and John? Fast. Fast, that's where we always get fast in first place. Not enough power. Not enough power. Paul, go Paul. What a talker. Right, round of applause, Division 2, top 3 in race 1 here on your Sunday. A great start to the day as well. Right then, another first trophy of the weekend going to third place, Division 1. Put your hands together for Dave Jenkins. First of the day, sorry, not first of the weekend. First trophy of the day. First of 3. First of 3. There we go. We've got 2 more chances today. Are you going to make use of both of them? No. Oh, thank goodness. And in second place, it's the Jolly Green Johnny himself. Everybody loves him. Put your hands together for Simon Reed. Rebuilding the front end of his truck. With a 5-hour one-way journey for a radiator yesterday. I'm sure his staff are very happy to have brought that down through. Thank you, sir. Well done, well done. And in first place. Oh, it's almost like I don't have to say it out loud. That's right, it's Ryan Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Just get a Ryan Smith sign made, insert trophy here. There we go, sir. Well done to you. No, you're okay, no points. No, I've let you off. You can have a non-uniform day from pointy, okay? Round of applause for Division 1, top 3, and of course time for the one-word wonders. Dave, what have you got for us?
Tyres.
Tyres, okay.
Predictable.
Ooh.
Sweat on.
Sweat on, yeah, we can put a hyphen in there. Another round of applause, make some noise for the drivers. Just to remind you, of course, ladies and gentlemen, that we've got another race starting very shortly, 12:35 on track, and I'll be back down here in about 15 minutes to get their trucks warmed up ready, and we'll be doing trophies back down here straight after. Again, so thank you very much. If anybody wants to take some pictures on the podium, please follow the order queue at the bottom of the stairs, and we'll get you on one at a time. Thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
moment, because the grid reads as follows. The front row for race 1, Ryan Smith in number 1 and number 7, Stuart Oliver. Two men with 17 British titles between them. Second row, the two MANs of number 69, David Jenkins, and 3 of Stephen Powell. The third row, the youngest man on the grid, Bradley Smith in the 46, alongside Simon Reed in his Iveco. Row 4, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, in the number 12 MAN, and number 68, Craig Reed, the second of the brothers, in the Iveco Stralis. Row 5, the two Scotsmen, Jock Borthwick, number 32, and 86 of Tom O'Rourke. With his MAN, his young supporter Holly is going to be here doing another of her cycle rides this weekend to raise money for the My Name's Doddy campaign. We spoke to Holly on the grid at Brands Hatch, and she managed to complete a lap of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Not an easy accomplishment on a bicycle. Given the hilly nature of Brands Hatch, she might have things a bit easier here with the more flat nature of Pembrey. On the 6th row of the grid, we have number 95, Ricky Collett, the man from Yorkshire. Great to see Ricky Collett back out after his engine blow up in the first round at Brands Hatch. He lines up alongside number 92, Simon Faulkner, with his Iveco. The final row of Division 1, 41, Simon Cole. This race the Mercedes-Benz, or the Mercedes Beast as he called this, in Division 2. Lines up alongside number 14, John Bowler, another Division 2 graduate, with his MAN. Then there's a gap of a couple of rows, and then we've got the Division 2 trucks, headed up by John Powell, number 6, in his DAF, alongside Adam Bintz, our camera truck, with the Volvo White Aerodyne. Then we've got number 10, Craig Evans, still looking for his first win, Division 2, in his MAN, alongside Paul Rivett, the former British touring car racer and Renault Clio multiple champion, with his MAN. That's the Napa Auto Parts sponsored truck. And at the back of the grid, number 28, Gentleman Jim Bennett, in his venerable Seddon Atkinson. Great to have Jim back after a few years away this year. Here we go, they're almost ready to go racing on the Pembrey Circuits. Waiting for the red lights to go out. Here we go, the power comes on and we're underway. Convoy Cymru is go, side by side between Smith and Oliver. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. It's going to be Ryan Smith who takes the early lead. Stephen Powell comes barrelling down the outside in the MAN. One of the Reeds is up there as well in the Iveco. They fling their way through the hairpin. There's contact already. Bradley Smith made a bad start. He's been clipped by Jock Borthwick. 3 into 1 didn't go through the hairpin for the first time. Everybody else looks to be round okay. I think Adam Bint is leading in Division 2. It's Ryan Smith from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell with a good start up into 3rd place in the HGV Direct MAN as they head out towards the back of the circuit for the first time. David Jenkins is in 4th place. They've broken away as a result of that schmozzle further back at the hairpin. Bradley Smith has been able to hold 5th position in the number 46. Then Jock Borthwick. 7th is Michael Oliver. We've got a tangle at the back. That's Ricky Collett and Tom O'Rourke. They've gone onto the rallycross course on the infield. We'll try and pick up what happened there in a moment. There's John Powell. Didn't get the best of starts in Division 2. It's Adam Bint who leads the Division 2 field ahead of Paul Rivett in the 22, I think. Pick that up as they come through. Simon Faulkner having a go at the number 41 of Simon Cole. Yes, Adam Bint up among the Division 2 trucks. Michael Oliver's had some contact, some damage to the front of his truck. Now we'll see if we can see what happened further back, and Tom O'Rourke goes straight into the side of Michael Oliver, so that's what happened. He went spinning out, Oliver saved it, and Ricky Collett had nowhere to go, went off rally crossing. Great cloud of tyre smoke as Tom O'Rourke spun round. It's not been a happy season for Tom O'Rourke so far. He ended up in the barriers at Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch as well. So Ryan Smith's already leading by 1.8 seconds. He's going to be away and gone ahead of these two, Stuart Oliver and Stephen Powell. David Jenkins is in 4th place, then Bradley Smith rounding out the top 5. Leading Division 2, it is Adam Bint. He's up to 9th overall as a result of that bit of chaos towards the back of Division 1. Paul Rivett 2nd, then John Powell, Evans and Bennett. Wait to see if Ricky Collett, Tom O'Rourke get going again. I think they have. They're down at the back of the field. So Ryan Smith leads, coming through towards Honda Curve, and Jock Borthwick running wide onto the grass there, coming out of Brooklands. Stephen Powell running well up there in 3rd position. They're already starting to get a little spaced out at the front of the field. Over the line they go. Ryan Smith completes his 2nd lap. He's 2.2 seconds up on Stuart Oliver. The first 4 have broken away. The battle is joined for 5th because Jock Borthwick pushing on, trying to catch Bradley Smith. 7th place is Simon Reed, the man from Stoke, in his Iveco. Simon and Craig, the bosses of Reed Freight. Borthwick closes up into the hairpin. to the back of the similar MAN. The MAN, the numerically dominant mark, but it's the Daimler and the Volvo out in front at the moment. The first MAN is Stephen Powell in third. 2 Ivecos in there as well. Still leading Division 2 is Adam Bint. He's going well up there in, well, he's in 8th overall now. He's picked up another place. I think we've lost Michael Oliver, that's why. He's not come through on that lap. So Michael Oliver in problems. We're on board with Adam Bint. He's won here in Division 2 several times in the past, and the lead gap has come down a little there. A little. It's come down a lot because Stuart Oliver now right on the tail of Ryan Smith. Whether he's had a moment out on the back of the circuit there, I'm not sure, but Stuart Oliver's caught him. They come through to complete lap number 3. It wouldn't surprise me if Stuart Oliver gets the fastest lap this time through. He's going for the lead. Over the line they go. Yes, Ryan Smith lost 2 seconds on that last lap, so I'm not quite sure what happened there for the Daimler Freightliner, but Stuart Oliver's ready to attack for the lead. Down into the right-hander hairpin as Hatchets, and the 2 MANs closing up as well of Powell and Jenkins. Only less than 2 seconds covering the top 4 now. It was 2 seconds covering the top 2 last time through. Ryan Smith getting back up to speed then. I thought he had a problem towards the end of that lap. He backed up dramatically, but now he's pulling away again. 2 trucks into the pits on that lap. Michael Oliver's pulled in, so has Ricky Collins after that tangle on the opening lap, so it looks like they're out of it. Tom O'Rourke is still going, I think, but a long way back. Riding with Stuart Oliver. See David Jenkins chasing Stephen Powell behind us, coming out of Brooklands along Speedway straights. Speed really does mount down here through the right of Carter's. There's our Division 2 leader, Adam Bint. He's keeping up with Simon Faulkner in the Division 1 Iveco. Simon, his 2nd season of truck racing in an ex-Reed family truck. And yes, see Adam Bint there has got ahead of, I think that's Craig Reed in the, no, it's Simon Reed in the 89. So he's dropped back as well. Plenty going on in the lower reaches of the Division 1 field. You can see some damage on Simon Reed's truck there, the number 89. Simon Cole's dropped behind this pairing as well. There he is. Then Paul Rivette, John Powell and Craig Evans. Jim Bennett will be somewhere back behind the oldest truck in the field. And the oldest driver as well. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that's Gentleman Jim. Still Ryan Smith who leads by 3/4 of a second at the end of that lap. He was half a second quicker than Stuart Oliver that time through. Powell still 3rd ahead of Jenkins. So much going on further down the pack though. Simon Faulkner's back ahead of Adam Bint, as we saw. Simon Reed fighting back as well after he dropped down the order. And Simon Cole in there as well. Through towards Senna and Brooklands. There's Paul Rivette. He's got ahead of John Powell. This is the battle for 2nd in Division 2. They're closing on Simon Cole in the white and pink MAN. Used to run the Mercedes, supported by Team Hard of touring car fame. Of course, Napa Racing are now big names in touring cars as well. The BTCC with the Ford Focuses. Seen them in Formula 1 stock cars as well. Jack France sponsored by them. John Powell in the DAF closing up. Still 8.5 minutes of this race to go. Race 1 at Convoy Cymru here at Pembrey. Craig Evans dropping away a little bit in his MAN. Tom O'Rourke, I believe, is still going, yeah, but he's quite a way behind. He's closing up on Jim Bennett now slowly, after he was delayed that tangle on the opening lap. Well, Ryan Smith has got his lead back to over a second now. So he's pulled away again from Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell just ahead of David Jenkins in 3rd place. The main battle is in Division 2, but it's all for 2nd place. There's a bit of rally crossing there for Simon Faulkner, fighting it out with Simon Reed, the 2 Ivecos. So yes, Simon Reed has certainly had some contact side panel missing off his truck. We didn't see where that happened, unfortunately, so that's why he's dropped down the order. It's been a collision somewhere. The wheel arch hanging off as well. There's Adam Bint in the background, still dominating Division 2. Simon Reed has a look as they come through Carter's. It's a lightweight Iveco Stralis now, with that large section of bodywork missing. Coming up to complete their 6th lap. Here are the leaders, and Stuart Oliver's closed in again a little. Yep, he's going to have another go at Ryan Smith for the lead. They're clear to the tune of nearly 3 seconds of Stephen Powell in that third place. Simon Reed up the inside, up the hairpin, he goes through. Nicely done there. Tricky to get 2 trucks side by side through Hatchett's hairpin. Well, in such a tight corner, it's tricky to get 1 truck through there. Smith pulls away a little once again. He seems to have the advantage in a straight line, but Stuart Oliver able to close up a bit more in the twisty bits. So whether Ryan's having handling or braking problems, I'm not sure. They're coming up to lap Jim Bennett in the 28. Now Paul Rivett having a go at Simon Cole in the more powerful Division 1 MAN. Paul Rivett, a lot of experience in saloon car racing. He's a multiple Renault Clio Cup champion. He won't get round the outside at Senna though, I don't think. And this could allow John Powell to attack in the 6. He's up alongside as they come through towards Brooklands. Paul Rivett is going to have to give him room there, and John Powell goes through up into 2nd place in Division 2. Good move there by John Powell, that's for 12th overall. Paul Rivett's fighting back though, here they come, down towards Carter's, he gets squeezed there, almost onto the grass on the inside. John Powell holds the place. Behind them is Craig Evans, he's been able to close back up again, the silver and blue, number 10 MAN. It's a great fight, this is for 11th place overall, he's for. Lead gap is down to 0.6 of a second in the overall classification now between Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver. Still Stephen Powell holding off David Jenkins for 3rd. Bradley Smith going well up there in 5th place. Simon Reed is back up to 8th, and that's significant for race 3 tomorrow because, of course, the grid will be set by the result of this race with the top 8 reversed. So it's currently a Reed Brothers front row. Here are your leaders. Smith and Oliver, they've lapped Jim Bennett. They're going to lap Tom O'Rourke as well. There's the 86, the Scotsman, boss of MV Commercials. Initially came into truck racing as a sponsor when he brought some vehicles to Convoy in the Park at Donington for the truck show. Sponsored the British Championship and then decided to have a go at racing. He's had a bit of a fraught career so far, Tom O'Rourke. He had a massive accident at Thruxton in 2020. Suffered a back injury, sadly, but he's now fully recovered and back racing once again. He ended up in the barriers at Brands Hatch as well at the start of this season. See how the gap is fluctuating slightly here. Now Ryan Smith pulling away slightly from Stuart Oliver, the 2 bonneted trucks. 2 of the all-time greats of British truck racing out in front. They do look impressive, don't they? The almost American-style bonneted trucks. Stuart Oliver's machine reminds me of the Volvo that Richard Walker used to run in the 1990s, the blue and green Lucas-sponsored machine. There were the Phoenix MANs as well, run by the likes of Gerd Korber. Smith pulling away again there from Stuart Oliver. Here's the battle between John Powell and now Craig Evans on his tail, so pulling away from them slightly is Paul Rivett into 2nd in Division 2, so he's got back ahead of John Powell, having a go at Simon Cole in the 41. Through Senna, up towards Brooklands. It's over 3.5 minutes of this race still to go. Here comes Paul Rivett, he's going to have a go at Simon Cole. Paul Rivett has shaken off his Division 2 rivals, he's having a go at the Division 1 truck and he goes through into Carter's curve. Meanwhile, Simon Reed slapping Jim Bennett there. Stuart Oliver about to lap the MV Commercial MAN of Tom O'Rourke. Is he going to get out the way for him at Brooklands, or is he going to wait till the straight, I think? But Stuart Oliver will be getting frustrated here because he's losing time to Ryan Smith trying to get through the back markers. He'll get him on the straight, I'm sure. Right on board with the Volvo. You can see they've dropped Stephen Powell and David Jenkins, and Oliver still hasn't got past Tom O'Rourke. Now he has. He's getting through there towards the end of the lap into Honda Curve they go. Stephen Powell still clinging on to 3rd place, but only just. And they're clear in turn by 5 seconds of Bradley Smith in the 46. Not to be confused with Brad Smith, who raced in Division 2 last season in number 16 with his DAF. But we haven't seen Brad Smith in the championship this year. John Powell under fire from Craig Evans. Adam Bint still leads Division 2. He's 11 seconds ahead of Paul Rivett now. So the divisions have been mixing quite nicely as Craig Evans nearly loses it, getting a wheel onto the grass coming out of Brooklands there. I thought he was going to spin onto the infield. That's dropped him back from John Powell. You can see the rallycross course there on the infield here at Pembrey, but it's not designed for use by trucks. David Jenkins still stuck behind Stephen Powell, and Powell's actually pulled away a little bit there. The Dines Recovery and HGV Direct MAN. There's Stuart Oliver. These two have now got to lap Tom O'Rourke. Is he going to move out of the way? Well, move out of the way. I think he's pulling off Tom O'Rourke onto the grass, so his race could be over. Unless that was an extreme bit of moving out of the way, he decided to move onto the grass and let everybody through. But I think that could be a retirement. There's a black and white flag being shown, I noticed there behind the timing tower. That's the driving standards flag for somebody. Let's see who it was for. Yes, Tom O'Rourke into retirement in the 86. That will put him to the back of the Division 1 grid, along with Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett, already out of the race for race number 2. Race number 3, I should say, because race 2, the grid is set by the second fastest time in the qualifying session. Ryan Smith has now pulled away. With 1 minute of the race to go, he's nearly 4 seconds up on Stuart Oliver. Stuart, of course, losing time lapping the back markers. There he is in second place. I don't think he's going to catch back up to Ryan Smith now. They'll be coming round to start their final lap. There is Adam Bintz, our runaway leader in Division 2. See what the gap is to Paul Rivett. 10.6 seconds at the line that time. He's just lapped Jim Bennett. Great to have Jim back out there, one of the great characters of truck racing. And that's almost classic Seddon Atkinson. Seddon Atkinson ceased trading back in around 2006. They were taken over by Iveco, so the brand doesn't exist anymore. Wouldn't it be great to have a classic truck racing series as well for the older models? And truck racing was its boom period in the 1990s. The European Championship came to Donington every year. The likes of Kurt Goranson, Gerd Korver, Richard Walker, Heinz Denhardt in his 3-axle Mercedes, Steve Parrish, of course, the ex-bike racer. Even Barry Sheen had a go at truck racing. Anyway, never mind the nostalgia, because we're coming towards the end of our first truck race of the day here. Our only race before the lunch break here at Pembrey. And it's going to be a win for flying Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver tried his hardest, but the back marker traffic making something of a difference, and Ryan Smith is heading for his 4th win of the season in 2 weekends. Stuart Oliver further back behind him now. It's going to be a win for the number 1 of Ryan Smith. The Northside Truck and Van Daimler Freightliner comes through towards Honda Curve for the final time. He will see the checkered flag as he comes into the Cowell Straight, picking up exactly where he left off at Brands Hatch. The 7-time champion flying Ryan Smith comes in to take the victory. Second place will go to Stuart Oliver. They are well ahead of the rest, separated by 3.7 seconds at the line. Stephen Powell holding on for 3rd ahead of David Jenkins. He held off his fellow MAN pilot all the way. Bradley Smith a good 5th, and Jock Borthwick will just hold off Craig Reed for 6th place. They had a good fight in the closing stages, 0.3 of a second apart. Next through should be Simon Reed. There he is, sliding his way home. That will put him on pole for race 3 tomorrow. It'll be a Reed Brothers front row, subject to any change to the results of this one. And now we await Simon Faulkner, who should be in 9th place. Here he comes with his Iveco. Oh, we've had a bit of an off there for Craig Evans on the last lap. He's making a bit of a habit of that, unfortunately. Meanwhile, in Division 2, a power sliding Kurt Goranson style finish for Adam Bint. He takes the win in Division 2 in our first race of the weekend. That's his 4th win of the season. Who's going to be home in 2nd? It should be Paul Rivett. Yes, there he is, just lapping Jim Bennett. Paul Rivett 2nd in Division 2. John Powell is 3rd. Craig Evans 4th. The final finisher in Division 2 will be Jim Bennett. It looks like we've lost Simon Cole, unfortunately. We know we lost Tom O'Rourke, and after that first lap tango, Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett pulled into the pits. Well, there's Tom O'Rourke, the 86. We saw him pull off onto the grass at Honda Curve. We don't know what's happened to Simon Cole. Here's what happened to Craig Evans in the closing stages there, was attacking John Powell. He nearly attacked him well and truly. Big lock up there into Brooklands, ran out wide. And as we said, Craig Evans making a bit of a habit of doing that on the last lap of races, so he should just curb his enthusiasm a little bit. Well, that means Jim Bennett's going to be on pole for race 3 in Division 2 alongside Craig Evans. Let's confirm the results of that one then. Ryan Smith the winner by 3.7 seconds over Stuart Oliver. Stephen Powell in 3rd place and David Jenkins just behind him. Bradley Smith completing the top 5 ahead of Jock Borthwick, then the Reed brothers and Simon Faulkner completing the top 9 overall. Then we had the Division 2 runners with Adam Bint beating Paul Rivette by over 12 seconds. John Powell taking 3rd place, then Craig Evans and Jim Bennett completing the 5 finishers in Division 2. Fastest lap of the race going to Ryan Smith, 1 minute 10.91. And there were only those 14 finishers. Simon Cole was a late retirement. Tom O'Rourke we lost, as we saw, and Michael Oliver and Ricky Collett victims of the early pile-up. Let's head down to Pointy in Parc Fermé to talk to some of the drivers.
Right then, welcome down to the pit lane for the finish of the first race here at Pembrey, the British Truck Racing Championship. Thanks to Dave, of course, for doing a fantastic job, as always, for commentating on that event. Quite an interesting start, but if we look to your left now, we see reigning champion Ryan Smith and his number 1 Daimler Freightliner, sponsored by Northside Truck and Van. We'll get straight into the doorway for him. Looked like a very simple race for him. Here we go. And we're in. Get his ropes, Billy, come on. And of course, second place, we've got Stuart Oliver, and an absolutely fantastic effort for Steve Powell. We'll definitely get a chance to speak to him. But of course, we're just waiting for the unstrapping of Ryan Smith now. Of course, having some issues with his truck in practice yesterday and even qualifying today. It's brilliant to see him start the weekend on a high. A couple of trucks didn't make it out, of course. Poor Michael Oliver having an issue at the beginning of that race. Slipping clutch for John Bowler, and I believe Ricky Collett didn't make it out either. Blimey, come on guys, how many men does it take to get a man out of a truck? Right, excuse me, here we go. Oh, sorry. There we go, yeah. Sorry, mate. Hello. Right, how are you doing, bud? You all right? You well? So, Ryan Smith, you're looking a bit warm there. I take it it's hot in that cab?
Oh, it was plain sailing up until I hit somebody's diesel, and it fired me off, and I just got back on in front of Stuart. That was pivotal, really important. We just had enough gap. So when you're leading, the only downside to leading is you're the first to hit anything on the track, and we hit the diesel. But I wanted to say thank you to my team. They worked so hard. Still not found the problem, but I'm not letting it kill the buzz.
I've noticed it's not affected you too much, still putting some great lap times in there.
Yeah, and it was just about management and keeping an eye where Stuart was. But when I hit the diesel, got back on, I had to change my strategy for the line for 3 or 4 laps.
Of course.
Stuart could risk it, so he held on to me for a little bit, but now honestly delighted with that.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, Ryan, congratulations. We'll get you chatting very quickly then. We need to speak to Ryan. We need to speak to 2 of the 3 amigos. First of all, and more importantly, Mr. Powell. Look at this hat, sir. 3rd place.
Don't get many of them. It's a typo.
It's a typo.
Yeah, at least it's typo something. You know what I mean? I would like to say before we go any further, I've got to say a big congratulations to my man Dory. He's on our team. Can't be here this weekend because he was due a baby, and he's literally had it as we was going around the track.
Whoa!
So he's just had a baby boy today. So
you're going to call it Steve then, right?
I think he's going to call me Leo after the other one.
So you've caught a 3rd place, first race of the weekend. Well done. And also, we've had a baby born during the race as well.
Not here, he's in a hospital.
Not here, obviously, at a hospital. Yeah, that'd be weird.
Caravan's not that thingy yet.
I mean, you never know. It hasn't happened yet. And Stuart, 2nd place in the championship, not by much, but 2nd place nonetheless, and 2nd place in the race today as well. You guys, you know, you've got to be happy with how this is going.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, that's right. It was. It was, you know, a good start, but like I just said to John there, you've got to be careful on the first corner. You've got to get round it. You know, all the qualifying, all the best what you're doing just goes out the window on that first corner. So, you know, I knew Steve and David would be battling, wouldn't give each other room. So I dropped in behind Ryan. A couple of laps in, Ryan ran completely out of talent around the back, went on the grass.
Of course.
So I thought I had him, and then he come charging on in front of us. So I had to give him room. So that was it. I just had to follow him. But that was good.
Well, that's absolutely brilliant. Well, two great faces to have on the podium. Let's have a quick chat to Division 2 now. Thank you very much, gents. Very quickly then, over here with Adam Bint and Paul Rivette from Division 2. How was that race from behind? You all look quite well, clogged together in that race. There wasn't as obvious a gap as you'd think.
I think we were in the Division 1 race, weren't we? I spent most of the race trying to get past Simon Cole. So,
Don't know what you're talking about.
But no, great race. I mean, Binty, he was gone at the start. He got through. John was a bit slow off the line, so on the left line we managed to go through into 1 and 2 and managed to stay there. John did pass me when I was trying to get past Simon at one point, but managed to get him back again. And yeah, truck feels much better now. Well, we're really getting there with this Napa truck. So
yeah, we've got to come and talk to you a little bit later on about what on earth happened at Brands Hatch. But of course, it's fantastic to see you back on the circuit and doing very well because of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely mega to be here. I do love my truck racing, that's for sure. Ever since I did the season in 2019. I
remember giving you a trophy there.
Yeah, I can't wait to get back. Well, I had my first win in trucks here, so I've got to have a win at some point this weekend. That's the goal.
Yeah, well, that's it. We'll keep head. I mean, you're only one behind, so
Yeah.
you've got this. You've got this. You just got to wait for Adam to slip up, but he is a veteran. He's been doing this a while. Do you think you can look at Adam's driving style and maybe take any tips from him and maybe utilise them in your own ways?
No, I'm going to do it all my own way.
Did it my way. And Adam, now we've got you back. Thank you very much, Paul Rivette. We'll swap over if you want to have a chat with John, the circuit commentator. We have to share. So we've got a bottle of Bark Race winner champagne.
Yeah, it was a very good race, action-packed. We seemed to get into the middle of Division 1 and put up a good race against Simon Faulkner, Simon Reed. I let him pass, so it didn't affect my race too much, but I was enjoying just racing with different people. Obviously, they've got a higher calibre of machine, but we've still been able to keep up with them, and they didn't go walking away once I let them past.
Indeed. I mean, you've probably been able to see some of what's been going on. I mean, poor Tom O'Rourke's had a bad start to the weekend again. He's getting towed home by a tractor as we speak.
Tractor Tom, eh?
Tractor Tom. Not changing that. Right, yeah, we'll leave that there, I think, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to head over to Parc Fermé. We'll come and chat to you in a bit, and don't forget to come and get your trophies. I'm going to head back across the circuit now, which means we've got to jump over barriers and things. So why don't you join us shortly when we hand out some trophies to the lucky winners of the first race here at Pembrey Circuit.
Seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
to him. No, just keep. It's okay. We're just doing an interview, okay? So we're going to talk about truck racing. It's okay. I'm of course here with Michael Oliver, Joker through and through, and we have a great time talking to each other, don't we, Mike?
I've never seen you in my life.
Do you not watch our YouTube stream?
What?
Okay. Game face. So let's bring things serious for a moment. Not a great start to the weekend for you yesterday, was it?
Oh, terrible.
Terrible.
Woeful start.
But you do like to start the weekends like that, don't you?
Well, if that's how I've started a weekend, I'm not looking forward to how I finish it.
On a high, mate, on a high.
On a high. Oh, well, going on from, I thought you mean from last Brands Hatch.
No, let's just a fresh weekend. It's a fresh weekend. As we're going to look at the positives. You're here, it's sunny, it's dry, and you've only crashed once so far. Or been crashed into once so far.
Aye, yeah, true, yeah,
Yeah.
The track is dry.
Good.
My pants aren't.
Oh, wow, that's, I mean, we can talk about that afterwards.
Very sweaty.
Wow, it's the weather. We can't have it both ways. It's going to be a nice day, then you've got to experience dampness.
Embrace the dampness, I say.
Embrace the dampness. Oh my goodness! So we'll be going back out now for the second race, a Sunday. Very shortly, we can see, bustling around all of the garages. No major damage this morning, though. Quite a decent race all round, wasn't it?
Yeah, oh, chuffed. It was a nice, clean race, and I was quite opportunist there, really. Tom went wide, John went wide, someone else went wide, someone else went off, Dad went off, so then I was up to 8th, and I was just, making coffee.
Making coffee, because they got coffee machines in the cabs. Notice we've never actually had a tour around one of the truck cabs before, have we?
No, you don't want to look in there.
Yeah, you're not allowed to see the coffee machine.
Got to be here in person to look in the cab and get a free coffee.
Well, that sounds like a call to action for all the viewers at home, doesn't it?
Yeah. You don't want to be watching this at home. You want to be coming here and seeing it live.
Too right. Have a burger, watch some racing, some action.
Oh, it's all action.
Smell the tyres.
It's all action.
Quickly on fuel then, completely changing the subject. Obviously we're all running on GD Plus biofuel this week or this season. Have you noticed any performance improvements since we started using the new fuel?
Do you want us a serious answer? Or?
Go on, yeah, real one.
Well, last season I noticed coming here, first corner you were down 1.5 gears, and round the back you were down half a gear. Now I'm just doing 1 gear, and I'm not having to do a gear down the back. I think it's definitely got a power. Well, I definitely think the power's increased because of it, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of the drivers are all saying the same thing, that it does seem to have a power advantage over standard diesel. And of course, a lot of the drivers were always using like your V Sport, your high octane, racing diesel, so to speak. And yeah, it's interesting that a sustainable fuel source like GD Plus is in the championship and making improvements.
It's tremendous. It is tremendous, and there's no smoke in the morning. It sounds like a stupid, subtle thing, but it is good. It is good. There doesn't seem to be emissions on it. I'm not smoking on the track. It does make. I've had to take up cigarette smoking just to keep
just
your lungs.
Because because your lungs were starting to detox. So what's going on here?
Exactly. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Don't smoke, kids. Smoking's bad. Okay. So yeah, are you looking forward to seeing the truck drifting later on? We did have a little segment on it yesterday, but of course, issues with the cars crashing. We can't believe the junior saloons were the reason we ran late.
What's the point in cars?
Honestly.
We're here to watch truck racing.
If you can race trucks, then I don't see the point in cars.
Exactly. What's a car?
Yeah, good job this is only going out on the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube stream, isn't it?
Yeah. Stupid cars.
Stupid cars. Right, well, I can see that the marshals are calling you all out now, so I'll let you get your helmet on, your suit done up. Thank you very much for talking to us, and we will talk to you after the race when hopefully you'll have a trophy.
Yeah.
When?
Yes, trophies.
Yes, trophies.
Trophies.
Trophies. Right, well, that was, I think, Michael Oliver down here in the paddock. Oh no, that's it. Call the race off. Just cut it there. Right. You join me now back over with the show trucks. Again, as we've spoken to a few guys earlier on today, Convoy is all about getting the show trucks, getting the off-track entertainment, getting the spectators to have a fantastic time. And of course, we're joined here now by Rob, who actually has a very nice MAN, and now I believe they call it light commercial, don't they?
Correct.
Yeah, which to you and me is the vans in the show truck competition. Now, of course, just because they're smaller doesn't mean they're any easier to clean. In fact, there's probably more surface area to keep shiny on a van than there is on a wagon, isn't there?
Oh yes, yes.
Now, how many hours would you say you probably end up spending preparing this for the competitions?
It all comes down to work commitments and that, but 9 times out of 10 you try and get the Friday off, start early morning, get it done, and then obviously get to the show, and then it's all hands on deck again.
So this isn't just a hobby, this is a part of your life, isn't it?
And to an extent, yeah.
And during the week, obviously, you're running a haulage firm as well?
I'm a one-man band basically, and just go out.
What's the name of the company? Give them a shout out.
RB Couriers.
And whereabouts are you based?
Central London.
Oh wow, okay, so you've come a bit of a way, but of course that might explain why we saw you at Brands Hatch a couple of weeks ago.
That's a lot more local than this, but again, I enjoy the truck racing, and it's a lot more family orientated here. It's really enjoyable.
It is nice. A lot of people say the same thing. You know, it's like as I was talking to Stuart earlier on. It's a truck show, but it's not a proper truck show. It's more like come along, hang out.
I've got the lorry painted on the back doors.
Shall we go and have a look at that? Let's go and have a look. Well, before we go anywhere, let's have a quick tour. Now, I don't know how many vans you guys out there have been, but Rob, we've got cushions on the floor.
It's a bit messy at the minute. I haven't.
We're mid-clean. we're not here to do the judging. Don't worry. And what van actually is this that we're looking at right now?
So this is a MAN TGE. It's the only MAN van that MAN Commercial do. And I just prefer this to the likes of a Sprinter. I was always a Sprinter man.
When these came out, I remember it looks very much like another van that we know.
Crafter.
Yeah.
Basically
But the aftercare and that kind of dealing with the customer services that you get, it's much better
with
isn't
MAN.
it?
Yeah, because it's classed as a commercial. You know, again, when you get a Volkswagen Crafter, it comes down as just cars. So you ain't got the 24-hour service or nothing like that. So it's a bit of a no-brainer, really. If you're going across the water and things like that, you've got a better aftercare, really.
So what kind of stuff do you end up transporting then?
Me, it's just mainly like coffee cups and food containers and stuff like that. That's all I do.
How strange is that?
Everyone needs
Everything needs moving at some point in its life, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
So looking through the MAN then, we've obviously got beautiful dashboard, standard there. We've got nice leather covers on the seats. They're obviously not standard.
No, they're just seat covers and that. Yeah, you just got to make it as comfortable as possible. I mean, at the end of the day, it's my office.
Exactly. You spend more time in this than you do your house, probably.
You know, it's got to be tidy.
And then we've got these very nice bar skirts around the side here. And we've got this. This probably is the pièce de résistance. We've got a full bed here, nice single bed here, curtains, massive sound system with LED lighting wall here. Very nice plush interior as well. This is a bottle opener, isn't it? I'm not mistaken this. He's nodding. And then it's not missing the door knocker. If you've opened this bit, you're already in, really, aren't you? And then down here, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Does anybody for a drink? Anybody for a drink? Well, I mean, I'm struggling to see any mixers, though. That's the only downside. They're just, stop and have a quick shot. We're going to arrange something, I bet. My goodness. So, yes, of course, there we go. Pink gin. Every truck driver's go-to liquor there. Of course, nice and difficult to get to whilst you're driving, so don't worry anybody out there thinking about that. The driver's seat is quite far away. Let's head round the back then and have a look at what this looks like. I mean, look at the artwork on these trucks. Of course, a lot of trucks in show trucking have got fantastic paint jobs on them, but the airbrushing on the back of this is absolutely insane. We've even got Michael Oliver's number 12 MAN down here in the bottom, looking in rather good condition for Michael Oliver's truck, I might add. But yeah, a history of MAN commercial. Look at that. And of course, these lights, of course, aren't standard. You've done all this. They're just covers. So tell us about the kind of cost that might have been involved with having to make your truck look like this.
About 75.
Wow. Wow. That's including the truck, the van, though, right?
Oh yeah.
I was going to say, that's some expensive spray job, man.
Oh no, the paint job wise though, it wasn't too bad. It's about $3,500.
That's awesome to get that kind of artwork for that kind of money. I mean, I paid best part of $1,000 just for stickers on my van. So yeah,
it's mad. And the thing is now, it's the in thing. Everyone does it. You know, it
Draws
makes
attention, doesn't it? It's something
100%.
to be proud of.
Yeah, it's something different, you know, and not there's not another one the same. And that's,
Very true.
That's what's nice about it, you know.
And when
It's
you
not
come to
everyone's
these,
cup of tea.
no, true.
But you know, it's different. You know,
It is.
a lot of people, you know, you see a couple of lorries and that, they have the films, stuff like that, and I just want it to be different. Again, like with the bonnet, they're my grandparents'
Right.
lorries and my dad's lorry. So again, it was still going down the same thing of the vehicles. I've always been brought up around it, so.
And that's how you made it into this.
Basically, yeah.
What was the original draw of you coming to truck shows? If you can remember when you went to that first one and thought, oh, this would be something to do for every weekend for the rest of my life.
Well, it's kind of gone like that. It was just the atmosphere. The atmosphere for me is really good. As I say, meet up with your friends, you can have a laugh, you know, have a drink, you know, and what happens here stays here.
Too right. Not that I can remember any of it, so secrets aren't an issue at all. Like, you know.
The main thing is to come, have a laugh, and catch up with friends that you don't always see.
Now, obviously, you know, you've been to the Brands Hatch one, you've probably been to a couple more of our convoy events or just the race meetings. How different would you say Pembrey is now to how it used to be? Because when I started coming here 12 years ago, there was barely any trucks or spectators, let alone, 100 shows.
This is my first time here, and
Right.
I would definitely come back.
That's awesome to hear.
Because it's so chilled, and that's what's nice. I mean, when you go to some of these bigger shows, what can I say? You can't relax.
Yeah.
You know, you can't get round, you can't have a wander and this, that, and the other, because you just don't get round. It's a shame, really, but here, yes, it's
Will
nice.
you be coming to, I mean, it is slightly larger, but will you be coming to Convoy in the park at Donington later this year?
Hopefully, all going to plan. There's something else that could be in the pipeline, still to do with Donington, but we'll see.
That's awesome. Well, I hope whatever that
I'm
is.
hoping the right straws can be pulled.
Oh, I see. Well, enough about that said then, I think. Well, good luck with whatever that is. Rob, thanks very much for talking to us. Another shot at the back of this incredible MAN TGE. And what an awesome registration as well. I just noticed that. Thanks for talking to us, Rob. Enjoy the rest of the show.
If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. all for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
There's nothing to worry. No, just keep. It's okay. We're just doing an interview, okay? So we're going to talk about truck racing. It's okay. I'm of course here with Michael Oliver, Joker through and through, and we have a great time talking to each other, don't we, Mike?
I've never seen you in my life.
Do you not watch our YouTube stream?
What?
Okay. Game face. So let's bring things serious for a moment. Not a great start to the weekend for you yesterday, was it?
Oh, terrible.
Terrible.
Woeful start.
But you do like to start the weekends like that, don't you?
Well, if that's how I've started a weekend, I'm not looking forward to how I finish it.
On a high, mate, on a high.
On a high. Oh, well, going on from, I thought you mean from last Brands Act.
No, let's it's a fresh weekend. It's a fresh weekend. We're going to look at the positives. You're here, it's sunny, it's dry, and you've only crashed once so far. Or been crashed into once so far.
Aye, yeah, true, yeah,
Yeah.
The track is dry.
Good.
My pants aren't.
Oh wow, that's. I mean, we can talk about that afterwards.
Very sweaty.
Wow, it's the weather. We can't have it both ways. It's going to be a nice day, then you've got to experience dampness.
Embrace the dampness, I say.
Embrace the dampness. Oh my goodness! So we'll be going back out now for the second race of Sunday. Very shortly, we can see, bustling around all of the garages. No major damage this morning though. Quite a decent race all round, wasn't it?
Yeah, chuffed. It was a nice, clean racing. was quite opportunist there, really. Tom went wide, John went wide, someone else went wide, someone else went off, Dad went off, so then I was up to 8th, and I was just, I don't know, making coffee.
Making coffee, because they got coffee machines in the cabs. Notice we've never actually had a tour around one of the truck cabs before, have we?
No, you don't want to look in there.
Yeah, you're not allowed to see the coffee machine.
Got to be here in person to look in the cab and get a free coffee.
Well, that sounds like a call to action for all the viewers at home, doesn't it?
Yeah. You don't want to be watching this at home. You want to be coming here and seeing it live.
Too right. Have a burger, watch some racing, some action.
Oh, it's all action.
Smell the tyres.
It's all action.
Quickly on fuel then, completely changing the subject. Obviously we're all running on GD Plus biofuel this week, or this season. Have you noticed any performance improvements since we started using the new fuel?
Do you want us a serious answer? Or?
Go on, yeah, real one.
Well, last season I noticed coming here, first corner you were down 1.5 gears, and round the back you were down half a gear. Now I'm just doing 1 gear, and I'm not having to do a gear down the back. I think it's definitely got a power. Well, I definitely think the power's increased because of it, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of the drivers are all saying the same thing, that it does seem to have a power advantage over standard diesel. And of course, a lot of the drivers were always using like your V Sport, your high octane, racing diesel, so to speak. And yeah, it's interesting that a sustainable fuel source like GD Plus is in the championship and making the improvements.
It's tremendous. It is tremendous, and there's no smoke in the morning. It sounds like a stupid, subtle thing, but it is good. It is good. There doesn't seem to be emissions on it. I'm not smoking on the track. It does make. I've had to take up cigarette smoking just to keep.
Just because it's because your lungs were starting to detox. And what's going on here?
Exactly. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Don't smoke it. Smoking's bad. Okay. So yeah, are you looking forward to seeing the truck drifting later on? We did have a little segment on it yesterday, but of course issues with
for his lunch break now. I think during this race, hopefully, let's have a look at the grid then for our 4th truck race of the weekend. The top 8 reversed from race 2 yesterday, so it's Ricky Collett who is on pole in the MAN as the DAF Pace truck leads them away. Alongside him is Jock Borthwick, number 32, Craig Reed, and the man we've just heard from, Michael Oliver, on the 2nd row of the grid. And it's Bradley Smith and Stephen Powell on row 3, and then Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith on row 4. David Jenkins down on row 5. He only managed 9th with some damage to his truck yesterday. Starts alongside Simon Faulkner. And then on the 6th row of the grid, Simon Reed alongside John Bowler. 7th row, completing Division 1, Tom O'Rourke, and no Simon Cole, unfortunately, after some problems earlier in the weekend. And there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2 trucks. They are headed up by John Powell and Craig Evans. Paul Rivett and Adam Bint on their 2nd row. Jim Bennett again electing to start from the back. John Powell slowed up towards the end of yesterday's race slightly with a few problems, but back on the pace this weekend, and he'll head Division 2 away here. On board with Paul Rivett in the Napa Racing MAN. See if he can take a first win in Division 2. He's got John Powell and Craig Evans ahead of him on the grid. Craig Evans looking for his first Division 2 win as well. It's Ricky Collett on pole, the Yorkshireman. Just pleased to be back out this weekend. A new engine in his MAN after a spectacular blow-up in round 1 at Brands Hatch. Coated the Brabham Straight with oil and diesel. Full credit to the marshals who cleared that up. Adam Bint looking to get back to winning ways, looking for win number 3 in Division 2, but the man we're looking out for is Ryan Smith, once again starting from 8th place on the grid. Didn't take him long to hit the front in race 3, looking for 4 out of 4. And we're on board with Ryan Smith as well. Flying Ryan alongside his arch rival for the championship, Stuart Oliver. 17 titles between these two. Watch for David Jenkins as well, back on row 5 of the grid. One non-starter, no Simon Cole, he's out for the weekend with mechanical trouble. Jim Bennett at the back in the Seth Atkinson. So here we go then. Race 4 for the trucks here at Convoy Cymru, the DAF Pace truck in pit lane. Power about to come on. Here we go with race number 4 down towards Hatchett's Hairpin. Ricky Collett and Jock Borthwick lead them off. Michael Oliver and Craig Reed tucked in behind. There's been some contact already in there. Oh my goodness, big contact further back. David Jenkins involved. We've got a tyre leading the Division 2 pack. Who does that belong to? Paul Rivette's been damaged. Well, there was all sorts of mayhem in the pack there. Rivette's got going again, but there are several trucks, I would think, with damage in there. A great cloud of smoke as they piled into each other. There's debris all over Hatchett's Hairpin as well. Now, who's got the lead? Looks like it's Jock Borthwick who's gone to the front. I think that's the first time he's led a Division 1 race. Ricky Collett in second place, then Stephen Powell. Well, there was so much going on there. We'll try and get a replay of that. Ryan Smith's got damage. Ryan Smith has hit somebody. Didn't see who it was, but we'll pick up some replays hopefully in a moment. Craig Evans is involved there as well. Looks like he's got a puncture on the right front. That's the end of Craig Evans' race. So Jock Borthwick leads from Ricky Collett. Bit of damage to Ricky's truck as well. It's one of the Reeds. That's Craig in third position. Simon Reed's dropped back in the 89. Bradley Smith. Look at Bradley Smith's truck. That's the truck that's been hit from behind. Look at the state of the bodywork on his machine. So David Jenkins and Bradley Smith, I think, will have made contact there. I can't see David Jenkins in the pack there. We'll see if he comes through. Look at Ryan Smith, the front bodywork valance missing from his truck as Jock Borthwick leads. Ricky Collett in second place. It's Craig Reed in third, then Stephen Powell. Who's leading Division 2? It's Adam Bintz in the number 5 Volvo. The only casualty of all that, looks like, was Craig Evans. Bodywork flying off Ricky Collett there. He loses the front bumper valance. It's lightened his MAN a little. Ryan Smith is up to 5th place in what's left of his Daimler Freightliner. Now going for Stephen Powell. He's going to try and take 4th place away. Bradley Smith side by side with Michael Oliver, then Stuart Oliver, John Bowler, Simon Faulkner. There's David Jenkins, so he is still going. Side by side with Adam Bintz, the Division 2 leader. Ryan Smith now up into 4th place. His bonnet's going to come off if he's not careful. The front end of that truck is falling apart. So there's a bit of a bottleneck off the grid there, which has resulted in several trucks suffering damage. I think it must have been Craig Evans who lost the tyre that we saw fly up into the air. He played his cards right. That tyre would have been leading Division 2. Let's have a look again at the start of that race. Look in the middle of the grid there. Yes, there's the contact. David Jenkins and a couple of others. There goes the tyre. That tyre flew over the top of Adam Bintz. David Jenkins and a couple of others just got bottled up at the back of the grid. It was tricky to see who hit who in there. We know Craig Evans was involved because he's out of the race. Fastest lap of the race has been recorded by, not by Ryan Smith, by Craig Reed. 112.714 for the Iveco pilot. There he is closing on the leaders. Smith's up to 4th behind them, then Powell, Bradley Smith, then the Olivers. Stuart's got ahead of Michael. Yes, Bradley Smith took a hit in there. Look at the state of his MAN. It's a bit of a nudge there from Stuart Oliver. But it's Jock Borthwick still leading, looking for his first ever Division 1 victory. Can they hold off Flying Ryan in a now rather light Daimler Freightliner? Stephen Powell in 5th place. Bits of bodywork everywhere on the curve as well. Stuart Oliver ahead of Bradley Smith, now ahead of Michael Oliver, so Stuart Oliver's gained the place there. Through Hatchett's Hairpin they go for the 4th time, and Ryan Smith has now got the fastest lap, 111.515, in the Daimler Freightliner lightweight. Division 2 is still being led by Adam Bintz, ahead of John Powell and Paul Rivette, who was delayed in that chaos at the start. John Powell had a go there for the lead, but Adam Bintz held him off. Look at the back of Adam Bintz's car. It was him who lost the tyre. You can see there on the right-hand side of the truck. Bizarre sight that makes. I'm reminded of Gilles Villeneuve in the Ferrari at Zandvoort all those years ago when he limped it back to the pits, dragging the rear wheel behind him. Look at the state of Adam Bintz's truck. So it was his tyre that came off and flew over his own truck. That is causing some serious problems, especially on left-handed corners for Adam Bintz, but he's still leading Division 2. I'm not quite sure how. On board with Paul Rivette, who's chasing at the back of the field. How far behind is Paul Rivette? Let's have a look. Catching John Powell and Adam Bint slightly now as Ryan Smith up the inside on Ricky Collitz. He's already got past Craig Reed. He now takes second place. And now it's surely only a matter of time before he catches Jock Borthwick. Ryan Smith this weekend is becoming the Max Verstappen of truck racing. No matter where on the grid he starts. To the hairpin go the Division 2 trucks, and there was a bit of rubbing there between John Powell and Paul Rivette. Somebody spun out there on the right. That looked like John Bowler. I caught a glimpse off there on the grass on the right of the exit of the hairpin. I think that was John Bowler. Pick that up in a moment, because the Division 2 field is still fighting out. They're catching Simon Faulkner. In the meantime, Ryan Smith has caught Jock Borthwick. And surely he's going to get him on the straight here. Down into the hairpin. Borthwick's got damage as well. But are there any trucks in this field that aren't missing a bit of bodywork after that start? Coming into the pit straight, Ryan Smith goes for the inside. Surely he's going to go through into the hairpin. Here he comes. They think it's all over. It is now. We haven't even reached half distance this time, and Ryan Smith's into the lead. Now watch him pull away. He's in a different league to everybody else this weekend, Flying Ryan. Despite missing half the front bodywork off his truck. Oh, and more contact. That's Bradley Smith and Michael Oliver. More bodywork comes off Bradley Smith's truck. Stephen Powell's got a wheel arch flapping around in the breeze as well. There'll be no panels left on these trucks for race 5. It's been such a calm affair up until this race, and then suddenly everyone's gone mad. This is the battle in Division 2. John Powell's dropped behind Paul Rivette. How is Adam Bint still going with half a wheel on the right rear of his truck? Of course, they have the double tyres on the back of the back axle. He's missing one tyre. The wheel looks like it's been chewed, and somehow he's still there in the lead. It's only really causing him a problem at left-handers. There's only a couple of left-handers on this circuit at Dibeni and at the crossing. It's going to be very out of balance through there. Somehow he's still leading. Chased by Paul Rivette. John Powell is now down to 3rd in Division 2. Over the line they go. Stuart Oliver, quieter race for him this time. He's in 5th place, chasing Craig Reed. He needs to make up some ground here. Of course, finished a lap down in race 3 after having to make a pit stop. Things thankfully calming down a little as we go into the second half of this rather chaotic race for the British Truck Racing Championship. Jock Borthwick is still there in 2nd place. Ryan Smith running away once again, and Ricky Collitz still in a podium position as well. 2 MANs. Borthwick's gone wide, coming through Carter's curve onto the grass, and still they're at it in Division 2. John Powell trying to take 2nd place back again. I don't think you'll get round the outside at Senna into Brooklands. Yeah, Rivette will be on the inside for the next right at Brooklands. Keeps the place. Oh, Ryan Smith's out. What's happened? Ryan Smith's pulled up at Honda Curve. Now, this is going to change things, because the 4 out of 4 has gone. It's Jock Borthwick back in the lead. Now, could he take his first Division 1 win? There's 6 minutes of the race to go. I don't know what happened to Ryan Smith there, whether he slid off or whether something's failed on the truck. We didn't see. But he's out of this race. So it's Jock Borthwick, Ricky Collitz, Craig Reed, and here comes Stuart Oliver. Now, Stuart Oliver will see Ryan Smith's out of the race. They're still at it in Division 2, meanwhile. Can't keep these two away from each other. Look at the way Paul Rivette's going, and he shoves his way past Adam Bint into the lead, looking for his first class win of the season. And there's contact between the two of them there. And here comes John Powell. He's going to try and do the same thing up the inside. Bash! Goodness me. Oh, it's getting rough in Division 2. Adam Bint's not happy there. Well, the other side of his truck could be as badly damaged soon as the right-hand side is. Goodness me, dear oh dear. So a bit of needle creeping into play in Division 2. Meanwhile, Stuart Oliver is up into third place. He's got ahead of Craig Reed. Now Stuart Oliver, as we say, we'll see that Ryan Smith's out of the race, and now he is on the attack. He attacks, well, he's really attacked Ricky Collett. They go off. What else can happen in this race? This is more like stock car racing than truck racing. They've got going again, so we'll establish the race order in a moment. I think Jock Borthwick is still leading, or is he? Yes, there he is. Second is Craig Reed, Stephen Powell in third, then Bradley Smith, then the Olivers. Michael's up to fifth, Stuart Oliver's down to sixth. Where's Ricky Collett? There he is, just ahead of John Bowler. Jim Bennett trying to get out of the way there. Jim Bennett's probably thinking, the way this is going, I can win this as the last truck moving if this carries on. The Olivers together. Stuart Oliver up the inside. It's been such a tame affair the first three races. Everybody seems to have gone mad in this race. I don't know what's got into these drivers. So the order is Borthwick from Craig Reed. Stephen Powell, is third. Then it's Bradley Smith, Stuart Oliver, and Michael Oliver are next. Ricky Collett seventh. John Bowler is in eighth place. That could be his best result in Division 1 so far. Then Tom O'Rourke. Rounding out the top 10 is David Jenkins. Simon Faulkner's still going. Paul Rivette is now leading Division 2. Ahead of John Powell. Adam Bint is somehow still going in the Volvo. And here's Simon Reed towards the back of the field in his equally battered Iveco. There's O'Rourke battling with David Jenkins. They were delayed in the start line problems. It's under 3 minutes of the race left now. Things calming down in the closing stages of this rather wild race for the British Truck Racing Championship. Jock Borthwick out in front by 2.4 seconds. Is he going to take his first ever Division 1 victory? Stuart Oliver on the tail of Bradley Smith for fourth place. Stuart Oliver tried the attack on Ricky Collett here at Spitfires. They went sliding wide. These two are rubbing now. Oliver tries to get the Volvo up alongside the MN. He's gone round the outside into DeBenny. Good move by Stuart. The 10 times champion, one-time European champion as well. His son Michael Oliver's going to follow him through as well in his MAN, the two GT Tyres trucks. Now trying to catch Stephen Powell for third place, looking for another podium. It's been a good consistent weekend for Stephen Powell. But it's Jock Borthwick out in front. Is he going to hang on for his first ever Division 1 victory? Smoke from the back of Stephen Powell's truck. 2 laps to go, I make it this time. Jock Borthwick just needs to hold his nerve. See what the gap is back to Craig Reed as they cross the line. Here's Paul Rivette leading Division 2, looking for his first win of the season. The gap is down to 1.7 seconds that time through. Craig Reed looking for his second Division 1 win. Michael Oliver's got ahead of Bradley Smith. He's lost 2 places to the 2 Olivers on that last lap. Ricky Collett in behind them. So tense times for Jock Borthwick, the man from St Boswell's in Scotland. Can he hold off Craig Reed? Well, the winning monopoly of, or duopoly I should say, of Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver is going to be broken by the look of things. But who is going to break it? Will it be Borthwick? Will it be Reed? I think they've got 1 more lap to run. Stick Powell in third place. Stuart Oliver's on a charge though. He's come back up. He was going to take second from Ricky Collett, but they tangled and went wide. That dropped Oliver down the order. Now he's getting back into contention for a podium. He's on the tail of Stephen Powell in the MAN. He'll go for the inside down the pit straights. Still Jock Borthwick leads. Stuart Oliver, you can see he's fired up. Goes through at Honda Curve, up into third position. Now trying to go after the 2 leaders. The lead gap is down to 1.2 seconds. Can Jock Borthwick hold on for his first ever Division 1 win? Stephen Powell will try to fight back for another podium. Craig Reed, you can see he's closed the gap on our leader. Well, after all the chaos in this race, We're in for a tense finish here. Nervous times for Jock Borthwick. Can the Scotsman hang on? They're on the last lap now. Out of the crossing. Craig Reed's Ready Vico looming larger in the mirrors of the whites. MAN. A little bit sideways there out of Senna. He's got to start to defend now, Jock Borthwick, as they come up into Speedway Straight for the last time. Craig Reed is right with him. He's going to have a look on the inside. Borthwick moves to defend. This is going to be close. Stephen Powell's on the grass in the background. Stuart Oliver's almost with the leaders now. Here they come towards the line. Jock Borthwick defending from Craig Reed. Here comes Stuart Oliver. Look at the way Oliver's closing. He could get alongside the two. Three of them, line astern, up towards the checkered flag, and Reed is pushing Jock Borthwick. The checkered flag is in sight. They're going to finish side by side across the line. Borthwick holds it. Borthwick's done it. The three of them covered by 0.3 of a second. What a finish. What an amazing recovery by Stuart Oliver. What a great run by Craig Reed. But Jock Borthwick is the hero of the hour. It's Scotland the Brave here in Wales. Jock Borthwick takes provisionally his first ever Division 1 victory. And there's going to be a first time winner this season in Division 2 as well. Paul Rivets in the Napa Auto Parts MAN is coming home to win Division 2. What an extraordinary race. John Powell in second. That was unbelievable. 0.3 of a second covering the top three at the line. Jock Borthwick power slides the MAN in celebration. But what a recovery there by Stuart Oliver. He came through once up into the top three, collided with Ricky Collett and went off, dropped back down again, and he almost caught the two leaders on the line. But it is Jock Borthwick, the man of the moments. His first ever Division 1 win. That one was for Doddy Weir. Jock Borthwick the winner by 0.289 of a second from Craig Reed. Stuart Oliver in third place. They were covered by 0.313 of a second. Oliver 24,000ths of a second off Craig Reed as they crossed the line. Fourth place eventually going to Michael Oliver after Stephen Powell slid wide on the last lap. Bradley Smith in sixth place ahead of Ricky Collett. John Bowler, good result for him in eighth place after his problems earlier in the weekend. Then Tom O'Rourke, David Jenkins struggling after that contact at the start, and Simon Faulkner in 11th. Then the Division 2 trucks. Paul Rivett taking his first class win of the season ahead of John Powell. Somehow hadn't got what was left of his Volvo home in third place. Simon Reed was next, and then Jim Bennett. We lost Ryan Smith, his first non-finish of the season, and of course Craig Evans, a casualty on the first lap. I need to get my breath back after that one, definitely. So let's head down to Pointy in Parc Ferme.
Wow, what an absolutely fantastic finish and a fantastic race. Jock Borthwick taking his first place of the Division 1 and of the season. Incredible. Let's just get in there. Come on, Jock, get out your cab. The fans are going wild on the side. We've got support from the team. We're just going to give him a chance. The adrenaline must be pumping through him at the moment. Absolutely incredible. Tyre pressures are, yeah, just, we've got to check the tyre pressures. This is more important. Come on, come on. Unbelievable. He held off so many contenders for the win of that race. We're going to have fellow drivers from Division 1 coming over soon to wish him well, congratulate him on that win. Anytime today, Jock, it's fine. He's just checking the bearings on his prop shaft.
What a difference that made.
I told you you're supposed to put them in.
You know what, Pointy? I just thought you were a plumber. And I didn't know I had bearings in the prop shaft. The seasons I put them in last night, gee whiz, I went 2 seconds faster, mate. But don't tell the rest of the guys.
I know. Shh, keep it quiet, keep it quiet. 2.4 second lead ahead of the pack for most of that race. What on earth did you do to this truck?
Nothing, mate. And my times are still the same. I'm still half a second off where I need to be.
Wow.
I'm needing.
I think at the front is where you need to be.
And I just try. I try and ignore him if I can.
Yeah.
And I just try to pace myself the best I could. And I've seen Craig chipping away, and That's the longest race every lap. I thought it must be the last lap this time. No, it must be and this went on for 5 laps, I think. And then eventually, and I seen Craig coming, my tyres are getting worse, and I'm just trying to bring it home. And then I missed the gear like you do coming out the straight in the back, and then Craig's right there. I thought, oh no.
Craig was right next to you on the pit straight.
I know, because I was defending into Honda in case he had a last minute dive, so I thought he'll need to go around the long way. But because I took the inside line, obviously it's trying to oversteer coming out, and I couldn't have picked the throttle up, and Craig had the slingshot. And I'm just glad the flag was 100 yards further down, or it might have been a different result.
One more lap and we might have had a different result.
I'd have just pushed a bit harder again. I was teasing him.
Unbelievable job,
Thanks
Bolton.
so much.
Congratulations, mate. I'm so proud.
Northerners rule.
Oh,
Northerners rule.
Too right. Well, what happened there? I mean, Stuart Oliver, great drive from you as well to come so far back in the pack to where you were at the end of the race.
I know, it's don't ask us what happened because I don't know, but I did an awful lot of overtaking, I know. But no, it was good. It was, like I was just saying to John there, the crowds here today, if they didn't enjoy that, what more could you ask for,
That's got to be what they came to see, truck racing at its best, Craig. Yeah. But what a start, what on earth happened there?
Oh, it was, to be honest with you, I was sort of sitting there and letting it play out. Stuart come past me, and I'd had a couple of nibbles at Ricky, and he just comes over on you, and I think that's what happened with Stuart a bit. So, no, it was a good bit, the thrills and spills of truck racing that was. And when, as soon as I saw Ray, it went off, and I don't wish anyone bad, but I was like, Ray, we're back in it here, because I was losing power, but no, brilliant. That was amazing.
Absolutely fantastic win. Well done to both of you gentlemen. Well, we're going to head back over now into Parc Fermé and the paddock. We'll meet some more drivers, of course, whilst they're waiting to get checked over by the scrutineer, and we'll come back to you very shortly. But wow, what a race, what a result here at Pembrey, second race of the Sunday.
I'm not quite sure what to say after that one. Liveliest truck race I think I've ever seen there, but I have to say, what an amazing recovery by Stuart Oliver to come back and almost catch the 2 leaders on the line. But full credit to Jock Borthwick. That victory was in memory of Iwea. I'm sure plenty of fundraising still taking place for the My Name's Doddy campaign in aid of motor neurone disease research. We've still got 5 races to go here today. We've got 4 races to go plus our truck drifting display. It's the lunch break coming up now. So we have junior saloon cars coming up at around 10 to 2, then the truck drifting display, then the Welsh Sports and Saloons second race, a final truck race, quite a few repairs for some teams to do ahead of that one, and then our endurance race for the 2 CVs, plus the Mini of Team Toy Shed, the interloper on the grid there. 100 minutes with pit stops, something a bit different to end the programme today. We're now going into our lunch break. We'll be back underway, all being well, in about 45 minutes from now. So a chance for our marshals to take a quick break, and for our camera crews as well. Thanks to all of them for their services once again. We'll see you back in about 45 minutes.
Right then, we're down here at the bottom of Parc Fermé just waiting for the trucks to go out on track for the second race of Sunday, and I've had the opportunity to speak to Roger Davies, based down here in South Wales. He's here on the MAN stand. Of course, MAN Truck and Bus being a championship sponsor this year. You're actually here from a dealership this weekend, aren't you, Roger?
That's correct, WG Davis in Swansea.
WG Davis in Swansea, so just down the road.
Yeah, not far from here. We represent MAN in South Wales, in Cardiff, Swansea and Tenby.
So I suppose you've got a service centre base there and everything that people might need if they're down here with a fleet.
Yeah, that's quite right. We operate a centre there. We've been there since '66. Oh. We've got 25, 30 people working there. We'll cater for everybody's needs.
That's fantastic. Now, we've obviously got a great little display down here, some lovely new vehicles. Are these obviously the latest and greatest that we've got on offer at the moment?
Yeah, certainly they are. And they're all sold, which I'm happy
all
to say.
sold. Oh, right, they're sold this weekend?
No, they're not all sold.
Oh,
we got one for sale, but they're all going off the stand later on today, and
wow.
customers are taking them home.
Oh, bro, I bet that's an experience for buying a truck. So, yeah, come and get it from the race course. Don't worry, it's not been round the track.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, also, we chatted to one of the drivers of the light commercials yesterday. And of course, light commercials, to you and me, meaning van. And we've got the MAN TGE, which a lot of people will know as kind of like a Volkswagen Crafter. But of course, at the same time, MAN offering a completely different service package with that.
Yeah, for the last 5 years we've been selling the van, been very successful. And I think from a service point of view, we'd open longer hours and cater for the hauliers' needs.
They are a fantastic looking van, and there are quite a lot of differences, to be honest. The interior's a lot more high spec, the outside looks a lot nicer. We're seeing a lot more of them out on the road now as well, so obviously if people are interested, they can get those from yourself as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been very pleased with the performance of the van in the last 5 years. We can't get enough of them at the moment, which is a good sign.
Yeah,
but
that is true. Yeah,
I got to say that that when people take them, they do love them, and they come back for more. And we've got repeat business starting now after the first sort of 3 to 5 years that they've been operating them.
Still a lot of space for the growth of fleets, but very quickly onto sustainability in electric vehicles. Now, I know MAN have been working tirelessly over the last few years to be looking into producing an electric vehicle offering. Have you guys down at the dealership level had any rumblings of that coming to market?
No, we haven't at the moment. We know it's something that's come in the next couple of years, but we haven't got the facts and figures on them at the moment.
So
I think
more, go to the CV show and have a look.
No, I think from our point of view, it's very much diesel at the moment, and I think it'll stay as that for the next couple of years.
Do you think it's great that obviously the larger fleets now have got access to things like biofuel? Like we've got the GD Plus running the championship this year. So.
Yeah, very much so. We're all having to go greener. We're all thinking about that, and we're all doing our best to help the environment.
Just wish I could find a place at Celtics and pop it in my van as well. Maybe find somewhere to get it for free. Quick look around here. We've obviously got some fantastic spectators. They're all here from MAN as well. Quickly hiding the beers because obviously it's just bottles of water that they get through on these race weekends. Let's have a quick chat. Who are you?
Daniel.
Hi Daniel, what do you do?
Service manager in Swansea.
Service manager in Swansea. Rog, we will okay with Daniel, is he all right? Good worker, good work. You passed the test.
Only just.
Only just, yeah. Still on his probation.
Yeah.
I noticed the others have cleared off quite quickly.
I know. I'm obviously not the fastest of the bunch. So.
Obviously, I caught you. Yeah, that's it. If you've got to get better at running away from the microphone.
I know. Yeah, exactly.
So, a service manager, what kind of role do you take in the business? Speaking to customers and so forth.
Yeah, speaking to customers, overseeing any sort of issues that we have. Not that we have much, and just make sure everything runs as smooth as we can.
So it must be a pretty quiet department because a lot of people know that from MAN you are getting that reliability that I think is quite well known in the haulage industry.
Yeah, definitely. We're not seeing much issues at the minute, to be honest. It's just the general maintenance and just keeping the vehicles on the road. yeah, exactly.
They put the tacos in them, but sometimes they just don't want to listen.
Yeah. Screwing bumpers back on mainly.
That sounds like my kind of service package. Yeah. It's like, I need a new wing mirror. Funny, why is that? Yeah. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Daniel. And shake your hand as well over here, Roger Davies from what's the name of the company again?
WG Davis.
WG Davis in Swansea. If you need any MAN-based work or business, head over to see Roger. Or if you need a service, see Dan. I don't know what that lot get up to. Probably not much by the looks of it. Right, that's all we've got time for down here at the MAN stand at Convoy Cymru at Pembrey Circuit. Great chat, guys. Loved it.
Yeah, cheers.
Good job, man. Good job, nice.
Thanks very much.
I dropped my clipboard. It's okay. I'll just pick it up. Here's my clipboard. Wow. Okay, so it's all going on. Look at the amount of people that we have got behind me. It's like a grid walk at Brands Hatch. It is absolutely a fantastic turnout. Even little Noah's here. Biggest truck racing fan in the paddock. Where are we? Let's just quickly move our way through. Excusez-moi, merci beaucoup. Hi there. So this is the back of Adam Bint's truck. The tyre that we saw fly up above him in the first lap before the first corner. Oh my goodness, yeah. It hit the back of the cab and dented and left a nice scar on the top of the cab and on the front. My goodness. Adam, come on over a second now. Usually this would be a challenge, but yet you still managed to hold first place for most of that race in Division 2.
Yeah, you just got to adapt your driving style. If something's broken, you've got to bring it home because points make prizes.
Points do make prizes. You'd probably get a few on your licence if you took that on the road though, wouldn't you?
Definitely.
What kind of difference does this make to the handling of the vehicle when you're trying to do 100 miles an hour around corners?
It's not so much the 100 mile an hour, it's when the track gets a little bit uneven coming around the left-handers, and you start off on the inside wheel and then it leans on the outside wheel, but obviously I've got no outside wheel, so there's a lot of roll which then sets the chassis resonating and bouncing. But the best thing was when it come off, I felt it hit the cab, and then I was watching the shadow on the floor and I had to let off and then just touch the brakes because I could see where it was going to land and then throttle on and carry on.
So do you think if your hand had reacted so quickly, your own tyre could have possibly taken you out of the race?
Yeah, it would have come down through the bonnet. If you have a look at the front, it's smashed the front grille where it landed just in front of me, and then I've hit it on down the road.
My goodness me. Do you even know what happened? Obviously, because it all happened so quick, I don't even think the spectators or those at home watching on the replay the race anyway. A fantastic effort, and the fact that you made that work anyway is just great. So yeah, a round of applause please for Mr. Adam Bin. Absolutely stern effort. Thank you, sir. Well done. Unbelievable scenes here at Pembrey Circuit. Let's just hope you can actually hear me though, of course. That is the issue, because of course the signal down here in South Wales is absolutely terrible. So anybody trying to put things onto their Instagrams and Facebooks and stuff like that, we are all using probably the same bit of 4G network that exists down here at Pembrey. Let's head round the front and see if we can't see a little bit of that damage. I only hope that we got the cheers of admiration from the crowd for, oh wow, yes, okay, yes, blimey. So this is the tyre shaped hole that was left in the front of Adam Bin's truck there, travelling of course at top speed. When that tyre came off, it hit the back of his cab, he touched the brakes, it hit the floor in front of him, and then he drove into it. And that is going to need probably a couple of cable ties and a bit of gaffer tape to put that right, if I believe. Right, let's have a wander through now and see who else we've got. Hi guys. Hi, how are we doing?
Good, thank you. You, mate?
Oh, very, very good. And yourself?
Hello, yes, fine, thank you.
Now, are we, well, where's Jim? Has he popped to the loo? Or?
No, he is somewhere probably just behind Paul Rivette's truck. So if you want him, we can get him for you. And
he can wander over in a bit.
Go grab him.
Go grab him.
Go and grab him. And we,
no, you've obviously been hanging out with Jim Bennett for quite a while now.
A few years now.
Yeah, and he's been doing it a few years as well, hasn't he?
About 14 years now, yes.
Wow, that is awesome. You get less time for crime, I think.
Unless for murder, that's what it is. Like, here he is, talking to the devil, his ears pop up.
Here he
Come
comes.
on, Mr. Jim.
Come on, Mr. Bennett.
You should be getting interviewed.
How are we doing? Wow, we're just keeping the seat warm, weren't we? Jim, how are we doing?
Okay, yeah, it's the best one of the weekend.
Honestly, you know, I think the crowd do love to see you crashing around that track. Well, I say crashing, you don't do any crashing, do you? It's everybody else.
Well, I try not to, but you know, I have had my moments.
Did you manage to steer around all the debris from that first few laps?
I only caught one bit.
That's all right then, yeah.
That flew in front of me just as I got to it, so that was not really my fault, that one.
So we had Ricky Cullett lost a bumper, Ryan Smith lost, well, his power steering bumper.
There's a lot of debris around there.
Yeah, there's all sorts going on, absolutely unbelievable.
That's what the guys and girls want to see, isn't it, really?
Well, yes, indeed, that is true. It's what they've come to see.
Unfortunately.
Well, yes, we could have like a Destruction Derby offshoot of the British Truck Racing Championship. Do you reckon that'd be a good view of sport?
Well, I don't know.
More expensive to run, probably.
Still has a go at Donington a bit with that, doesn't he, with his caravan, I reckon.
Oh, yes, the caravan smash at Donington. We all enjoy that. I'm going to try riding inside it one year.
That'd be a good idea. Let's see that. Yeah.
I mean, it's only the top that comes off. The base is usually still intact. So as long as the seat's bolted.
Strap your seat or strap your yeah.
Okay, so head in the comments below and comment on Instagram if you want to be strapped inside one of the caravans for the caravan smash at Donington. Jim Bennett said he'll be the one towing you.
No. I won't take that responsibility.
No, I don't think anybody would take that responsibility. To be fair, the circuit would probably get wind of it and be like, right, you're not doing it now. No. That's it.
Yeah, I think the health and safety would come and...
Yeah, just ruin it for everybody again, wouldn't they? No, sorry, health and safety is very important in motorsport, obviously.
Exactly.
And everybody plays by the rules.
Of course.
Especially the safety rules, yeah.
Of course.
Jim, thanks for talking to us, buddy. Very good job. Well done.
Bye.
See you later, bud. Right, cheers, bud. Take care. See you later, mate. See you later. Good job. He's got the hands of a bear, honestly. It was a Russian import, that one, I tell you what. Paul, how are we?
Absolutely amazing after that one.
Yeah, it was good. That was a hell of a race.
Yeah, that was a mega race. That start incident was, it was like something out of Days of Thunder. I literally couldn't see anything for smoke, and then all of a sudden the cab of a lorry appeared out of the smoke in front of me, and I was just hoping that it wasn't facing me and it was still heading the right way.
Oh.
But we had all 6 wheels locked up, flat spotted all 6 tyres, came out, last a mile off the others, and I just, head down now, keep pushing. I had a message over the radio saying that Adam had lost a tyre.
Yeah.
And I thought,
and most of a wheel for that matter.
Yeah, and I just thought, I could see that he was keeping John behind, and I thought, John will be past him any minute, and that'll be off. John will be off and he'll win. But I just kept my head down, kept pushing. We got the fastest lap, caught them up, and managed to get through them both pretty quickly. So mega first win of the year. Great for our lovely Napa truck. And bring on some more. I'm looking forward to the last one for this afternoon.
What a victory. You did say this weekend was going to be the one, and I'm glad that it's come to fruition for you. And yeah, it was an incredible race. That second half really was anybody's, wasn't it? But you kept it down, you carried on pushing and pushing and pushing. And I don't think you or John showed Adam Bin any mercy. I mean, the fact he carried on going though, that was pretty impressive.
I mean, hats off to him. He did a fantastic job to bring that home. The pace he had. He was lucky with the tyre that went, because any other one, if it was the left side, then he would have been a sitting duck. But because of that, he was okay around all the right-handers, and just struggling on the lefts. But it's hard to pass on the lefts here, and he was doing a great job of filling the road up with his truck and making it difficult. And but when I was sitting there catching up, I was just thinking, I really hope I can get to this before John gets through, because he was always going to go through at some point.
Indeed.
But
making that pass at the same time as well, that was incredible, because you didn't wait behind, did you? Like, right, there's my gap as well, I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'm not one for waiting around. If there's an opportunity, I'm taking it with both hands.
Too right. Paul Rivett, congratulations on your first place. It's a momentous occasion. One race, lots of damage, no red flags, and 2 first places for drivers in their own championships. Well, it sounds like we're heading back to the paddock now.
Can I just say congratulations to Jock as well on his first Division 1 win. He's a great lad, so brilliant to see him top step as well.
It'll be you next year, don't worry, we'll see you in Division 1. All right, Paul. Right, as you can hear, engines are starting back down here in Parc Fermé, which means we're on our way back to the paddock, and of course time for me to hand out some trophies. We'll see you all very soon after a look-see of what else we've been up to this weekend.
Seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Live. Right, see? That's it, that's all you got to do. And now we're live. Jock Borthwick, ladies and gentlemen. Right, you can smell the Red Bull in the air, the energy, the excellence.
What is that in the air?
Yeah, there is. How have we been doing so far this weekend?
Reasonable. Friday practice was a disaster. Done 3 laps, 1 lap each session. We changed the front axle. I was running it at Brands with a Division 2 axle, 20 degrees, but on Division 1 you can go to 30, 32 degrees. So I had a new axle at home for the new truck, so I thought I'll put it into this truck. But unknown to me, you've got the pumps to alter and steering boxes to alter, and we just had a disastrous day. Like,
you know, you're allowed to work on these trucks in between race meetings, right?
Oh, I never knew that. I thought,
yeah, you don't have to do it all here.
Right, I'll maybe try that before the next round, do a bit of work at home. So Craig helped us, we got a bit of help off some of the lads, and went out in the first race this morning, qualifying, and I didn't know if it was going to turn. And when I was on
always fun when you're heading towards a corner.
But first lap, thought this is going to work. So we've done well, and we're just chasing and trying to find a bit of time. But I'm really needing to find a half a second a lap or so, like everybody's looking for.
Yeah.
So, but I'm happy enough.
There's a certain big division in the Division 1 pack, isn't there? Where there's the newfound Division 1s nearer the back of the middle, and the ones with a few more technical issues. And like, we've all got a lot of work to do this season. Like, oh yeah, we've still got a lot of work to do this season.
I know, absolutely. And this is a Group 2 truck, and I'm just trying to develop it as best I can. Yeah. And it's quite hard just trying to keep up with some of the newer trucks with the development they've had in them. And I'm learning quite fast. We had a great race with Craig there. Fantastic race. I think we were sort of 6th and 7th or whatever we were at that point. And just a right close race and never touched it. It was great racing.
Did you see any of the impacts that he ended up in near the end? I mean, I saw a huge amount of damage on the front. I think it's Craig's corner.
No, it was Simon. That was Simon.
I keep getting those mixed up, man. They need to just make one of them blue or something. I think.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. No, that was Simon. So, no, Craig was fine. So it was a good race there.
You were busy with Craig. Simon was busy with Dave Jenkins' back corner.
And I'm learning off these guys, just trying to follow them and learn a bit. So, we'll go and do a bit more work tonight. But that'll help if I can work on it between race meetings.
Yeah, totally.
That should help me.
They should really make a note about it just to let you know.
I didn't know that.
Although I think a lot of the guys would benefit from that memo, because you walk up and down the paddock of a night time and everyone's got guts and engines all over the floor. You know, it's like a jumble sale at a car meet.
Absolutely, get bored there, you Danny.
Who'd want to sit down and have a barbecue in the sun? Honestly,
I'm just scratching my head thinking, what can I do tonight?
Yeah, I think, whoa, you know what? Let's just change the windscreen and then windscreen's too simple. Let's change the bearings in the prop shaft. That's what we'll do.
Has it got bearings in it? Has it?
Somewhere. Oh, well, they're supposed to. I'm sure they're supposed to. I don't know. Has it got a boiler in it somewhere? I'll fix that bit for you.
It's got a heater.
Shims? Is that anything? No? Bushes?
Some bushes, yeah.
Some bushes.
I believe.
Some bushes, okay.
Yeah. I'll go and water the bushes.
I don't want to know what you get up to in your personal time. Right then, this is descending massively. Someone's dropped their phone over there. In fact, we've got someone over there, a young lady. You know what? Come on, bring your bike. Don't worry. Here we damage these more than you ever could do with a push bike. Now, Jock, on the side of your truck, on the front of your truck, we've got the livery of the yellow and blue tartan. Of course, synonymous with My Name's Doddy Foundation.
There we go.
We've also got a bike and a young lady here with the same tartan. Now, you know a little something about what's going on with My Name's Doddy. Why don't you tell us what the charity's about, Jock?
Yeah, we're doing a cycle every meeting round the circuit to
So each
raise
circuit-
awareness and raise funds for the...
And what does My Name's Doddy Foundation do?
It's for the MND.
Right.
Yeah. So all the funds that Doddy's started up, all the funds go to MND. Yeah.
Wow, that's good. So a really good cause.
Fantastic.
And of course,
And
you're
you're doing
doing...
great, aren't you?
Yeah, tell everybody at home what your name is.
Holly.
Hello, Holly. And you've already done one at Brands Hatch now, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and how did that go for you? Was it hard work?
Hard.
It was hard. Give me an answer with more than 2 words in it. I'm not going to. It is difficult. It took Jock years to figure out how to talk. It's fine.
Definitely.
So you're going to do Pembrey tonight, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, and have you been getting much luck with the sponsors and stuff like that?
Yes.
Yeah. Do
Always
you
looking for
know?
more, aren't you? Good.
Yeah. Do you know the name of your Just Giving page?
Yeah.
That's when you say the name of the page.
I don't remember. I have to.
Daddy, what's the name of it? Come on, you had it on leaflets earlier, for goodness sake. Holly's, Doddy, Holly's Cycle for Doddy MND. Right. Yeah, maybe someone back in the office can find that and just put a link down below or something. Okay, link down below here, right here. There's a sticker on the side of the truck. Where? Oh, here we go. It's just a QR code. Okay, get close to that. Get on the QR code. Use your phone to screenshot the QR code, and you'll be able to go to the Just Giving page for My Doddy's Foundation. But for now, I think this car crash has gone on long enough. Thank you so much for talking to me, John. I'll let you get back to changing the bearings in your window wipers.
Absolutely, and I'll get you in to do the
Bearings in your door hinge.
Something like that.
Oh, just bearings. Bearings. Just find me some bearings and change them, okay? Right.
What's it like?
Jock Borthwick, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Good luck tomorrow,
Thanks
mate.
a lot.
We're down in the paddock now after the last race of Saturday with none other than Craig Evans, a very jovial Craig Evans. Now, turn your head to the left and show everybody the number on the side of your hat. You've got a 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen. First trophy of the weekend, which means you'll be joining me on the stage for a podium presentation very soon. How are you feeling?
Oh, absolutely buzzing. We've had a few issues this weekend in practice. Qualifying didn't go quite to plan. This morning's race wasn't 100% and it's just coming together now. It's perfect.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just going to quote what he said, or rather shouted, whilst walking among the trucks in Parc Fermé. We've done it, Pointy. We've done it, he says. 3rd today, 2nd tomorrow, 1st by the time we go home. That's what you said.
That was exactly what we said.
I think it's going to happen.
I hope you're right.
Consistency, Craig. We've seen this from you now for a couple of seasons with a 3rd place overall championship win as well. I mean, you surely be getting dab hand at this now.
I don't know about a dab hand, but we can certainly hope that we're going in the right direction. Well, we are going in the right direction. The truck's much more consistent than it ever has been. And, well, luckily we're on the podium more.
Yeah, I think the driver's getting a bit more consistent as well, don't you?
Well, let's hope it's down to the driver and not the truck.
Definitely down to the driver. It's always down to the... I don't care how much money or how little money you spend on your truck, it's always down to the driver.
Well, I don't think it's just down to the driver, the team and all the sponsors and that put a hell of a lot into it. We can't knock none of that. And to be fair, this thing's doing me proud this year.
She's a good old girl. Yeah. Run us through a couple of your sponsors then, because obviously we know Craig Evans, we know the colour scheme, but who's been supporting you these few years?
Oh, everybody, and literally everybody has supported us since
Greenland Turf.
We've got Brown Recycling, who's obviously the main sponsor, as you can see off the side of the truck. They've supported us since day one when we were building it, before we even got on the racetrack with it. obviously all the other sponsors, Applied Radiators.
Who are Applied Radiators?
They supply us with the radiators and intercoolers, fuel tanks.
Right.
So we've got.
So that kind of helps keep the costs down with regards to providing materials.
Yeah. We've got just people supply us with parts. We've got stanchions of stove on the side. Let's have a wander around.
Come on down, please. Come on. He's on one. Let's do it.
Rock oil.
Rock
oil.
oil.
And bits for the season and some consumables.
GT, because there's the tyres. That's it, they've got to use your tyres.
Sorts the brake calipers out. And
lovely.
Service them every year for us. Further down we go, we've got Stantons of Stoke. They are on board with us and they supply us with the fuel for getting here. And
right, yeah, I bet that costs a few bob with a couple of trailers, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. We've got Heavy Diesels, that's our own company.
Lovely. Right, so you do engine rebuilds and stuff?
Engine rebuilds ourselves, yeah.
Consistency.
TVC,
HeavyDiesels.co.uk, you see. That's how we knew how to build his own. Yeah.
We've got TVC, give us a support vehicle come down with. Profab Fabrications, FastView 360 and Auto CMS camera systems.
Right, yep.
Clutch fix with the clutch. Yates Engineering.
So really, it's like you've really kind of built a great team of support around you with regards to keeping the truck on the track.
We've got everything covered pretty much that's supplied to us. Like we've even got BS suppliers who supply all the paint and consumables and all the fiberglass for fiberglassing bumpers.
They've got a zebra. Get the zebra keys.
We've got it.
You've got a zebra.
Luckily, we've got bits from all angles that help us come racing. We couldn't do it without them.
And you know what? I think there's a lot to be said for that kind of sponsorship setup, isn't there? Is the fact that you've got companies that are like, okay, we might not be able to just throw money at something, but at the same time we can give you what we've got that's going to make your life more cost effective.
Exactly. It's not necessarily about having the money to come racing, it's about having the bits to come racing. And
well, that's what it is. You've got it, yeah.
It's built the truck.
I think that's fantastic. Very, very good base of support. Fantastic negotiating as well, really, to reach out to those people, for them to reach out to you. Either way, great team, great sponsors, and it's really interesting actually. It's nice to see not too much of a crowded truck, but with everything you need to run a racing team. And then of course I suppose you just pick up the bill for everything else.
Yeah, that's isn't it? Don't come racing for free, do we?
No one goes racing for free, not like them Europeans, my goodness me. Right then, well, thank you very much for talking to us, Craig. Fantastic job today. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again this weekend when we get some more trophies.
I do hope we will.
I know we will.
Do you?
Good job, Craig.
Cheers,
good job.
you,
right, go and sit in a dark room now and get over it. Right then, that was Craig Evans. Great family business and of course a great family team with lots of awesome support around them as well. Let's now go and hand out some trophies. 3. Oh, go on. Right then, as you can hear, the band is warming up just as the trucks are cooling down here at Parc Fermé in Pembrey. Let's have a little walk through who's just finished the first race of the weekend to see who's hanging about. This is actually one of my more popular parts of the race weekend, when the drivers and the teams get to mix together, have a chat, see how that race went. As well, you can see around a lot of spectators. It's Wales' version of a grid walk, I suppose you could say. And everyone likes to get up close and personal with the drivers themselves. Let's head a bit further down now and speak to one of the Reed brothers. Reed Truck Sport, how are we doing, Simon? Welcome to Wales.
I know, yeah. Sunny.
I know, it's lovely. And we've got, what a fantastic backing track as well. I don't know whether people can hear that.
Yeah.
First race of the weekend, we got a bit close on the first corner. How did you come out of that?
Well, I got a good start off and in front of Brad and hug the inside line and then give everybody the outside line to get round on. But then I think Michael's tried to come up the middle of me and my brother, and the problem is it's right on the back tail, so I'm a full truck length ahead of him when I've spun. Right. So it's never gonna, you know what I mean? There's only one way.
It's not gonna go well.
Sometimes you do have to yield, you know what I mean? That's harder than trying to keep your boot in. But, you know, it's how your head is. If you can keep it yielded, you're in business. You know, you just carry on the race.
Yeah,
but instead, obviously, we've all give each other clatter, because obviously I've ended up coming across the front of them, so that's life, unfortunately.
So the people say.
That's it. I'll just crack on.
So no major damage though, back out for the second race of the day.
Yeah, no, I cracked on again, but obviously starting from last then, it's just in there for the ride really.
Yes, indeed. And of course, we're all looking forward to a sunny barbecue later on tonight because it's certainly the weather for it. And that leads me to my question of the weekend, brought to us by our cameraman Keys. If you were going to a barbecue, what side order would you take with you? Oh, got him now, you see. No one cares about the racing. We want to know what size bringing round to the house party. Don't say coleslaw.
No. And I thought about it as well.
I thought you might. See in his eyes.
Believe it or not, I do like potato salad. Coleslaw.
Well, potato salad's good if you make it yourself.
Yeah, we'll go for that. A bit of hummus as well.
Oh, there we go. Right, so we got that official on tape. Simon Reed, potato salad. We'll tick that off the list. Someone else will have to bring something else.
Radio, spot on.
Cheers, mate. See you at the bar, mate. Thanks very much. Let's go and have a little look who else we can find. Although we can hear now that all the trucks are firing up. They're heading back to the tents now for a bit of lunch. And I think the next thing you'll probably be seeing everyone doing is having some trophies. Yes, I think we'll have to call that a day because they're all going home now. So join us shortly when we'll be back over on the podium handing out some trophies in about 15-20 minutes. Is that all right with everybody? Good. And we'll find out on the podium what they like to bring to a barbecue because, well, why not? You've got to know these things, right? Found a bit of time, we would say quiet time, we'll hope it stays quiet down here in the paddock at Pembrey, 2023 season of the British Truck Racing Championships to speak to David Jenkins. Now Dave, how many years will this be for you in the British Truck Racing Championship?
A long time, 26 years. I started my first races at Pembrey in '97.
Oh, so quite a bit of a milestone here then.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And is this one of your favourite tracks? I know a lot of the drivers in the championship really do like Pembrey, but which one would you say is your favourite?
I think Donington's got to be my all-out favourite circuit, but Pembrey's a great part of the championship. It's a good atmosphere here when the sun's shining and the fans are here and the people on the bank, and it's not a bad place to go for the weekend. So no, I really enjoy it.
Yeah, certainly the first one round in the year is quite enjoyable usually. Still gets a bit chilly at night though, so make sure you bring a coat if you are coming down. And then of course we come back in the winter and it's not as nice. Moving on to back to your 26 years in the championship. I bet it's changed a lot in the years that you've seen it.
Yeah, it seems to have got harder work now. I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, I think it's the 26 years of working two jobs, and it seems to take its toll on me by now.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this is it. Not a lot of people, of course, at home might know this, but a lot of the drivers in the championship actually run haulage firms, garages, businesses outside of the championship. So this really is a labour of love for you.
It is, yeah. It's exactly what we do. You know, we run garages, manage people, and fix people's problems. That's what we do all week, and that's what we need to do on a night time and a weekend as well.
What originally got you involved in truck racing? Did you just see it and go, I'll take a wagon there next week and see how I get on, or?
My dad raced at Donington in 1984 at the very first ever UK truck race meeting. I was an 8-year-old boy way back then, and it's been in the blood ever since.
You get hooked, don't you? A lot of people do say that. They come along, have a go, see it happening out on circuit, and then that's it. They're just hooked instantly.
Yeah, that seems to be how it's got for a lot of people, but with me I was not quite born into it, but nearly born into it.
Certainly a baptism of fire then.
Definitely, yeah.
And this perhaps answers why you've stuck around so long. Obviously all teams have annual challenges with regards to running teams, running trucks, some of course that you've dealt with yourself as well. But what do you think it is that keeps bringing you back each year?
I don't know.
I think we'd get the same answer actually if we asked a lot of the drivers.
Really question it sometimes. No, it's I'm obviously getting nearer to the end of my career than the start of my career, and every winter we ask the question, you know, is the reward there versus the effort that we need to put in, the family sacrifices, the financial sacrifices, the pressure it puts on your business, the support that the boys that are all volunteers need to give to the team. So without the absolutely united team effort from the family, the boys, their families, it can't happen. So this winter was interesting, and of course the commercial partners as well, which is the other intricate bit of the jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, actually affording it.
And this winter we were really questioning whether, we'd had another great year last year. We'd really finished on a high, and what I'm really scared of doing is doing 1 year too many. That's the honest truth.
No one wants to finish on a low, do they?
No, I want to finish when I've had a good season, when I'm ready to finish, and that wants to be my lasting memory of it. So each year, when you finish the year on a high, it's not a bad time to actually give up doing what you do. However, I don't ever want to feel as though I don't really want to miss it. I'm sure I will miss it for a while, but I don't want to be forced into missing it.
No, definitely. You don't want to jump before you push, but then at the same time, you don't really want to get pushed either.
No, but back. So this winter, I was in the balance, and then we had a couple of months off, and then by Christmas there was a bit of rumbling then from the sponsors and from the boys, and it's like, we've got to go. It's what we do, and it's like, I get that.
It's part of us.
But obviously the competition's red hot here now, so you can't turn up half-hearted. Yeah. You've got to be absolutely, completely committed to it.
Oh, you have, and you see that with the calibre of the trucks we've got in the paddock now compared to 10 years ago when I started getting involved with it. It is night and day, isn't it? There is so much more effort and energy that goes into being here for the 3 or 4 days that it actually takes to do the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, every team here is credible, and there's probably, on a good weekend, there's 10 potential winners in Division 1. And, 10 years ago, there was probably only 3 people that were realistically going to be winning races. But now there's 1 of 10 people, which is a huge increase percentage-wise. And the quality of the field now is just a different league.
Well, certainly something to enjoy, perhaps, as an experience near the end of your career, as you may say yourself. Well, Dave, look, thank you very much. Thank you to your sponsors as well for supporting you. Just quickly on them, before we do go, I suppose, we've always seen Morris and Digraph liveries across your truck. They've surely got to be still behind you, of course, to carry on putting you out there every year.
Amazing support from them. I'm part of the fixtures and fittings in both of their businesses now, and I'm a good, if I do say so myself, I'm a good ambassador for those businesses, and that's what they enjoy with us, and they bring guests most weekends, and what they like is the professional but informal atmosphere that there is around the place. So the guests love coming, chatting with us, chatting with the team, looking round the truck, and that's one thing that's kept us in there. And I've enjoyed, being an ambassador for those 2 businesses. They're both great businesses, great quality products, and it's easy to, represent those kind of people.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for the rest of the season. Thank you very much to Dave Jenkins, the 69 Digraph MAN, of course, sponsored by Morris Lubricants as well. 26 years. Keep it up, Dave. Thank you very much. Shake your hand again.
Cheers,
and let's go now to a word from our sponsors. Right then, as you can hear, spirits are high down here in the paddock, but of course I've had a moment to catch up with Paul Rivette. Now, Paul, you're driving for the very well advertised and liveried Napa racing team. Now, before we get into what you're all about, tell us a little bit about what Napa's all about, because we've been seeing this design all over British racing recently, haven't we?
Yeah, so Napa have had a massive impact on British racing. Last year, this year, with the British touring cars, they're racing at Snetterton this weekend, and so far all going really well for them. They're leading the teams championship, the drivers championship. They won the team championships last year. Wow. And it's just amazing to be part of that whole Napa family. So Napa, for anybody that don't know, do car and truck parts.
Right, that's the connection. I was just like, who are they? Now you know.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say who are they, because
who are they? The new Napa, yeah, well, the Napa family, obviously.
So it's just amazing to be part of all this. As well as myself in the truck, they've got the 4 touring cars, 2 JCW minis, 2 mini trophy cars, and a Porsche as well. So there's 10 of us in total, and then also you've got Jack in the stock car actually as well. So
crikey.
Napa. I mean, for anyone that watches American racing, you'll have seen Napa all over IndyCar, all over NASCAR. Yeah. It's absolutely massive.
That's a good point. Yeah, you certainly notice the colour scheme in NASCAR, don't you?
Yeah, it stands out really, really well. And I went to media day for the British touring cars because it was just after the first round of the trucks, and I just went to go and pick up a motorhome that I borrowed from there. and the queue to get in was full of mostly people wearing Napa gear, and it was really nice to see.
I bet it was, the sea of blue and yellow. I mean, we saw that at Brands Hatch when I was handing out some trophies to you at the last weekend, and the amount of people that were wearing Napa stuff and the amount of team that we had there. Again, we had the mini challenge with us at Brands Hatch, didn't we? Along with the touring car on display next to your tent. Now, let's just quickly head back to you now and the issues you had at Brands Hatch. What exactly, you know, for those that might have missed it, what actually happened? Let's start Thursday, you get to Brands Hatch, and it all went wrong from there, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. You know, there was the truck was still being prepared, and it was going to be a bit sort of last minute to getting it to Brands for the test day on the Friday. But then there was unfortunately a big accident on the M20, and the truck stood still for hours and hours and hours, which caused us to miss the first test session. Second test session, we went out. We had an issue with the gearbox that was in the truck, and we couldn't achieve maximum speed. We could only achieve about, I think it was about 145 kilometres an hour at that point.
Which is, for miles per hour, is about 70, 80?
It's probably getting closer to 90, but...
Oh, so I'm not good with maths, so don't quote me.
But yeah, for any of you that, you know, that I mean, obviously 10 mile an hour is a massive drop in speed in a straight line, so... and for any of you that don't know, you know, we're limited to 100 miles an hour top speed. So it was a big drop. So we knew that we needed to do something to change that to be in with a chance over the weekend. So we had another gearbox that came with the truck. The guys worked till about 3 in the morning putting that in the truck overnight. And we can't fire the truck up at night because of noise regulations. So
of course,
couldn't fire it up and test it.
Well, not if you read the rules anyway.
We do.
You do, I know. Not everybody in the paddock at Brands Hatch read the rules, but Napa behaved, that's the main thing.
Yeah, and so anyway, we fired it up the next morning and it wouldn't select gears properly, and that was a gearbox that came with the truck that was meant to have been rebuilt. So we got a little bit unlucky really there. So anyway, we then put the third gearbox of the weekend in, missed qualifying in the first race. But we knew that we had an issue with that one from the word go, because that was the one we used at Donington last year when we raced the Napa truck there. So we were missing the high split. So we were limit to about 152k down the straight then. So we were on the back foot a little bit for the weekend. But, you know, it was great to be back out, and we still brought home some silverware.
I was going to say, you still brought home some trophies, didn't you?
Yeah, we had a second and a third. So, you know, that was really, really good with what we had. And, you know, this weekend now we're moving forward. The gearbox in the truck has all been rebuilt. Been working on some other bits with it and just generally progressing and making the truck better and better.
That's awesome. So the second race that will obviously be starting soon, where are we in position for the start of that one?
We're starting fourth in that one, so we didn't have the best of qualifying this morning. I think we qualified fourth for both the two races today, but from fourth early we raced through to second. And seemed to have the pace no problem for second. I think we've got the pace to race Binty for the wins as well. And
I was going to say, pace consistency is a lot to be spoken for in British truck racing. That consistency is important. Even if you start further back, you can soon start to climb those places back. I mean, we saw the Division 2 trucks racing alongside some Division 1s at the nearer the end of that race earlier on. How does that feel? Does that feel strange that you're among a different division? Are you going faster or are they going slow? You're allowed to be honest.
I don't know whether I don't think that we're going any faster than we've necessarily been before, but you know, it just shows that it's good that we are all in that same race together, and it's good that they start us all together on the grid. You know, we have a gap of 3 grid spaces back to us in Division 2, just to give us a little bit of the room to the Division 1 trucks, just so we've still got space to have our own start, if you like. But by the time we get to the first corner, we're always in the mix. And
or in the pile-up, as it might be called as well.
yeah, but then that's part of racing, and for us as drivers, you know, we've got to deal with that and find our way around it, and you know, be reserved when we need to, and then push when we need to at other times. So that's all part and parcel of racing. And you know, with only 5 of us in Division 2, I think it's really important that we stick with that Division 1 crowd for the start of the race, and because it just makes it that much more exciting. And as we've shown, we're more than capable of getting stuck in at the back end of that Division 1.
Yeah, indeed. Speaking about that kind of decision-making process and racing and knowing what to do and when to do it, this isn't obviously the first time you've been racing. So tell us where Paul Rivette comes from. What did you start off? What got you into that high-octane world of racing?
So I started racing myself. Well, the original thing that started, I was 9 years old. We were on holiday in Wales, and there was a little go-kart track at the holiday place we were staying, and
always dangerous.
yeah, and I was out in the kids' karts, but they were really slow, and my dad kept saying to the guy about letting me on the adults' karts, and the guy kept saying no, and anyway, one day it was soaking wet, no one else was on them, and the guy thought it's a wet track, they're on slick tyres, you know, he'll be all right, he can't hurt himself too much,
Yeah.
and I don't really remember this, but apparently I was just power sliding the thing around and doing well, and then so he let me out with the adults the next day, and then I was beating those. So my dad has always been into mechanics, you know, he used to be a mechanic himself. He was a great builder of Mazda RX-7 engines, and it just sort of led on from there. We hired a kart, got into racing, did my first race a day after I turned 10 years old, and never really looked back from there. So, you know, karting, cadets, we were racing against Jenson Button, Dan Weldon and Anthony Davidson. It was sort of the three of us going for the British Championship that first year of doing it. Week before the last round, unfortunately, rolled the cart, somebody spun on the inside of me. Over I went, broke my collarbone, so I couldn't do the last round. And we moved up to Junior Britons the next year, and we never really quite had the budget to be, we'd sort of compete at the back end of the top 10 in the British Championships, but we weren't quite racing for the front in that, just mainly for budget restrictions.
Yeah,
but
there is a lot to do with budget in all motorsport, though, isn't there?
yeah, so absolutely loved it. And then did a Formula Vauxhall Junior race at Brands Hatch a day or two after I turned 16. And then budget restrictions just meant that I couldn't do any more for it. It was about 4 years. Came back, did the Jim Russell Race School when that was around, for anyone that remembers that. Amazing race school. And then into the Fiestas on the Toka package in '99. So I've been on the Toka package for 20 years.
Crikey, that's a claim to fame, isn't it?
Yeah, more than 20 years. So, you know, racing in the Clio Cup there, which obviously I'm sort of known best for, it was raced against 3 generations of the Edwards family in that. So, yeah, I was around for a while there, and my career, at the end of my Clio Cup career, I was racing against guys that weren't even born when I started my Clio Cup career. So,
wow.
yeah.
We're still beating them.
Yeah, still beating them. Yeah, we managed to still win the championship in the last year as well. So, but you know, I've always absolutely loved that. But when I first drove a truck, it was actually Steve Powell's truck was the first one I ever drove in a test session at Brands Hatch. Probably this actual truck.
Might well be, actually, yeah.
And I absolutely loved it. And then I got out and had a go racing Wayne Easton's truck in 2016, I think that was, at Snetterton.
I believe, just quickly, Wayne Easton's son is one of the mini drivers that race under the Napa family as well.
He is indeed, yeah. So, yeah. So yeah, raced Wayne's truck Snetterton and just loved it, and it was just a good natural progression, you know, from you know, moving on from the Clios. I just loved this so much, and it was just another way of going racing. You know, WDE recruitments and logistics have been fantastic in always supporting me, along with Tacosys as well, which has been one of my main sponsors for many years as well. And so with both of those, it just fitted well into the truck world, and now to be part of the Napa family on top of all that as well, it's just absolutely amazing. And unfortunately, when COVID hit, it meant we couldn't go racing for a couple of years. We wanted to come last year, but the grid was full up. But we're here, we're back this year, and I'm absolutely loving being here.
That's fantastic. Well, it sounds like an awesome progression for Paul Rivett through racing history, and of course, what a heritage. Napa now, Wales today, and of course, I believe we're getting waves from the distance that we're about to go out racing again. So, good luck for your next race of the weekend here at sunny South Wales, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you on the podium if you get another trophy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pointy. Fingers crossed for another podium. We just need the one with the number 1 on it if we can get it.
We do. We'll sort one out. I'll just you give me a 5 and we'll meet you around the back later. Paul Rivett, Napa Racing. Back to you in the studio. Right then, good morning. You join me down here at the main stage at Pembrey Circuit, South Wales, where I'm joined for the first time, I believe, by Phil Davis, Circuit Manager, Ben Taylor from Bark, and of course Steve Thomas from Trucksport and the BTRC. It's a pleasure to have you all here, guys. Thank you for joining me. So first of all, to Phil, Circuit Manager, obviously you've been here many years now, haven't you, Phil?
Yeah, 33 actually.
My goodness me.
Yeah, and obviously I think we've been doing trucks for 25. So we got a long heritage with the truck racing.
Indeed, and speaking of that, a lot of the drivers we've spoken to this week and actually remember their very first truck race being at Pembrey Circuit. So there's a lot of good memories here over the years.
Yeah, definitely, and I'll be honest with you, we have got a good sort of relationship with the truckers, to be honest with you. I certainly have, whether they be naughty or not.
I definitely know that you remember that kind of stuff. And not long ago we saw Top Gear filming here. with some of the guys as well from the British Truck Racing Championship. Was that a bit of an experience for you?
Well, it was an experience, but it was in the middle of one of them big storms that we had coming through. So it was all held up for hours and hours. But yeah, so the weather pulled back and we got on with it, and it came out really well on the TV.
And then Ben, to you, being obviously part of the organisation that watches over the British Truck Racing Championship, among other amazing series in the country, was it enjoyable for you to see that kind of promotion of the sport on such a show like Top Gear?
It was really important actually back in, what was it, 22, wasn't it? It aired just before the Thruxton one. And the phones were red hot on the Monday after it had gone out on the Sunday evening. It just actually goes to show that promotion, when you get the exposure like that, you're showing something that is really amazing. It's a bit mad, this whole truck racing thing. And when you put that on mainstream TV, everyone goes, what the hell is that? And the telephones to Thruxton went absolutely off the scale. And I think, I don't want to give him too much praise, but Steve and they're doing such a good job of raising the profile of truck racing that we're all seeing the benefit of that, with the extra attention, the greater visibility. Obviously the weather's helping as well this weekend, but people are coming because they're seeing more of it. If they don't know about it, they don't see it, they can't possibly want to come back.
No, it's very, very true, and a lot of people that come to see British Truck Racing for the first time are instantly hooked. You know, we don't do a season ticket just yet, but I'm sure that is something we can look to in the future with massive growth in the sport. Now, Steve, of course, you were kind of one of the brainchildren of this whole venture to grow the sport. Once being a driver yourself, what made you take that jump from being a driver to an organiser?
I just think too slow. I just think the sport needed to be, as we all said, put on a higher plateau than where it was, because it is fantastic. It's a great sport. People love it, and when it started in 1984, it was having crowds of 100,000 people, and we're not going to get back to that, but we were down to very little crowds coming to watch truck racing, and now the sport's getting bigger and bigger, and with these guys helping us as a partnership, we're all working together and putting on shows like we are today. With Convoy in the Park, the Convoy we've got here at Thruxton, they're all growing every year, and with the weather we've got here, the circuit's fantastic. It's a great circuit. I know people say it's a long way away, but there's still a lot of people around here, local people, who still love to come and watch it, and people do come from far and wide to come here, and people will come more because the event's great. It's a good event.
Yeah, it certainly is. And on that subject, of course, the Convoy events, the Convoy Cymru events, have you seen a bigger number of local spectators coming along to these things now?
Yeah, yesterday, for instance, was probably the biggest Saturday crowd since British Truck Cars came in. So, I would say I don't think we'd double it from last year, but we'll put at least half again on for what we did last year. And we're also put in, we got motorcycle displays on as well to try to bring different types of people in. And then once they see the racing, because it's not only racing, it's entertainment.
Oh, definitely.
And that's the difference. What we're trying to do is promote an entertaining weekend, an entertainment weekend between us.
No, this is it. I mean, we've had live music, we've had motocross, we've got monster truck rides, big rig rides, which I think you saw me and Keys take part in yesterday. That was very exciting. Very quickly to finish off then, with regards to obviously all those people watching at home. Ben, do you think it was a great idea, during the COVID times when we first came out of lockdown, to get the sport from Bath out to the viewers that obviously weren't allowed to visit the circuits at the time?
People keep asking me about things to do with COVID. I can't remember. It's like I've blanked it out of my mind. What did we do? Well, we ran the races behind effectively closed doors, 24/7, and the live stream TV helped us to get that to an audience. I think it's great that we're streaming it live to people. The audiences are great for that. But if you haven't got the product at the venue that creates the atmosphere with the entertainment and the stuff on the circuit, then there's nothing for people to watch, whether it's online or in person. And if we can get people watching it online and then they come and see it for themselves in person, they'll see it's actually even much better than they're seeing it on YouTube.
Indeed, absolutely fantastic. And that is, of course, a taster of what you can expect from all of the BTRC events throughout the year. We'll, of course, be back down at Pembrey later on for the second to last meeting of the year, just before our finale in Brands Hatch, of course. So to keep up with all of the action, head over to Bark Live on YouTube. Of course, we've got the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube, and of course btrc.co. And you can even follow Pembrey Circuit on Instagram and Facebook for all of the latest updates and what else is running down here at this great circuit. Thanks very much for joining us.
In this trailer, if you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Well, part of the Convoy event, of course, is show trucks. Now, we had a chance to speak to one of the guys from Trucksport earlier on, and now I'm joined with Doug Jeffries of Owens Transport, based down here in Llanelli. Doug, thanks for joining us, buddy.
Yeah, no, really good to come and see you and say hello.
Now, I was actually behind one of your wagons on the way through Pembrey earlier on yesterday, and I was thinking, God, that's a lovely vintage truck, that is. But looking at what we've got on show today, there's a bit of a range.
Yeah, we've got a range starting sort of 52 years old, right up to a brand new truck, first out in today, literally on the road today for the show. So
it is a gorgeous truck, that DAF, and of course DAF being one of the sponsors of the event as well. Are they happy to see it done up so nicely?
Yeah, we've worked closely actually with our local DAF dealer, Watts Trucks, and Gareth Rees, the sales guy there. So we specified what we wanted with the truck, and it's come out really, really good. It's one of an order of 40, so we did the last one as a flagship truck, and there she is.
Wow, that is incredible. So for those guys out there that might be watching this thinking, but it's just a truck, like what's special about it? What is special about it?
Trucks are special, aren't they?
Well, they are, yeah. To us, to you and me.
I was brought up, my dad was a diesel fitter, so I've got diesel in the veins. Probably should be electricity going forward, to be politically correct.
There's always time for that, don't worry. Yeah.
But I think it's once you've been in the industry, unfortunately, it's part of what you are, it's part of the makeup. And seeing the trucks here today, interacting with all the people, talking about them, absolutely fantastic. We're trying to encourage a new generation coming through. So, going to schools, colleges, just trying to promote the industry. which, yeah, and when you've got trucks looking this good, that helps us a lot.
It does, and it's nice that, you know, throughout the country there are still so many just road going, day-to-day grunt grafting trucks, you know, that are doing the do, getting there, dropping stuff all week, you know, around the country, and yet they're still being looked after immaculately by their drivers.
Yeah, we run about 400 in total, and what we do, about 4,000 deliveries a week, and the drivers, as you can see, the trucks are kept like this pretty much all of the time. If you open the cabs up, they've got all their different polishes in a row in the cab. So they've got polish for the cab, polish for the windscreen, polish for the interior. They just love what they do and they take pride in it. So yeah, it's great. That's the sort of drivers we want. People who keep their trucks looking well, and it helps promote the brand.
And I think it's well known within the haulage industry that if you do look after your truck like that, you will end up with a nicer truck than other people sometimes.
Absolutely. I think if you look at the truck behind us at the moment, the new flagship truck, circa £150,000. So you want
that's a lot of money.
You want somebody who's going to look after that. It's a huge asset. So yeah, the drivers that tend to look after them work them well as well. Obviously they have to work. We have to earn money with them.
Of course.
We tend to prioritise, but we try to be fair as well. So yeah, we look for good drivers that take care in what they do, look after the truck, and then we try and make sure they get a truck that's got microwaves in them, fridges in them. So when they're away from home, it's like home from home.
Yeah, interesting. I was actually having a conversation with one of the mechanics over in the paddock yesterday, looking at all these trucks and thinking, you know, if you could tell a kid that, you know, one day you could literally just have a room with everything in it that you might ever possibly need, computer games, food, you know, just a window with a view, and just do whatever you like, go all over the country and actually get paid for it. You think, you know, that'd be a pretty cool job. Like, yeah, it is. It's called truck driving, mate. You're welcome.
yeah, absolutely, yeah. And I think, as I say, once you get in a new truck, the one behind us is mirrorless, so it's got what you like iPads as mirrors, so the tech is there for the youngsters, so when they get in and they see the tech, hopefully that'll introduce the next generation of drivers to come into the industry.
Yeah, I've actually sat next to one of these at traffic lights, and they are incredible. They're like little flat screen TVs on the quarter panels, and you're just thinking, what that's got to be strange to get used to. You look out the window at your mirror, but actually no, you're just watching a TV now.
Yeah, I think it takes a bit of conversion, so we get our driver trainers, anybody that goes from a standard, you know, normal mirrored truck to a mirrorless, we do a day's sort of conversion just to make sure they're comfortable with it, and then it becomes natural as you the more and more you use it, muscle memory, it becomes fairly natural for them.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Right, let's have a little look what tack we've got here today. Just so you know, tack is like a slang word in the industry for like trucks, basically. You might want to pan this way because the sun's up there, Keys. You get sunburn on the camera lens. So, to me, this is a Volvo. It's a Volvo truck. But tell us what the crack is with these things, because we're not running cattle trains here in this country. More of an Australian thing, isn't it?
It is. So when we had a recent order of 60 Volvo trucks, so it was our 50th anniversary. So some of those trucks we wanted to do as special flagship trucks, and then they went to our experienced drivers. Craig, who actually drives this truck, we've given him a little bit of sort of poetic license to do a few things himself. Some people love the old bull bar, some people loathe it.
I actually really like them myself. What do you think, Keys? You like? He's nodding. He's nodding.
Yeah, the jury's out with me, and sometimes less is more. But see, Craig likes it. He's happy. We're happy.
Are they actually like structural, or are they just for show? Like if you hit something by accident, would it do more damage, or would it just be like, yeah, it just fell off?
It's more for show. It's and more for the
Don't
show
hit
truck.
Cows by accident, then, people. That's not going to work.
It's easily removable. A couple of bolts and it sort of folds down. So if it needs to go in for any work, it's quite quick to take off. 10 minutes and it's off there.
And now this one, although in immaculate condition, there's bits of it telling me it's a little bit older than the Volvo part next to it.
It is. Funny story, yesterday I drove this one and the brand new one down to our head office, and when I arrived with this one, first of all, they all thought it was the brand new truck. Oh. It's actually 25 years old.
25 years, and you can tell because when you get really close, if you can just get really close to this writing, this is real pinstriping. Someone's painted this on by hand. Yeah. Nowadays, obviously, you'd be laser cut vinyl, but literally you can tell the amount of effort and detail that's gone into this.
That's a gentleman called Carl, 62 years of age. So Carl did all of the traditional sign writing on this truck and the brand new truck down there. and our paint shop have actually done the paint job and lacquered it on top afterwards.
So you've got a really one-stop shop really then with what you've got with your fleet working. You've got mechanics, obviously, paint shop, all that.
Yeah, we've got everything to run the trucks really, compliance team, insurance team, fleet team, mechanics, obviously they do the maintenance, the paint shop and repair shop, they get damaged unfortunately, so
of course.
we need to repair them, but the quality of what the guys have just put out with the ERF and the new DAF is blown me away.
So really as well, just quickly back onto the new generation of haulage employees, you don't actually have to be a driver to see a future in the haulage industry, do you?
No, I say last year because of the driver shortage, we put 9 apprentices on, 1 female, and if anybody's watched the recent TV programme on Owens, Laura, one of our female drivers, was one of our apprentices. She now drives daily up and down the motorway. We're encouraging to get more females into the industry, so we've got 14 driving for us at the moment, which is fantastic, and more ladies will want to come on board. We're happy to sort of train.
I mean, there's plenty of them on TikTok, isn't there? TikTok lorry drivers. It's like, yeah, there's girls everywhere. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, aren't you supposed to be driving them, not just like polishing them? I'm sure I missed something there.
I was driving them as well. In
yeah, like what? The computer says you've stopped. What are you doing? Oh yeah, sorry, I'm going now. Let's move quickly along then to what is obviously a much older truck, a very vintage truck to say the least. The Cummins. Now, a few trucks in the championship used to ride with Cummins engines. Tell us a bit more about the heritage of the Cummins brand.
Yeah, so obviously the old Atkinsons that we've got here, 50 years old and 52-year-old, both have Cummins in there. Cummins is a big name in diesel engines and has been around for years. My father was a diesel fitter, but you had to be a special fitter to set a Cummins up properly. Oh, right. The injectors need this special way of setting them up to make the engine run right. But yeah, really reliable bit of kit. And again, in both of our Atkinsons that you see on show today.
That's incredible, and again, absolutely mint condition. I've just noticed though, the exhaust comes out the front. Is that normal with this particular model?
Yeah, that's the design on that Aki. This one's a bit smoky as well. We took it through the local Christmas carnival back before Christmas, and I had to keep apologising for people. I was driving it, and it was smoking quite a bit. But
tell you, well, give it to me. I'd have just clouded people out on purpose. I was like,
50 years of age, we'll let it off.
Yeah, too right. As hopefully people will let us off one day as well. Yeah. When you get to 50, obviously. Right. Well, dude, thank you very much for talking to us, and of course being here with such a fantastic turnout of trucks. Quickly before we go, what do you think is your favourite thing about what we've tried to do down here in South Wales for the Convoy event?
I think it's a really good family event. Obviously, you've got the fantastic Welsh weather with us today as well. Yep. And I think there's a really good vibe from everybody. I've been chatting to people, families, old, young, in between, and everybody's really, really enjoying themselves. We look forward to this event every year now.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, we're glad to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you
and we will catch up with you probably next time we're here. I can see why not. You can teach me to drive a truck one day, I think. I'll just pop down to Clonethley.
If you ever want to drive one, we'll give you a driver one.
Watch this space. Pointy for Prime Minister.
We're ready. So, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think you'll all agree that was a serious race with an interesting start. I can't believe we didn't have any red flags. So well done to everybody involved in carrying on and racing clean after that at least. So, are we ready to hand out some trophies? Oh gosh. We've got to be able to catch it on the microphone, okay? So, are you ready to hand out some trophies? Yeah, it's much better. 100% improvement. Fantastic. Right then, so straight into the Division 2, top 3 then, and of course, in third place, we'll just pick a random trophy and hand it out to someone that managed to finish with an entire wheel missing off his back corner. Put your hands together for Adam Binns. I don't know if anyone else is watching that time, every left-hand bench is waiting for it to pop. Incredible epic stuff. You got a hat this time, yeah. Back to school uniform down now. And in second place, finding that gap, but making it clean, it's John Powell, ladies and gentlemen. Just goes to show you can overtake without smashing into each other. Very good effort, John, well done. Leading, women's racing. Right there. Which means, get ready to put your hands together for his first victory of the season and the division. It's Paul Rivett, ladies and gentlemen. Couldn't let the shades on, please. Get that hat on your head. Thank you very much. Now, get your photos, get your videos done. But before we go any further, we've got a very special trophy to hand out with these guys. Someone that Adam might actually know, it's probably one of my biggest fans as well, and a huge fan of British truck racing. I'd like you all to welcome them to the stage and wish a happy birthday to none other than Noah. Come on up, Noah, give an applause. I think it's only right that Adam and Alec to present this trophy. Now, Noah, unfortunately, had a bit of an incident this week. Noah, what did you do to your arm, mate? I heard a girl pushed you. Stay away from them, mate, they're not worth the hassle. Absolutely. Let me have a massive round of applause for Noah and the Division 2 top 3. Number one British truck racing fan here. Noah being what a legend. Right then, now before we go, one word wonders from Adam. Exciting. Exciting, what's the stuff to the kid of that? And Paul. The way you did that, John.
That was the scripture.
Get in there. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And of course, another round of applause for Division 2 top 3. Including Division 1, for your top 3. And of course, a sterling effort to keep going with lots of contact early on in that race. But can you put your hands together, please, for third place, Stu Mariano. There he is. Bring it up here. Oh, here he is. No, I've not noticed that. Third place, we so well, and in second place, managing to find that groove for the entire race. Give your hands together for Craig Green, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. Now I can see how it went. See, I interviewed these two, the brothers, earlier on. Did they make a decision who would get where? Looks like Craig won the turn pass this afternoon. Right, and in first place, another very special first goes to the Flying Scotsman, John Murphy. Super Islamic people from India, so right here. Absolutely fantastic, and I see that it's all about prop shaft bearings. All about. Right then, get those photos, get those videos, and let's make another round of applause for Division 1 top 3. Now, drop it. I'll give you a chance to think about your one word wonder, so get thinking. Stuart, what have we got from you?
Put it down a good.
That's 3 words. Come on, guys, we've got to try harder. Craig Green, what have we got? I don't know. Let's just go for, that was his. What?
Van Dabby Dozy.
Van Dabby Dozy. Come on, Jack, just think about it. One word wonder. How did the race go? Fabulous! Round of applause for Division 1 top 3. We'll let them go now. Back to their pit managers to sort out the damage from that race. You're not allowed to go. No, we're not doing X Factor. Lucky, no, skill, mate. Skill is what the word should be. Skill. Thank you very much, guys. Right then, thank you all for coming out for the trophies. There, of course, but another trophy presentation after this. And I do believe we've got some chauffeur trophies to hand out shortly as well. So do stay close. We've also got a fantastic bump coming
Seen this
on
trailer?
through.
If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
It's Stuart and Michael possibly in these 2 trucks, but hopefully someone can give us the info. Hopefully Pointy has got some info on the drivers down there. So these are the drift trucks, supported by Truck Sport UK and GT tyres. And let's see how to go sideways in a race truck. Bit of grass being kicked up there. As I say, Pembrey's not one of the widest circuits. Beautiful DAF CF. So you can get sideways through the crossing, that's it. Nicely done. Hopefully Pointy can find out who is driving these 2 trucks, or maybe we've got to keep it secret. Maybe it's Rig Stig from that Top Gear appearance a few years ago. Of course, you can't reveal the identity of the Stig. I think that might be the Team Oliver Scania that Michael Oliver used to race. Oh, I've got a burnout competition, I think, now. Where's he going? He's going on the rallycross course. Truck rallycross, there's something. They were looking to try that at Liddon Hill a few years ago, but it never got off the ground. This is also a showcase of how durable GT tyres are, as you can see. Just how Kurt Göransson would drive them. See, a few of you in the comments have mentioned the great Swede. This is how he used to drive trucks in a race. He was always sideways, the Swedish logging contractor. He used to drive trucks on icy roads in his homeland, so you'd always be sideways. Burning rubber coming off the Scania. Needs to be careful on that infield. You'll be in trouble with the circuit manager for digging the grass up. Phil Davies won't be happy. Where's he going? I think he's going wherever the truck takes him at this point. Yeah, wrong way up the pit straight. Oh no. At least the marshals are well back. Most likely the same drivers that were involved in the caravan stunts at Donington at Convoy in the Park a couple of years ago. Now this is, as we say, Kurt Göransson used to be this sideways during a race, and he did overcook it trying to showboat through the final corner at Paul Ricard in France once and spun himself out, and through the smoke Days of Thunder style went Gunther Spindler, the Austrian, in his MAN to win. Had a message in from Christine Wells, who says, looking forward to watching my grandson Kyle Wells race in July for the first time. Yes, Kyle, not yet 14. We will see him in July when he turns 14 years of age, the minimum age for junior saloon cars. Who knows, maybe some of our junior saloon cars could go into truck racing someday. There's the Scania from Team Oliver. And now the red flag coming out, so I think that's the end of our drifting display. Certainly pretty impressive. Wonder what scores the judges would give them. New sets of GT tyres needed there, I think. Martin Gibson, the truck racer of a few years ago, is one of the main development men behind GT tyres, based at the Motor Industry Research Association in Warwickshire. Haven't seen him racing for the last couple of years, been concentrating on car racing. Nice comment there. But these trucks have a tyre sponsor, they need a grass seed sponsor now as well. Yes, the circuit manager, Phil Davies, won't be too impressed, I don't think. Thanks to Phil and his team for their upkeep of Pembrey. Okay, so that was our truck drifting display. We didn't see them yesterday, sadly, but they've made it out. Next up, it will be the Welsh. Sports and Saloons. 15-minute race for them, followed by our final truck race of the weekend, and then it's our 100 minutes 2CV endurance race. Looking at the lineup, we've got some cars with a single driver, some with two, and a few with three. Minimum of 2 pit stops during that race. The pit window opens 25 minutes in, closes 75 minutes in. So we'll await the Welsh Sports and Saloons once the circuit has been checked for any debris from the truck drifting. The Welsh Sports and Saloon cars, the grid is based on the results of the first race. So it'll be the 2 Mazda RX-8s on the front row. There, a bit of the live music and also the freestyle motocrossers in the background. Thank you again to everyone for joining us on BARC TV this weekend. Our next meeting comes up at Alton Park next Saturday. A one-day event, but a big one. British Endurance Championship go into action at the Alton Park International Circuit. Don't have an entry list yet for that one, but we'll see the British Endurance Championship and the Brit Car Trophy Championship in action at that event. 2 50-minute races for the trophy and a big 3-hour race for the British Endurance Championship as well. That's all coming up at Alton Park on BARC TV next Saturday. So Peter Erteg's Audi R8's GT car win the last round at Brands Hatch. It was the Lamborghini that Dave McDonald and his team that won the first round at Silverstone. Plenty more GT cars and TCR cars and lots more joining them next weekend. The various saloons and GTs in the Brit Car Trophy class as well. Charlie Hand will be there in the Ferrari with Chris Compton Goddard, no relation incidentally. So it's a short pause here while the circuit is checked over, and then we will be underway with our next race for the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship.
Second race of the weekend and the day in the Welsh Sport and Saloons coming up, and we're here with Damien Longatano. Car 44, it was the fastest on track by a mile, but you've got to finish races, of course. We all saw it, but what actually happened?
Oh, I don't know, just came around Honda, and next thing I knew, the cycle wing was going through the air, and there was a bit of tyre rubber coming everywhere, and yeah.
I mean, to be fair, you gave it a really good go. You kept going, and then eventually it sort of just fell to pieces, didn't it?
Yeah, so through some of the corners, you could sort of feel it rub in, and I thought if I just give it a little bit less on some of the corners, it might last, but wasn't to be.
We're talking ahead of race 2. Are we going to see you in race 2?
Apparently we'll be able to take them off, and as long as they're both off, we can race with them both off, apparently. So
now, in that first race, early on, you had a 101 lap, the fastest of the weekend. Is that a surprise to you, or do you know it's capable of that, I'm sure?
Yeah, it should be capable of a second or two less, I would assume, if the conditions are right. Seems a little bit sort of loose out there at the moment. Cars wanting to understeer. I don't know if it's because we've got the lorries out with us and the grip isn't quite there.
Well, fingers crossed we see you and Nick out there in race number 2.
Yeah, I hope so.
Cheers, mate. Right, let's go. Welsh Sport and Saloon Car Racing. Hopefully with the car number 44 and the 80 over there, could be a great battle at the front. If so, over to you, Dave.
Marshall's back out on the grid, so we are almost ready for them to come out by the look of things. Thanks, Ewan. Hopefully we will see both of the kit cars from the back of the grid in this one, but it's going to be 2 Mazda RX-8s on the front of the grid, with the grid based on the results of the first race. Everyone's still enjoying the sunshine here at Pembrey. Not quite as warm as it was yesterday, I don't think. Probably a welcome occurrence for the drivers in their cars and trucks. It certainly gets very hot in the cab of a race truck. When I was very young, I remember being taken for a short ride around the paddock at Donington Park in the cab of a race truck. That was Mick Johnson and his Ford Louisville. He then proceeded to spin it into the gravel at Donington Park in the race. Certainly is a brilliant family weekend here at Pembrey, Convoy Cymru. The next one is at Thruxton, Convoy on the Plain. Plains of the southeast at the Airfield Circuit. Trucks always spectacular around. That's one of the fastest circuits in the UK. They go to Snetterton as well, to Donington for Convoy in the Park. That's always the biggest weekend of the year. They go back to Pembrey and also to Brands Hatch on Bonfire Weekend for the fireworks finale. See if Ryan Smith can land that incredible 8th consecutive title. We haven't heard what the problem was with his truck in the previous race. Hopefully he'll be back out for race 5, where he'll start again from 8th on the grid. So we should shortly see the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship out from the assembly area in the paddock. Hopefully there will be a Westfield and a Stuart Taylor Phoenix at the back of the grid. Two RX-8s, two Clios and a BMW making up the rest of the rather small field, sadly, today. We've seen everything in the championship over the years, from big modified saloons, GT cars, BTCC cars, radicals, right down to Ford KAs. So Wayne Spiller and Craig Attard will be on the front row in their 2 Mazdas. The second row, 180 Mark and 88 Andrew Williams in their Clios. 52 Mike Cook's BMW. Damien Longatano should be there in the Westfield. And number 80, which is the Stuart Taylor Phoenix, driven by Nick Crompton, will round out the field. Waiting the cars to be released from the assembly area. A little bit of sweeping up needed after the truck drifting display. It'd be good if they had had a drift match around Pembrey, like the MS UK British Drift Championship does. Two cars head to head around a lap. Imagine 2 trucks doing that. Chilled Mackers says, I rode in Andy Levitt's Scania in the late 80s. Yes, I remember Andrew Levitt from the days when my father was a truck racing official. It's one of the bonneted Scanias, the likes of Rolf Bjork famously raced, the Swedish driver. Rod Chapman had his Volvo as well. I mentioned some of the great names of truck racing over the course of this weekend. The European Championship is racing in Italy at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli this weekend. I know John Newell is out there. Saw him in the British Championship over the last few years. European Championship, Norbert Kiss, the Hungarian, is looking for his 3rd consecutive title. The likes of Jochen Hahn, Sascha Lenz, his father Heinz Werner Lenz, an ex-racer as well, his main challengers. Steffi Halm, the leading lady of truck racing. Antonio Albacetti, the veteran Spaniard as well. John Newell representing Britain, and Mark Taylor, I believe, is doing the European Championship this year as well. But anyway, from trucks back to cars. Settle in on the grid then. The 2 Mazdas and the 2 Clios are there. I can't see Mike Cook's BMW, but there is Damien Longatano, so he has made it out. No, Mike Cook's not there with the BMW, nor is Nick Crompton's Phoenix. I could make a joke about the Phoenix not rising from the ashes, but that's too obvious. Shame we haven't got Nick back out there. So if Damien Longatano's Westfield holds together this time, how long is it going to take him to come through past the 2 coupes and the 2 hatchbacks? Just awaiting the all clear then from the clerk of the course to get the rolling lap underway behind our Ford Focus Estate safety car. This will be another 15-minute race for the Welsh Racing Drivers Association Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Wayne Spiller, the championship leader after the opening round. Oh, hello. We've got a latecomer. It's Mike Cook. Very much last second there out of the assembly area in the BMW. You're late, Mike. You brought a note. So 6 cars on the grid then. Good to have Mike back out. He was battling with Mark Williams' Clio in the early stages of race 1. Can anyone stop Damien Longatano from coming through the field then? Watch for the Westfield. The rolling lap about to get underway. Here we go. So no Nick Crompton, sadly, unless he does appear from the pit lane. We don't know what the problem was with his car in race 1. Hopefully we will see Damien Longatano's Westfield last the distance this time. We can see just how quick and how potent that little car is. It weighs virtually nothing. It's got an incredibly quick 2-litre engine. There he is, just lurking at the back. There's Mike Cook in the BMW. Two Mazdas, Wayne Spiller and Craig Attard on the front row, the 2 Williamses, Mark and Andrew in the Clios. Longatano, he's lurking back there, maybe giving his competitors a bit of a head start because he knows how quick that Westfield is. Pace car is pulling into pit lane. How long before he catches them up, do we think? This is race 2. For the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. They come out onto the Cowell Straight. The red lights are on. They go out now, and we're away. Down towards the hairpin for the first time. Good start by at the number 88, Andrew Williams in the Clio. It's the 2 Mazdas who lead the way into the first corner. Is Craig Attard going to try and take the lead around the outside? It is Wayne Spiller from pole position who leads. Attard in second. It's Mark Williams in the Prompt Transport Clio that's in third place. Number 180. The 88 in 4th place is Andrew Williams with his Clio. Mike Cook in 5th place, and Damien Longatano is just going to run the car in, I think, around the first lap. Just make sure his repair to the right front is okay, and then he'll go after his opposition. Although I didn't see him there in the background. Don't tell me the Westfield's in trouble already. Oh no, there he is. Now, just getting the car warmed up at the moment. He's made a quick repair to the right front. And now he's going to see if he can catch up to the other 5. Maybe just giving them a bit of a start because that Westfield by far the quickest car out there. At the moment it is the 2 Mazdas who are battling it out for the lead. They complete the first lap. Is Wayne Spiller's transponder working this time? No, it's not, because he's showing us down the order as they come across the line. So still no transponder working on the Mazda. He's going to have to be timed manually. Half a second in it between the 2 of them then as the time corrects itself. Mark Williams third, then Andrew Williams, and Longatano, his first lap was a 1:27. So once he gets fully warmed up, we shall see if he can catch them up. But whether there is more permanent damage done to that Westfield, there he is. Doesn't look as quick as it usually does. He's been in the championship for many years. He's a former champion in 2019. We'll see if he can catch his opposition up here. Spiller and Attard fighting it out for the lead. Craig Attard having a look there on the inside at Brooklands, but he doesn't manage to get alongside his fellow Mazda man. Down the speedway, straight they come. Now to complete the second lap. The two Mazdas, the two Clios. Mike Cook in the BMW. Only just made the starting grid in time. He nearly had to start from the pit lane. Just made it out of the assembly area. Mark Williams has gone clear in third in the Clio. There's Andrew Williams. Now let's see how close Damien Longatano is. Now he's up to speed. He's just on a 1 minute 2.408. He was just getting warmed up on the first lap there. He's got to within a second of Mike Cook already. Have a look in the background. There he is. He's past the BMW. Here comes the charge from the back. Longatano. He's past Andrew Williams now. I see in the background there coming out of the hairpin. It won't take him long before he's through to the front, I'm sure. There's Mark Williams. Where's the Westfield? There it is. Here comes Longatano. Yep, he's up to speed now. Extraordinary little machine. Look at the size of that rear wing. Absolutely mad machine, but that's what Open Series, Run What You Brung series like this are for. Well, that was going on. We've had a change for the lead because Craig Attard has taken over. He's done that coming out of Brooklands. So Craig Attard's Mazda has gone to the front and he leads Wayne Spiller for the first time today. Across the line they go. It's Spiller a few tenths of a second slower on that lap. He's trying to fight back down towards the hairpin. Now, has Longatano got third yet? No, he hasn't. He's just done a 1:03.6 on that last lap. We'll watch his lap times. Now he's got third. He's ahead of the Clio. Westfield nearly snaps sideways on him, coming out of the hairpin. Enormous fun to drive, that little Westfield. Let's see if he can catch the two Mazdas then. I must say, I'm loving that Welsh flag Armco at the crossing. That's a great new feature of Pembrey. Craig Attard leads, the man from Cardiff. It's in their mirrors. Here comes Longatano. It's almost caught them. It's like watching Ryan Smith come through the field in the truck races, isn't it? That Westfield a bit quicker than a truck, though. And weighs about 4.5 tons less. Wayne Spiller, I think, is waving him through there. Yep. The Mazdas know they can't match the Westfield for straight line speed. Look at him rocket through there, takes the lead. Well, the answer was 4 laps. Oh, he's sliding it through the hairpin. He's showboating here, Damien Longatano. He's loving this. And the fans love it too. It's even lighter now because he's taken those front mudguards off. Quickest lap of the race, 1:01.617, so he's matching the pace we saw before the car broke in race 1. Away he goes, the Westfield. Attard second, Spiller third. Now Spiller will want to get back ahead of Craig Attard because the two Mazdas are both in Class 2, and Wayne Spiller will want maximum points in his class to keep up his overall championship lead. Further back in the order, Mark Williams is 4th. He's 7 seconds clear of Andrew Williams in the Battle of the Clios, and 2 seconds further back is Mike Cook in the BMW 330 Club Sports. Longatano over the line. He's already 6 seconds ahead of the two Mazdas. 1 minute 0.503 is lap time. That time, could we see the Westfield lap Pembrey in under 60 seconds? That might be a challenge for Damien Longatano. Attard up there in second. The gap between the two Mazdas, 1.1 seconds. There goes the Westfield. Almost too quick for our camera there. Here's Mike Cook running in 6th place with his BMW. Through the hairpin he goes. Running in Class 3, the only Class 3 car in this race with no Nick Crompton. There's Andrew Williams, the 88 Renault Clio. It's the Hillcroft Garage car, comes from Caldicott. Longatano has gone through to complete his 6th lap, 1 minute 0.070. He's getting closer to that 60-second barrier. Down the back of the circuit he goes. A little bit of understeer there for Longartano. Able to pace himself now, but is he going for faster laps? 1 minute .070 was his last lap around this circuit. Across the line he goes, 1 minute .053, he's quicker again. I think this series used to have a rule where you couldn't lap under 60 seconds. That was a bogey time, as they say in club rallying. You couldn't go under that lap time, but I'm not sure if that's still in place. That might be why Longartano isn't lapping under the 1 minute barrier. Meantime, the Mazdas are fighting it out again for second place. They're 19 seconds down on Longartano now. So it's a race for second place between the two Mazdas. It's under 7 minutes of the race to go, so we're already into the second half of this Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship race. One question in our comments is, can Damien Longartano lap the whole field? Not sure he'll catch the Mazdas, but he'll most likely catch the two Clios and the BMW. Did he go quicker again that time? No, his last lap at 1 minute 2.5 for the Westfield. So maybe he's just pacing himself at the front of the field, just making sure the car makes it home. He knows as long as he keeps going, he'll be clear of his opposition. Damien Longartano looking for his second championship this year, won it in 2019. Through go the Mazdas, 23 seconds down now. So the Westfield pulled out another 4 seconds on that last lap, even though he backed off just a little. There's Andrew Williams, 5th place in his Clio. How far behind the other Clio is he? 11 seconds. So everybody other than the Mazdas is fairly well spaced out now. Well, there's the first back marker being lapped by Longartano. Mike Cook's BMW. Longartano continues to press on. Probably disappointed that he doesn't have Nick Crompton out there to battle with, because it would have been fairly close between those two. Looking at the qualifying times from this morning, they were separated by 3.5 seconds, the two kit cars. There go the Mazdas, still Craig Attard ahead of Wayne Spiller. The gap was 23.7 seconds, we'll see what it is this time through. 25.1, so again a slightly slower lap for Longartano, a 105.17 for him that time through. So maybe he's eased off just a little. The Mazdas haven't eased off though. Wayne Spiller wants to have a go for second place. He wants to win the class. The gap is fairly consistent between the two of them. You can see from our comparison. Notice the very purposeful looking rear diffuser on Wayne Spiller's car to help with the aero. Towards the right-hander at Brooklands, 4 minutes to go. There's our 4th place man, Mark Williams, with his Prompt Transport Clio. There's a bit of trim loose on the edge of the windscreen there. The windscreen rubbers come loose. I noticed that in race 1. Longartano's latest lap, a 1 minute 9.1. So his lap times are steadily getting a bit slower. In fact, the two Mazdas closed up a little bit there. Wayne Spiller had a look there towards the hairpin, but he's not close enough to Craig Attard. See what the gap is between the two of them. Yes, it was only a few hundredths of a second. Craig Attard hanging on, but Wayne Spiller wants another class win to extend his championship lead. There's the Westfield in the background. Keep an eye, half an eye on Damien Longartano. That Westfield's slowing down. I think Longartano's slowing. We'll pick him up when we can. But I think Damien Longartano is slowing down a little. We could see him there. He's slowed a little, yeah, lapping in the 1:09 now. But he's definitely slightly off his previous pace. Whether it's because he's been lapping back markers, he's just taking it easy. Car looks okay. He's lapped Andrew Williams is clear. There go the Mazdas. So I think Longartano, I think he is okay. He's just eased off. He's only got 2.5 minutes of the race to go. He can afford to take it easy. And Craig Attard's run wide on the hairpin. Thank you very much, says Wayne Spiller. I'll take the lead of the class. Craig Attard just went too deep into Hatchett's hairpin. We've seen earlier in the weekend. Very easy to do there. So I don't think Damien Longartano is going to lap everybody. I don't think he'll catch these two. Now the Mazdas are catching Mike Cook's BMW to pull a lap on him. Down Speedway straights. Two Clios separated by 19 seconds. Clio's over 30 seconds off the two Mazdas. Here's Longartano. Yeah, he's pushing again now. His last lap was a 1:09.945, so maybe he just eased off to get through the back markers. Now one final push to the finish. I think he'll be coming around to start his last lap this time. There's Mark Williams' Clio ahead of him, so it looks like we're going to have just 3 cars finish on the lead lap. Here are the Mazdas. They've split apart now. Spiller having pulled away from Attard, lapping the BMW. Over the line goes Longartano. What's his lap time? That time through. 59.982. He has lapped under 1 minute. So he's broken the 1 minute barrier. So the 60-second barrier has been broken by Damien Longartano. He's heading for the checkered flag this time around. Here he comes then. Checkered flag this time. Damien Longartano takes the win. Last lap of 1:06.22. Who's going to be second? Here come the Mazdas. It's going to be Wayne Spiller, who will take second place. Third will go to Craig Attard. So Spiller wins the class. Fourth place will go to Mark Williams, fifth Andrew Williams, and Mike Cook will be sixth, and he will win Class 3. So the provisional results then of the Welsh Sports and Saloon Cars Race 2. Damien Longartano, the winner, eventually finishing 37.2 seconds clear of the two Mazdas of Wayne Spiller and Craig Attard, who finished just over a second apart in second and third. Mark Williams in fourth ahead of Andrew Williams, Mike Corker class win in 6th place, the final finisher. Fastest lap of the race, Damien Longatano, 59.982 seconds. He did break on one occasion the 60-second barrier. We'll head down to Ewan shortly. I'll check the regulations as well. I mentioned the 60-second lap rules. I couldn't see it in the regulations, so I think Damien Longatano is okay there. I've just checked the championship regulations on the Welsh Racing Drivers Association website and couldn't see mention of it. So Damien should be okay with that sub 60-second lap. Just a couple of races to go, then our final truck race will be next up. See if everybody's repaired their panel damage from that rather bruising race earlier on. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ewan.
Cheers, Dave, here with our race winner, Damien. That is what you were trying to do in race 1, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, the plan was there, but unfortunately it didn't execute like it was.
Like we spoke before the race, and you said you're pretty confident you would be racing. Clearly, everything was absolutely fine in the end. You've got a great team behind you in the paddock, haven't you?
Yeah, very good. Work hard in the garage, try and keep it running, because it doesn't like to stay together well.
Now, the first few laps, were you just playing? What were you doing?
I was just trying to sort of make it a little bit interesting for myself more than anything, because being out in front is it's a bit boring.
Yeah. But great fun once you got put the medal down.
Yeah, it was good fun.
And you also broke 60-second barrier as well.
Did I?
Yeah. So congratulations.
Oh, my timer got me on a minute dead. I was wondering what TSL might have caught me on.
You did absolutely. A great end to your weekend, well done.
Yeah, thanks.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Let's try and speak to Wayne and Craig here. We might jump in with Craig first of all. Craig, can we grab you across here? Is that all right?
Not the chance in the world.
So, I mean, it's another podium, another second, that ruddy Wayne, but great racing again.
Yeah, it was really fun. I drove that thing as hard as I could drive it, and I just ran out of tyres. Yeah. I ran out of tyres and brakes, and the best part was I knew he was sat there seeing me sliding and rubbing his hands. But yeah, again, I'm pleased with how the car went. The car performed well. Again, to be able to battle with Wayne, because like I said earlier on, he's some driver. I've worked with him for a long time, and he's some driver, like, so I'm really pleased with the car and myself. Like, and
2 podiums, well done, great weekend.
Yeah, it's a fantastic weekend. I was close to giving up on Wednesday, but I'm glad I didn't now. It's been a great weekend.
We're glad you didn't too, well done.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, buddy, thanks a lot. And Wayne, I mean, it's very difficult to beat that man over there when his car's working, but it's a second place, it's another podium and a class win as well.
Yes, and a great day racing with Craig. Yeah, real close action, about time.
It's been
really enjoyed it.
When you look back on Pembrey, great success. What do you do now? How do you celebrate as a driver?
I shall go and have a nice cold sharp pub.
Enjoy it, mate, well done.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Not many cars, but fantastic racing in the Welsh Sport and Salute Car Championship. Coming up next is our final race. It's race number 5 of the British Truck Racing Championship. It is over for the final time this weekend to Pointy and Dave.
Thanks very much indeed, Ewan. Incidentally, talking of lap times here at Pembrey, I have just looked up the all-time lap record here on the Pembrey Circuit. That is 44.43 seconds. Yes, 44.43 seconds. That was set by none other than Ayrton Senna. That was back in the late 80s or early 90s. I don't know the exact dates, but Ayrton Senna was testing a McLaren Formula 1 car. They had a tyre test here, and Senna set that all-time lap record. The race lap record is set by Brian Smith in 1997 in British Formula 3, and he set a time of 50.079 seconds. That's the race lap record, but Ayrton Senna has the all-time Pembrey lap record, which is why there is now a corner named after him here at Pembrey. 2 races to go then. We've got the British Truck Racing Championship, race 5 of the weekend up next, and then we've got our 2CV mini endurance race. 100 minutes with mandatory pit stops. That's going to be something different, to say the least. Have a look at the grid shortly for our Final truck race of the day. It's based on the grid. The grid is based on the results of race 3 from this morning, with the top 8 in Division 1 flipped around, the top 4 in Division 2, because of course Jim Bennett has requested to start his Seddon Atkinson from the back of the grid. Anyway, while we wait for the trucks for this race, let's see what Pointy's been up to.
Looking at paddock and looking at my timetable, we have the penultimate race of the weekend. The second to last race of the weekend is about to get underway.
Of the last race of the weekend, we've had a chance to catch up with John Bowler. John, we started Saturday with some serious clutch issues. Tell us more about what you had to do with that yesterday.
So we had some minor issues through testing on Friday. They continued into qualifying Saturday. We thought we resolved the problem that continued into race 1 and then race 2. So to save any additional damage, we decided to DNF the race and get it repaired last night.
Yeah, we spent a few hours, well, I say we, you guys spent a few hours on the floor, right here in fact, taking things off the truck, pumping the clutch pedal, hoping it'd fix itself.
Yeah, we did. We went for quite a rigmarole. We thought the issue was external, it turned out to be internal, so we did a clutch change, which took me and the lads about an hour and a half, which was really quick timing, and yeah, we moved forward from that.
Take me quicker to do it in a car, to be honest. I mean, the size of these gearboxes is redonkulous. How heavy would you say one of those things is off the top of your head?
Yeah, about 200 kilograms, I think, roughly. So
one, that's two of me, one gearbox. Wow, that is some serious heavy lifting, man.
Yeah, that's it. We used a forklift to assist us getting it out. So it was
right, just a little bit. Like, you lifted it yourselves most of the way.
Well, we lifted it back in, but used a forklift to take it out.
On your shoulder by the end of the night.
That's it, yeah.
So we've got one race left. Do we know where we're starting in that one?
I'm not too sure, to be perfectly honest.
See where the marshals line you up.
That's it, yeah, that's it. We came in, we had some minor issues in the last race. We got them resolved. Done some tyre rotation, changed the setup, so we're looking forward to the final race. Hopefully we've got things toned in a little bit better.
Hopefully so. Did you get to see any of that action in race 4 this afternoon, when everybody decided to just drive at the pit wall instead for fun?
I dodged it and went round the outside like normal people do.
Round the outside?
Yeah, that's it, yes.
Just got to say round the outside after someone says round the outside. It's an in-joke, it's an in-joke. Right, John, well, thank you very much for talking to us. Massive congrats to you and the team for keeping the truck on the track this weekend, because that is half the challenge of truck racing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're just bringing it home, getting the points in. The minute we're still learning, because we're first year in Division 1, so we're just bringing it home, get the points in, and just learning day by day, race by race.
Well, we saw Division 2 to Division 1 newcomer Jock Borthwick take his first trophy victory this weekend, so I can feel it in the waters for the bowler team to be getting theirs very soon as well.
That's certainly the plan.
Thank you very much, John. Good talking to you. Good luck for the last race of the weekend. John Bowler down here in the paddock
in this
at
trailer.
Pembrey.
If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
problem.
Tom O'Rourke, the 86, will start on the 5th row. He's had a quiet weekend so far. He'll be alongside Ricky Collins. He got an entangle with Stuart Oliver, which ruined his chance of a podium in race 4. Crazy race earlier on. John Bowler next ahead of Simon Faulkner. Stuart Oliver will be at the back. Of course, in race 3, he had to make a pit stop and finish towards the back of the field. So he'll have to start from the back of Division 1. No Simon Cole. He has withdrawn for the weekend with mechanical trouble. Then Division 2 will be headed up by Craig Evans in the number 10. He's desperate for his first Division 2 win. We hope he's there after he was eliminated on the first lap of that race 4 with a start line collision. I think what's happened off the start line is Simon Reed hit the back of David Jenkins. And not the first time that's happened this weekend. And everybody else tried to go wide to miss it, and they all hit each other as they took avoiding action. So Craig Evans will start alongside Adam Bint, assuming he's rebuilt his Volvo. How did he keep going the remains of that Volvo in the earlier race? Paul Rivette's first Division 2 win for him earlier on of the season starts alongside John Powell and Jim Bennett completing the Division 2 runners, completing the grid. Hope that all 18 of them are there. Of course, we won't see Simon Cole. It's the DAF pace truck who leads them round. It's the TRD truck and trailer parts DAF. It's number 12, Michael Oliver, looking for his first win of the season in pole position. Alongside him, Stephen Powell, looking for his first of the season and the second of his Division 1 career, the former Division 2 champion. Jock Borthwick on row 2, alongside Bradley Smith. The Reeds line up one behind the other, rows 3 and 4. David Jenkins and Ryan Smith completing the top 8 on the grid. Will Ryan Smith make it 4 for the weekend? Waiting for the rest of the grid to form up. Tom O'Rourke will be on row 5. Tough season for him so far. Had a big off at Brands Hatch in the final race, went into the tyre wall at Paddock Hill Bend, had to be towed out by trackside recovery. Not as big as the crash he had at Thruxton in 2020. Same for Ricky Collins, had a rollover at Thruxton on that occasion. Next on the grid, John Bowler. We've heard about the issues he's been having with the truck this weekend, but a good finish in race 4. Lines up alongside Simon Faulkner, who's on the pace with every race he does. He's learnt quickly over the last couple of years, the newcomer. And then Stuart Oliver lining up at the back of Division 1 after that problem in race 3. Simon Cole will not be there, as we know. So confirmation of the grid then. Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell on the front of the grid, along with Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith on row 2. A quartet of MANs lead the grid away. Craig Reed in the Iveco, the top non-MAN, alongside David Jenkins. Then row 4, Simon Reed and Ryan Smith. Watch for Flying Ryan. Let's see if he can make it 4 wins out of 5 this weekend. Tom O'Rourke on row 5 alongside Ricky Collins. As we said, on row 6, John Bowler will start alongside Simon Faulkner. Stuart Oliver will complete the Division 1 runners on row 7. Division 2 will be headed up by Craig Evans in the number 10 MAN. Desperate for that first class win. We'll wait to see if Adam Bint has put his Volvo back together as well. I don't know how he was still cornering with almost half of one corner missing in the earlier race. They start ahead of Paul Rivette in the Napa Truck Racing number 22. John Powell in his DAF. Mixed weekend for him, taking the win in race 3. And Jim Bennett, Gentleman Jim, completes the grid. Fair play to all the teams who've straightened the trucks out after that bruising encounter in race 4. So just awaiting Division 2 to be brought into line then before the rolling start. The TRP truck and trailer parts. DAF. Not TRD, as I said earlier, apologies for that. Need any spares for your truck, they're the people to see. He's about to lead them away. The 30-second board is about to be displayed. Michael Oliver on pole. Can he hang on for his first win? I reckon Stephen Powell's in with a good chance here. The Cameramatics Racing MAN, also sponsored by Dines Recovery and HGV Direct. Stephen Powell can win here. There's going to be a big party when they get home at the Portobello Inn just down the road from Brands Hatch, the Powell family's pub. Adam Bint has got the Volvo back out, he's on the grid. Head down into the hairpin. Normally we see in the last race of the weekend the drivers let their hair down a bit and things are a bit more extravagant the rest of the weekend, but I think they've already done that in race 4, it has to be said. Stuart Oliver at the back. See if he can come through the Division 1 field. All 5 of Division 2 back out. A smaller grid in Division 2 this year, mainly because a number of drivers who have previously been in that class have moved up to Division 1 this year. We've not seen the reigning Division 2 champion Luke Garrett in action yet in the UK in 2023. Hi to Jordan, who asks, did we know who was in the drift trucks? No, I haven't been able to find out, unfortunately. Pointy hasn't told me. Wendy Howell sending best wishes to John Bowler in the number 14, looking for his first Division 1 success. But the question is, can anyone stop Ryan Smith? Mechanical problems stopped him after he'd taken the lead fairly early on. We didn't even get to halfway before he was in the lead from 8th on the grid in race 4, but then the truck let him down. Craig Evans, there's the rebuilt Volvo. Fair play to Bint Racing for rebuilding Adams' Volvo there. Fighting with John Powell for the lead in Division 2. Jim Bennett in the Ayrsham Gravels. Seddon Atkinson at the back. This will be a 15-minute race, the last of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy Cymru in South Wales. Red lights are on. Michael Oliver on pole. Craig Evans leading the Division 2 trucks. Here we go, the revs are up. They come out of Honda curve. Oliver and Powell on the front row. Jock Borthwick already positioning himself on the inside. Red lights go out and away we go. Super start by Jock Borthwick. Michael Oliver moving to cover as they head down towards the hairpin. Something's got to give here, surely. There's a contact further back. That's Stuart Oliver. He's gone into the back of John Bowler, I think. Stuart Oliver loses the bonnet. Let's hope there's no further damage there and he's able to keep going. Everybody else has made it round the hairpin okay. That's the second time we've seen contact off the rolling start today. It's Michael Oliver who leads the way in the MAN. Bradley Smith in second. Stephen Powell made a poor start. He got forced wide at the hairpin. He's down to 5th position. Could lose 6th here to one of the Reeds. That's Craig. Yes, John Bowler's been hit there. You can see by Stuart Oliver, damage to the back of the number 14. Clouds of smoke there. That's damage to the left rear corner. Ryan Smith trying to pass him. He does so through Senna. see there, that's something rubbing on the tyre of the number 14. Unfortunately, that could be the end of John Bowler's race early on. He was hit by Stuart Oliver off the rolling starts. That's a great shame for John. It's Michael Oliver, son of Stuart, who leads ahead of Bradley Smith. Jock Borthwick in third. David Jenkins has got away well. He's up to fourth ahead of Stephen Powell, then the Reeds, then Ryan Smith, who's leading Division 2. There's Stuart Oliver. It's Paul Rivette leading Division 2. Simon Faulkner just ahead of him there. Adam Bint in second. Third in Division 2 should be John Powell. Yes, there's the DAF. Craig Evans behind him, so didn't make the most of his pole position. Completing the first lap, less than a second in it at the front of the field. John Bowler dropping back. There's the bonnet from Stuart Oliver's truck. That'll be a souvenir for one of the marshals. Just, of course, they will return that to him. Ricky Collett slides his way past John Bowler, flicks the tail out on the exit. Stephen Powell recovering from a bit of a slow start on the tail of David Jenkins. Stephen Powell got forced wide, I think, on the hairpin for the first time and dropped back. Ryan Smith still behind the Reed brothers in 8th position. Not made any headway yet. Oh yes, he has, up the inside there of Simon Reed. He goes through and the charge begins for Flying Ryan once again. Past Simon Reed. Next target is the second of the Reeds, that's Craig. Stephen Powell attacking David Jenkins. John Borthwick again going well up there in third place. Completing the second lap in this final truck race of the weekend. Michael Oliver looking for his maiden win of the season. Fastest lap of the race, no surprise, is Ryan Smith, 1:12.707. Into Hatchett's hairpin for the third time. David Jenkins still defending from Stephen Powell. They were battling all the way for third in the opening race of the weekend. Closing on Jock Borthwick, the three MANs together. The earlier shape MAN of David Jenkins in the middle of the two later models. Here's a battle further back. This is Stuart Oliver. Looks like he's not suffered any damage beyond losing the bonnet there. He's attacking Tom O'Rourke. That's for 11th place. It's not been the happiest of weekends for Stuart. Losing ground to Ryan Smith in the chase for the championship. Ryan Smith up the inside, attacking Craig Reed, really attacking him there through Senna. Craig Reed's not giving way, so he'll try again at Brooklands, Ryan Smith, and still Craig Reed hangs on the outside. Smith's got the tighter line and he goes through. Another place gain. That's clearly Ryan's favoured passing place into the right-hander at Senna. See the sheer speed of these trucks as they charge their way towards Honda Curve. Race trucks limited to 100 miles an hour. Now road trucks, of course, limited to 56. Could you imagine seeing these on the motorway? Jock Borthwick under fire from David Jenkins now into the hairpin. He's not going to go around the outside this time. He's going to use the conventional line and he goes through. That's going to allow Powell to follow him on the tighter line through into four. So Jock Borthwick loses 2 places to David Jenkins and Stephen Powell up into the top 4 places. And behind him now is Ryan Smith. Borthwick his next target. To the crossing. Still Bradley Smith up there in second. And yes, Ryan's got through as well past Jock Borthwick. That loss of momentum at the hairpin dropping him back. Still Michael Oliver who leads. And still in Division 2 it is Paul Rivette ahead of Adam Bint. So only half a second between the two of them. Craig Evans up to third. He's got ahead of John Powell. Jim Bennett rounding out the runners. Through the back of the circuits towards Speedway Straights. Michael Oliver's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:12.48 in clear air out in front. So here's a battle, John Bowler, Tom O'Rourke, and almost pushing the Scotsman is Stuart Oliver. Paul Rivette still leading Division 2 with his MAN, the Napa truck parts and auto parts machine. Now, here's Ryan Smith, he's caught Stephen Powell for 4th position. Still not yet at halfway. In fact, we're only just over 1/3 of the way through this race. Stephen Powell, the former Division 2 champion, under fire from Ryan Smith, who in his Division 2 days was number 88. He's been number 1 for so long now, I'd almost forgotten what his regular number is. He's going for it again into Senna. Stephen Powell does not give way. Trying to defend the position. They'll move across into Brooklands. That's Ryan's preferred overtaking strategy here. He gets the inside line into Senna, And then if he doesn't quite get the gap, he forces the issue a little bit into Brooklands. But not getting past Stephen Powell that way this time. He'll try again at Carter's, and off goes Adam Bint. That is at Senna. Bint's gone straight on onto the grass. That'll drop him down in Division 2. Gathered it up again without hitting anything. Ryan Smith is through. At Carter's there into 4th, ahead of Stephen Powell. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.493 for Ryan Smith. That's nearly a second quicker than everybody else. Reeds together. They're certainly not twins, Simon and Craig, but their trucks are. Now David Jenkins trying to chase down Bradley Smith. And into the pit lane, that was John Bowler I caught a glimpse of there. So the damage from... Did I just see that Ryan Smith has pulled off? I caught a glimpse there in the background at the crossing. Has Ryan Smith pulled over? I'm sure I saw a glimpse of that Dayglow yellow front end on the grass at the crossing. Yes, in the background there, he's slowed. Ryan Smith's in trouble again. We'll pick that up in a second, but it looks as though Ryan Smith is in trouble. Yes, he was ahead of Stephen Powell there, so Ryan Smith's truck has sadly let him down again. There he is, he slowed right down. He'll be into the pits. In fact, he's not even going to get that far. He's pulling over at Senna onto the grass. He's letting the other trucks through. So problems again for Ryan Smith. It won't be 4 wins out of 5. We saw John Bowler into the pit lane as well, that's confirmed. Now this battle between Borthwick and Simon Reed, this is now for 5th place. It's Michael Oliver who leads by 1.5 seconds ahead of Bradley Smith. David Jenkins is 3rd. Stephen Powell is back up into 4th place. Then we've got this battle between Borthwick and the Reed brothers. 8th position is Ricky Collins, a little further back. 9th place is Stuart Oliver, coming through from the back of Division 1. And rounding out the top 10 is Tom O'Rourke. Simon Faulkner is next. Then the Division 2 runners, headed up by Paul Rivette, who's ahead of John Powell now. Craig Evans, Adam Bint, after going off, is down to 4th in Division 2. We've lost Ryan Smith and John Bowler. There is Ryan pulling across the infield. I don't know what the problem is. Probably the same that took him out of race 4. He's gone on to the rallycross course there. He's trying to get it back to the pits, as meanwhile the unbonneted truck of Stuart Oliver takes Ricky Collins. That's for 8th position. Now the fight is on for 2nd place, because here comes David Jenkins attacking Bradley Smith. It's over 6 minutes of this race to go. The lead is nearly 2 seconds. Are we going to see Michael Oliver hang on for his first win of the season? Dominance of Smith and Stuart Oliver has been broken by Jock Borthwick earlier on. Brilliant first win for the Scotsman. Tom O'Rourke, the last Scotsman to win a race, has a single win in his career. I think it was at Donington a year or 2 ago. Trying to think who the last Scotsman to win before that would have been. It might even have been Archie Argo, the man from the north of Scotland, many years back. Side by side there, Jock Borthwick and Simon Reed. Simon gets through on the inside. That's for 5th position at Brooklands. Stephen Powell still ahead of this group. Simon Reed, Jock Borthwick, Craig Reed. Here's Paul Rivette ahead of John Powell and Craig Evans. This is the battle in Division 2. Quiet weekend for Craig Evans in his MAN. David Jenkins still shadowing Bradley Smith's every move. 46 doing extremely well. This will be his best ever result if he can hang on for 2nd place. He had 1 podium last season. That was a 3rd. I think that was at Brands Hatch, if I remember correctly. Through to the crossing. Michael Oliver still clear in the lead. In fact, he's increased his lead by nearly a second on that last lap. Stephen Powell still 4th. Bradley Smith from Gravesend in Kent. Plenty of drivers based near Brands Hatch. David Jenkins comes from Stafford. Paul Rivette leads Division 2 ahead of John Powell. John Powell, another man from Kent, he's from Tonbridge. Paul Rivette from Epsom in Surrey. Epsom, of course, more famous for horse racing than motor racing. There's almost 1,000 horses in that MAN. Michael Oliver still leads, he's lapped Jim Bennett. David Jenkins desperately trying to get past Bradley Smith so he can go after Michael Oliver. Michael Oliver looking to make up for a disappointing 2022 season where he was involved in a number of shunts. Leads by 2.5 seconds. Jenkins just half a second behind Bradley Smith. Jim Bennett trying to get out of the way there, he does so. Still Bradley Smith looking for his best ever result in second place. Well, Ryan Smith did eventually make it back to the pits, his race is run. John Bowler out as well. John Bowler as a result of that whack at the start of the race from Stuart Oliver, no doubt. There's Simon Reed, still there in 5th place ahead of Jock Borthwick, lapping Jim Bennett. Blue flag being shown to Gentleman Jim. A little bit of smoke there from Jock Borthwick struggling, he's just locked up slightly on the inside. This is the lead gap in Division 2, only half a second between these two. How's Adam Bint recovering from that excursion earlier on? He's still 4th. Truck 32 of Jock Borthwick has been given the black and white flag. That's the driving standards flag. I imagine that could be for exceeding track limits. Two and a half minutes to go. We're coming into the closing stages now. The closer battle is in Division 2 for the lead. The Napa and Takasys sponsored MAN. Paul Rivette still leading, looking for win number 2 this weekend. 2 wins for Adam Bint, 1 for John Powell. Adam tries to fight back, pioneer of HVO fuel in this championship. All the trucks running on biodiesel now. Down into the hairpin. John Powell wants another Division 2 win. Can he do it? Jock Borthwick under fire from the second of the Reed brothers. That's Craig. It's 1 win in Division 1. That was in the last race of last year at Brands Hatch. And still, David Jenkins cannot get onto level terms with Bradley Smith. A couple of laps to go now. As they cross the line this time. It's over 1.5 minutes to go for Michael Oliver. Got to survive 2 more laps in the lead to take his first win of the year. Moves up the reverse grid system, can even things up, but of course it's what might have been for Ryan Smith with the truck letting him down. Still Bradley Smith holding second. Stephen Powell still lurking there in 4th place. He'll be ruining that slightly slow start. Over the crossing they go, 1 minute on the clock. And they catch Michael Oliver. David Jenkins still on Bradley Smith's tail. Just can't quite get alongside the MAN. MAN's holding the top 4 places. The first non-MAN is Simon Reed in the Iveco in 5th. Adam Bint, meanwhile, has got ahead of Craig Evans. That's for 3rd place in Division 2. Can he catch the top 2? Here comes Stuart Oliver. He's getting up alongside Craig Reed in the bonnetless number 7. Looks like something out of Mad Max or Terminator, doesn't it? Or maybe it's the truck from Duel, the Steven Spielberg film. I don't know of a replica of that tanker lorry. It's somewhere down in the south of the UK. Stuart Oliver up onto the back of Craig Reed, didn't quite get alongside the Iveco. Clock is counted down to 0 though. And we've hardly seen our race leader. All the action's been in the pack behind him, but this man started from pole position after a quiet season so far and a pretty terrible 2022 where he was involved in a number of shunts. Michael Oliver, the Northumbrian driver, has led all the way. David Jenkins still trying to get past Bradley Smith for second. They're coming into Brooklands for the final time. The last lap of the weekend here at Convoy Cymru for the British Truck Racing Championship. David Jenkins slides out wide. I don't think he's going to get through now, but it is going to be a win for the number 12. Michael Oliver puts a tough spell behind him in the championship where he struggled for results. He started from pole position and has led all the way. Michael Oliver wins our last truck race of the weekend. Bradley Smith, his best ever result in second. David Jenkins third. Stephen Powell is fourth. Simon Reed fifth. MANs fill the top 4 places. Jock Borthwick will hang on for sixth. Another great defensive drive against Craig Reed and Stuart Oliver. That's the same order from the podium in race number 4 earlier on, but this time they're covered by the same margins, but for 6th, 7th and 8th. Shows the working of the reverse grid, I suppose. Ricky Collett 9th, Tom O'Rourke completes the top 10. Then should be Simon Faulkner home next, and here comes our Division 2 battle. Despite a bit of rear end damage, it's going to be Paul Rivette for the second time this weekend, holding off John Powell. Rivette takes the class win by half a second. Adam Bintz showboats his way home in third in class, still leading the championship, I would think. Craig Evans is next, and the final finisher is Jim Bennett, a lap down. Sadly, we lost Ryan Smith and John Bowler into the pits. Congratulations, Michael Oliver. He'll be relieved with that more than anything. He's had a tough time recently in the championship. Full of fun as ever in the paddock, and he will celebrate in style. Michael Oliver the winner by just under 3 seconds. Bradley Smith, his best ever finish in second place ahead of David Jenkins. Stephen Powell in fourth ahead of Simon Reed. And then a familiar trio from race 4 earlier on. Jock Borthwick, Craig Reed, Stuart Oliver. Covered by a little more this time, half a second covered those 3. Ricky Collett in 9th ahead of Tom O'Rourke and Simon Faulkner, and then the Division 2 battlers. Paul Rivette taking his second class win of the day ahead of John Powell. Adam Bint after an off recovering for third, and then Craig Evans and Jim Bennett completed the finishers. We lost Ryan Smith, 3 wins and 2 retirements for him sadly, and of course we lost John Bowler as well, bad luck to him. Let's hand down to Pointy in the paddock.
My goodness me, would you, Adam and Eve, the results of that race. 2 finishes in Division 1, Michael Oliver taking the first place victory, and here he comes now. Absolutely incredible effort. Where's he going to stop? They're driving them somewhere else. Let's get straight in there. Absolutely phenomenal effort. We definitely had the coffee this afternoon. Somebody must have plugged the percolator in just in time. Michael Oliver staying in first place. We thought you were sideways. We thought, oh no, here we go again. Michael Oliver at the front, going sideways, first corner, and yet you managed to pull it back. Come on, mate, yes, get in. Come on. Oh. Was it Colombian? It was the Colombian, wasn't it?
Unbelievable.
Oh, incredible, mate, incredible. And Bradley Smith as well, that's got to feel amazing. I mean, the first big win of the season. You've got it, you've got it, honestly.
Oh, first of many, it's got to be coming.
Come on.
Oh. I'm never speechless, I'm speechless.
I know, you don't know what to do now, do you?
Christ.
I mean, right, let's go to the beginning of the race. Like I just said to everybody, we saw you getting tipped sideways coming out of corner 1. How did you hold that back in?
I don't know, I can't remember. I haven't got a clue what happened.
Right, brilliant.
I remember being on the toilet and then jumping in the wagon and then I'm here.
It's more interesting when he's losing, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Right, sorry.
Honestly, Michael, well done, mate. Congratulations.
Cheers,
let's go and have a chat to Bradley Smith, who's also had a fantastic... Yeah, come on. Absolutely incredible. Bradley Smith, how are you? Yeah, it's all right. We'll come to the TV. This is the one you're going to download from your phone later on. Mate, what was that about? Absolutely incredible.
That was one of my best races ever. It was just carnage. Dave Jenkins was all over me, and the truck went off, but we managed to keep her on and just kept pushing and pushing. I'm sweating, but brilliant. I learnt so much that race, and Dave was pushing me hard. Dave. It was fair and everything, yeah. So
absolutely incredible. And like I say, you could see by the gap between you and Michael that you were defending. Dave, you had a run for your money there with young Bradley, no?
Young Bradley, yeah. There was a time when somebody called me a whippersnapper, but I think that's the definition of it now for us old boys. Amazing job by Bradley, brilliant job.
Well done, Bradley. And this is going to be the first of many for you, obviously.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. It's going to keep pushing, keep learning. Massive thank you to all my sponsors, as we wouldn't be here today. So, yeah, bring on Thruxton.
Bring on Thruxton, indeed. Last race of the weekend, another result for Jenkins. You've got to be happy with the weekend as a whole, especially pushing Bradley around that track the last few laps.
Yeah, I was just worried about the clip I was going to get off Big Tone if I took Bradley off. No, really enjoyed racing with him. He was very good. He's come along a long way and he's going to be one to watch. There's no question about that.
Absolutely fantastic. And of course, the first place for Michael Oliver. I don't even think he knows what he did there, to be honest. He can't remember leaving the paddock.
No, Michael just did a really, really solid job there. Again, another youngster coming on a treat.
Fantastic, it's good to see. Well, I'm sure you've still got a thing or two to teach them all, Dave, so thank you very much for being with us here this weekend. Let's see if we can find the Division 2 drivers, then we'll head back over into Parc Ferme, because quite the battle as well with the Division 2. You can see I can walk backwards now, it's fine. I got a gold star for this at school, PE day. Oh, do you remember sports day at school? What was your favourite one that I can remember? Yeah, I never liked doing orienteering though, that was terrible, that was. Here we go. Hi. So, not quite the result you wanted, but nonetheless, a battle throughout. We saw quite a bit of contact early on with Paul Rivette.
Yeah, Paul Rivette, but the main contact was Stuart Oliver. Yeah, I don't know why he felt the need to just punt me off in the side, and that's how Paul got past.
How did that come about? Because Stuart obviously being in a different division to you.
Well, I don't know whether it is a mistake or somebody's mistake, and he went spinning off down on the start straight, and then coming around the corner, instead of just giving me racing room because I was 3/4 of the way past him, he decided just to run his truck straight into me. So.
Oh right.
Yeah.
But you finished with all your tyres this time at least.
Yeah, all the tyres. Still happy, you know. It's still a third place, still points.
Lots of points. Good. Yes, a good effort as well. But definitely a battle earlier on. What was all that bustling about? I mean, it was so tight the first couple of laps.
Yeah, obviously it's racing. A lot of play this weekend is the tyres in this heat. Some people's tyres are switching straight on, some people's are not. You know, it's just going very one way or the other. It's the luck of the draw. Some people's tyres are switching on, and then I can see that John and Paul's tyres are going off towards the end of the race, and then I was gaining back on them. So it's one of it is the luck of the draw, I think, with the tyres.
Well, we'll have to see how the championship carries on for you, Adam Bid. Thanks very much for joining us. Congratulations on another trophy. Yeah, see you at Thruxton. Right, we've still got plenty left to do here today, so I'm going to head back over into Parc Ferme now and hopefully chat to a few more drivers before handing out our last lot of silverware.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Pointy, for your input this weekend. Full of fun as ever down in the truck racing paddock, and well done to all our truck racing drivers and their teams as well. After that chaotic race 4 earlier on, there were a fair few repairs and they all managed it. One race to go then, and it's finally time for our 100-minute endurance race. 2 CVs on track from the 2CVparts.com Classic Citroën 2CV Championship. They had 2 amazing sprint races yesterday.
If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Shall we carry on, shall we? Yeah. Welcome back to Parc Ferme, everybody. With just a few more inches of vocal cord left in my lungs, let's go and see if we can't find a couple of drivers down here for the last time of the weekend. Now, as I said to you earlier on, I would like to try and speak to Ryan Smith with regards to what on earth is going on with his truck. We did have a quick moment to chat to him just before that race finished, but he might have already run back to his pits, because I can't seem to find him or his truck around here. Let's go into the camp and see if we can find him. This could just be carnage. A quick interview. Hi there, hi. So we found him hiding in the shade, cooling off, and too rightly so. Ryan, two terrible results for the last two races of the weekend. We thought you were doing so well. You'd come back from those niggles in testing on Friday, and then of course with the issues today. Tell us more about what's been going on.
Just all the bad luck seemed to happen at once, and you know, leading the race by 3 or 4 seconds and it doing it there. Hard one to take, but you think you've got the next race, you're up to 4th, you're reeling people in quick. I see that's 32 points, to be honest. 32 points in a system that's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 is 32 places I have to finish against my nearest rival throughout the season. So finishing the races, don't matter how fast you are, it matters how many races you finish. And
so to have those 2 races taken away from the championship now is obviously going to be a bit of a dent.
It's massive, because what you try and do as a racing driver is try and get a race or 2 races in hand. So if you have that kind of problem, then you know you've got the leeway for it. Unfortunately, we haven't got that. You know,
it happening so early on in the championship, it's obviously going to be a bit of a chasing your tail rather than relying on that.
Yeah, and they say, you know, over the course of the season it evens itself out. I can't be too hard on my team. They work tirelessly for me. They're as much disappointed as I am. We take the rough with the smooth. I just see it as 32 points lost. I see it as 5 race wins that should have been here. We had the pace, we did it cleanly, we've been fair with everyone, you know, but listen, we can't turn back the clock. We'll pick ourselves up and we'll go again at Thruxton.
If anything, I blame Dave Goddard. I heard him commentating on a race earlier on saying you were going to win every race in first place this weekend, so I think if anything you just send your letter of complaint to him.
Dave, we're holding you fully accountable for what's happened. Look, at the end of the day, it evens itself out over the season. I'm disappointed now, but 10 minutes in the car on the way home, we go back to us family. You know, we're all safe, we're all in one piece. Is it that important?
No, this is very true. Stick a bit of Celine Dion on the MP3 player and away we go.
No, I don't. I think Celine Dion at this moment in time where I'm feeling like this might push me over the edge.
She's diagonal off the side of the M4.
Might need a bit of meatloaf, some heavy metal
to
get me. But listen, I want to congratulate all my competitors this weekend. Jock Borthwick on his first win, thoroughly deserved.
Massive.
Bradley Smith, Michael Oliver, he's had awful luck, you know. He deserved that, you know. It shared itself out. You know, it makes it interesting for the spectacle. We'll go again. Weather's been glorious. Great turnout. Truck Sports put an amazing event on. Let's go.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Ryan Smith. We'll see you at Throxton, back in one piece and back in racing form. This isn't the last we've seen of Ryan Smith. He's got a title to uphold, and I'm sure he's got it under his belt somewhere. So, thank you very much for joining us down here in Parc Ferme. I think we should go and hand out some trophies now. So, back to you in the studio. So, a little bit further down the paddock now with the young Bradley Smith. Bradley, one race left of the weekend. We haven't had a chance to talk to you up until now, really, so I'm terribly sorry about that. First of all, how has it been racing this weekend so far?
So it's been a good weekend. We've finished every race. We've been in the top 5, I believe, in every race, so it's good points. We're 5th in the championship, so it's good to just, we're such a tight scoring system, it's good to just finish every race in the top 5, and yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, really, considering obviously you had some serious issues that saw you leave the circuit and the championship last year so early on. This year, though, it just goes to show you have got it in you. You just need a bit more time to get it out there.
Yeah, just seat time, learning every race. Obviously, some mega drivers out there, a lot of competition, so it's good to be up with them, and hopefully this last race we can push them around.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 in the championship overall isn't to be sniffed at, especially this early on. So incredible efforts there. So yeah, you mentioned last race, you're going to try and push them around a bit. Where does that put you starting the last race then?
I think the last race I'm actually on the 2nd row on the inside, so hopefully we can all get around the first corner, put on the show, and have some good racing.
Hopefully all get round the first corner. Yeah, hopefully, yeah. What on earth happened on the first lap? I mean, we didn't even make it to the first corner on that 4th race.
I know, I got going, got well, and then just felt a big bang in the side. Looked in my camera, I'd see Ryan's bonnet in the side of my truck, and then luckily I managed to square Ryan up, and we all managed to keep going, thank God. And a little bit of damage, but the boys are working hard to fix it now, and yeah, let's go out for the last race.
Can't believe it. That was pretty impressive. The fact everybody managed to keep going and no red flags as well. Yeah. I think it would go down in British truck racing history as the worst crash that didn't cause any red flags.
It definitely, yeah, it was very lucky. It could have been a lot of damage there and a massive
worse
crash, but thankfully we managed to square Ryan up, and we all carried on down to the first.
Carried on. It's like, did that just happen? Yeah, probably. But look, we're okay. We're all still rolling. Just keep going, keep going. Right. Well, Bradley, thank you very much for talking to us. Thanks for putting so much effort in to be here this weekend as well, of all the rest of your team as well. And good luck in the last race.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a very good weekend. Lovely weather, so loads of people here. Mega turnout. So yeah, it's been brilliant.
Looks like your truck's moving, starting to float behind you.
Yeah, they're ready for the last race.
Yeah,
the wheels are back on it now. So.
Yeah. Oh, you need wheels. Well, do I say you need wheels? Adam Bint didn't have wheels on his, did he?
No.
I couldn't believe he still managed to get a podium. Unbelievable. Right, Bradley Smith, Division 1, one to watch for the 2023 season, going into the last race of the weekend here at Pembrey, South Wales.
If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Well, we're down here in the paddock at Pembrey, and I've had a great opportunity to talk to Richard Gunner and, of course, John Powell. John Powell being...
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kg capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Have you seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.
Down here now in the show truck area, something that we've only recently seen down here at Pembrey, South Wales, of course, with the growing popularity of Convoy Cymru, we now get some visits from these lovely vehicles. In fact, Stuart, come here a minute. Hold on, let's just accost him. Come over here, have a word with us. Stuart now heads up the team with Truck Sport that actually organise the show trucks. Now, you've obviously been with us for quite a while now, and you've seen the growth of these kind of show truck events. What do you think brings people down here to Wales after so long of no one being that interested?
I think it's just basically word of mouth. The ones that have been coming for the previous years have actually passed the word on to say how good an event it is. And obviously with the Convoy brand now, it's actually making it a bigger and bigger event.
It certainly is, and something to be part of as well. Now, we wouldn't exactly take ourselves as seriously as a real truck show. Try that again. Truck show. It's not as hardcore as some of those larger truck shows. It's more about hanging out with your friends. You've all got trucks. Yes, you've come to show them. Yes, a huge amount of effort still goes in to cleaning them, preparing them, and of course there's trophies to be had. But they're not as serious. It's a more relaxed situation, isn't it? Yeah.
Because we want them to, obviously, yes, they clean their trucks, they show their trucks, but we also want them to come and watch the racing as well and enjoy everything else that's going on around the circuit.
This is it, and so much to see and do. We've got motocross, we've got trade stands, we've got bus rides around the circuit at the lunch break as well. We've even got the truck drifting, which has only ever been seen at Donington Park, and now we brought it down south to Wales.
That's right, and I think, if I remember rightly, it's going to Thruxton as well.
Oh my goodness, well obviously the word has spread about the truck drifting. We'll definitely have time later on to speak to some of the truck drift drivers and see what that is about, because it's actually going out on circuit here, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I think here is the only place really where they can put the truck drifting.
Well, watch this space. We'll definitely get some footage of that for you up later on. Other than that, Stu, thanks very much for talking to us, buddy. We'll let you get back to your show truck drivers. See, I said that all in one go that time. I don't know what happened. You know, when your brain can hear it, but your mouth can't say it. I think we've all been there. So let's just have a little walk down now, just quickly look at how well these trucks are parked up. This is your standard kind of parking at a truck show, where everybody likes to get a good side angle. Some absolutely incredible vehicles here from different ages as well. We've got the new Scanias, older Scanias, we've got ERFs, we've even got some massively vintage trucks. Owen's one of the sponsors of this event as well. A local firm just up the road in Clerkley have brought one of their vintage trucks as well. I actually followed it down through Pembrey yesterday on the back of a transport trailer, and it does look absolutely immaculate. I'm sure we'll have time to look at a few more show trucks later on in the weekend and maybe even get to chat to some of the drivers as well. But until then, let's have a word from our sponsors.
Okay, so we're going to look now, we'll try and get on camera. Trophies. trophies! Okay, right. So, for the top 3 drivers of Division 1 and 2, listen up, can I please have you waiting at the bottom of the stairs? So come over now, you know you've got a trophy, come and wait at the bottom of the stairs. It's Paul that's idea, and I actually quite like it. It's just to get you all in, whilst you're cheering. Obviously then let's go on camera, everyone has a good time. So, are we ready? Are we live? We're live already. I didn't even get to powder my nose. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, the last race of Pembrey South Wales for Convoy Cymru has just taken place, and what a race it was too. Crashes and spills all around the circuit. But are we ready to hand out our last set of trophies? They did better in the practice run. Okay, trophies! Edit that in, just cut it and then, right, okay. So, on to Division 2, starting in 3rd place, of course. Can I please have some noise, hands together for Adam Bin, ladies and gentlemen. Not moving. I know, we've got to stop meeting like this, people will start to talk. And in 2nd place, has to go for none other than John Powell. Thank you, sir. Very good job. Fantastic. Well done. Which, of course, means in 1st place and taking another victory home for the Napa Racing family, it's Paul McVeigh, ladies and gentlemen. What I look for, I'm liking this whole standing on the stage thing. It's really worked out well. Whose idea, ladies and gentlemen? Can't take credit. Let's have a round of applause for Division 2 top 3 for the last race here at Pembrey South Wales, which of course leaves just enough time for one more one-word wonder. Come on, get your dictionaries out, you know this is coming now. Super Bowl winning. Stupendous. Stupendous, right. I do like a round of applause, make some noise for Division 2 top 3 drivers. Thank you very much. On to Division 1. My goodness, we really did see some interesting, almost building there without even noticing. Some interesting results from the Division 1 pack. But of course, we have to start with 3rd place. So, ladies and gentlemen, still with some tricks to teach, Dave Jenkins! Well, thanks for coming, for real, amazing. Over here, Dave, thank you very much. And in 2nd place, make some super special noise, returning to Division 1 and actually making it to another circuit this year. It's Bradley Smith! It's amazing what you can do when there's an engine in the shop, isn't it? Amazing. Well done, mate. And then you stand up there afterwards and start thinking of your word now, okay? Start thinking of your word now. Right then. Now, this one, even more important, managed to get through the weekend without writing off his truck or getting written off in the process. Make some noise for the man who started Michael Oliver! I told you, you just got to drive the engine, mate. It's easy stuff, really. Don't Right, you stand on there, that's it, get up, well done. Round of applause for Division 1 top 3. Some brilliant well-deserved trophies there. And of course, one more time, Dave, what have you got for us? Pesky kids. Pesky kids, and you've really got the name as well. Cheaper, 2 words. Excited, he is excited, look at his little face. Round of applause, everyone, give it one more time. The big guess in Division 1 winners of that last race. What a fantastic race it was too. Of course, if you want to see yourselves on camera, then head on over to the official BTRC on Instagram, or of course Christmas Truck Racing Championship on YouTube. You're going to be able to stream back all the racing action forever. Right, we're all ready now, of course, to head straight into the show truck trophies. And I don't know why the phone stopped playing music, because we deserve music too. Here we go. Right, we bring on to the stage Mr. Not the Man himself does a very good job of judging. This is where he'll explain all the scribbles he's put on his paper since he did it.
Roger.
Anything you feel uncomfortable, I need to read it to me. All good, brilliant. Usually hands it to me, goes, the bits that look like an M, they're actually a W. Oh right, thanks mate, thanks. Right then, shall we move that song? Pop aside somewhere else. Oh, lovely. He can do that, no one else is allowed, alright? No one else is allowed. Okay, so, are we bringing them up on stage? Yeah, let's bring them up on stage. We'll get you guys on the podium quickly as you can, get your photo, and we'll head on to the next thing. You'll be alright there, just don't trip over. Yeah, you can bring it to there. We'll pop it in because you want loose cables, not stretch guys. Step over it, Stuart. Step over it. Right, are we all okay? Finish rearranging the furniture now? Does anybody else see what's happening here? Are you finished? Right, I'm sure you're further over there when you go. Okay, here we go then. And of course, to hand out the trophies, very prestigious then, we've got Mr. Stuart Oliver, 7 times very short, 10 times, sorry, 10, that's right, that's because he's the one coming out as your replacement, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a long way to go yet.
He has a very long way. He's got to start finishing races first. Right then, so we've had some fantastic show trucks here this weekend. And first of all, I just need to say a special thank you to all of the drivers who have come down and put all their effort into making this show, Convoy Cymru, what it is. I remember not too many years ago, we'd come up here on a Friday, there'd be absolutely nobody here. On Sunday night, there'd be absolutely nobody here. It was sad, it was a shame. And now, the last couple of years, with Convoy and Truck Sport, we've managed to have that street up.
And you're real, Mike, you don't want to go home?
That's fine, the M4 shot anyway. You don't have the update? Okay. Okay, let's go on with it, shall we? Starting off with best working tractor unit that's up to 3 years old. And in third place, listening over the names of the numbers, it's registration JA64BRO from Jager Transport. And in second place, Tim Stewart SVT 805S. 805S. We're going. That's a real letter. So what was that? Is that a 9? Is that a S? A 9. It's Stewart SVT. Rich Reeves in first place. It's Gavin Griffiths from PB22 LIY. First place. I mean, I'm going to get this stuff for long drivers doing more time, but that's just ridiculous. That's it, everybody climb up. You got it. You got it? Right then. Photos, videos, and a round of applause for the best working truck team in the 3 years. You can go now, that's it, go on, I'm about to get in there. I'll start charging parking after 5 minutes. You're alright there, mate? Okay? Good job. That way. Thanks, mate. Yeah, man. Good thing we're going to get rid of that one. Alright, somebody else is good. Right. Second class now, talking about is the best working tractor unit, over 3 years old, and coming in at third place with registration T10 BT you know it's BT Jones. There you go. Come on. Well, still packing up with the zero, aren't we? Right, and in second place with registration SP060, it's Simon Hastings. That is the perfect one. And in first place, from NJ White. It's Royalty NJW. First place for your best working champions. Over 3 years old. Probably we've still got to do about 10 minutes of recording. Right then, photos, videos, and a round of applause for your best working champions over 3 years old. This is not just beauty going to clap you up, right? It's not euphemism either, careful kids. Right, on to best working rigid trucks now, and in third place with registration 783 NWL is Richard Pembrey. Okay, and in second place from WD Lewis, it's CE23 EVW. There we go. Oh, he said he was coming up, I reckon he was interviewing. Right, and in first place with M11 BTJ, it's BTJ again, well done. M11 BTJ. Tell you what, it's a nice thing they've got now this weekend. Nice to see them all coming out. I think so. See how many steps he misses. No, you got them all. What's this thing? Give me one big money right there. The amount of money you spend on our chauffeur, you'll probably be able to afford a race too. Round of applause for your top 3. Best working leaders, very good job. You're all going down from there. Thank you guys. Thank you for all the effort. On to best load commercial, which I like to call a van. It's not a van driver, so it's a van to me. So, in third place, best load commercial. Me! Yeah! No, I didn't enter. You've seen the state of my van. It's about more moving trees in a forest here, as I tell you. Right. Registration JP07HLR, someone called Josh. Who wants to know who Josh? They're all five enough for him, that's why I didn't use his surname on the form, obviously. In second place, the J&L Express, it's JU13ELN. Go on, chat back for it, there we go. I think I want to turn that one still. Now in first place, I even interviewed this guy yesterday. Yes, it's Robert from RV Coolers, registration R13PGE. Man, I love you, mate. There's no favouritism. I know he's got Michael Oliver's truck on the back, but it wasn't a fix, I promise. Yeah, that's the one, yeah. Wasn't a fix, wasn't a complete chance. Round of applause then for the top 3 light commercial here at Convoy Cymru. On to now the best special time all recovery truck. Look, he's even parked up to receive it, wonderful. Right then, third place, the best specials all recovery truck. We have got registration SR72 TMR, that's Tony and Reese. Moving on to second place, we've got registration K27 BAL, that's Brian Alexander. He's gone home as well. So, that's a good point of jumping people out the gravel, aren't they? You stand up there with that one, Stu, well done. And in first place, from Owens, it's Q407 YRX. We got one. You give him that one. I'll take you take second. Look, Mom, I won a trophy. Round of applause for him. Good job. Oh, dear. Right, very good fun. On to the best classic trucks now. These are my favourite ones. the amount of effort that's going to keeping these old girls on the road. First of which is Eminem Green's TT51 DBT. TT51 DBT, come on, that's it. Oh, he's out himself. Everybody say, oh. That's realistic. Impressive, man. I'm in second place with registration. Y39 TCS, that's from CWT. Oh! Good job you get first, you've never made it. That was the leg up. Right, and in first place is registration WRS 427L from Owens. Jolly good result. She's kind of bringing them both in. I know, I'm not recognising this guy. Oh no. She's twin brother. Okay. She's twin brother. There we go. Round of applause for the top three best classes. Thank you very much, John. Careful down the steps. Right then.
Come on. I know.
Right then, on to best kept fleets. Now, like I said, there's a couple of those here this weekend, which is lovely to see. And it really was anyone's game, but there could be only one. As a winner of the best kept fleet here at Convoy Cymru was DC Jones. Come on, team, on the top, if you can manage it. You will not know up, you know, you don't have to stand at the back. Come on now, come on, quickly. Nice right, coming up the BT's race. Oh, that's tough. I never knew you drove tippers, mate. I want to leave the bulldogs. I don't know what it's nice. Got some grass in this week. And you know, it comes from. Right, round of applause for the best kept fleet, BT Jones. Nice guys, it's going now, as you know, that's it. Set off now. Good job guys, good job. Go on, see, I told you, get it. Told you get something. Didn't even know then till I said it there, to be honest. Right, on to the last two trophies of the weekend, two very special trophies, but of course equally as important as all the rest. However, this one is the organiser's choice. So this is a truck that we've gone round and decided between ourselves just for something a bit different or a bit special going on for it. And that one goes to Eminem Green CG16 MMG. You present to it. Awesome, go on, turn up, turn it down. It's your assistant, no one. There you go, well done buddy, up into first place there. Round of applause for your organiser's choice. There we go. Thumbs up, hey! Who's that? Head judge there. Where's he gone? Oh, he's down there. How'd you get down there? Right then. Now, for the driver's choice. Now, this one is chosen by the reigning champion, 7-time British champion, Ryan Smith, to a very special driver that's done a very special job in his eyes. And at Convoy Cymru, he's decided from Owens Transport with registration R400 ERF. We really got him in first place. I think we had a bad memo. Do you want your photo on the podium? Come on up, yeah. You've got to get a photo on the podium, right?
Good.
Oh, I see what you did there. There we go. Round of applause for the driver's choice here at Convoy Cymru. Which just means we've got more things to say, which is another massive thank you to everybody here that's attending Convoy Cymru, all the guys here at the circuit, the marshals, the organisers from Touchsport, and can I get an extra special round of applause for Emma Tyler, who also helped put this entire thing on every time we come. Round of applause for Emma, ladies and gentlemen.
And I suppose we're better to say thank you, love them or hate them, to Pointy for all the hard work and effort he puts in, entertaining and putting together all what he does. Well done, Pointy.
Thank you very much, appreciate that. Guys, don't forget guys, we've only got a few weeks left until we see you all again at Pembrey Circuit, so make sure you've got your truck booked in and your tickets ordered, because we are going to go racing one more time. See you later, safe journey home. Thank you very much for being there. Goodbye.
Seen this trailer? If you have, take a photo when safe and then send it to us. All for a chance to win one of our 5 miniature truck and trailers.
Total Care's T8 range of mobile column lifts provides a highly flexible lifting solution for any commercial vehicle workshop. Easy to manoeuvre, the columns can be used across different lifting bays within the workshop and can be stored out of the way when not in use. The super strong lifts can support up to a 7,500 kilogram capacity per column and can be configured in sets of 4, 6 or 8. Adjustable wheel forks provide flexibility for lifting a variety of vehicles and wheel diameters. Speak to our team today for more information or a bespoke quote.